Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became the next boxing champion, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in bnha fanfictions. This story is One Chance by dekuxtogaforlife. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. In the middle of the night inside of the apartment, a 4-year-old boy was sitting right in front of a computer where he was watching a recording of a boxing match that was named the Fight of the Century. Fighting in the ring was the previous boxing champion of Japan, All Might, and his opponent Shigaraki, who was also known as All for One. With the two exchanging heavy blows with each other, blood begins spilling onto the mat of the ring. With observing this fight, it was clearly seen that both of them were clearly aiming to kill the other. With the bell ringing ending the 11th round, All Might and All for One continue throwing punches and eventually had to be pulled back to their corners. While they rest, the announcer begins speaking. Announcer: these rounds are getting more out of hand by the seconds. Any more of this, someone might leave the ring in a stretcher. But enough of that, let's check on the fighters. With the camera showing All Might and All for One, it showed a lot of cuts and bruises on their face and bodies. Announcer: wow. Looks like both opponents have took him quite a beating from each other. And the question is, who will be the one to break first? After the announcer said that the bell was then rang, starting the 12th and final round. Right away, All Might and All for One rushed each other and begin throwing blows once again. Until suddenly, as All Might pulled back his right arm and threw a punch towards All for One, who then ducked down and directly punched All Might on the side of his stomach, which event twisted his glove, making his punch go deeper. As this happened, All spat out a large amount of blood. Asian took one step back and fell to his knees and onto his side. The crowd gasped as they saw All Might on the ground. Standing before him was All for One, who extended his arms out to the side and showed his superior strength, which he began to show the entire audience as he turned his back to All Might. While this was happening, the referee began counting down from 10. With the 4-year-old boy watching this, he looked on with anticipation. Suddenly, All Might lift himself up and launch himself towards All for One, who then began to turn around as he heard the crowd cheering. Immediately after turning around, All Might hits All for One directly in his face with his left boxing glove, which looked like his glove was sinking into his face as he was then lifted off of his feet as the punch from All Might began to send him straight to the ground. After that punch, the entire crowd went completely silent as All Might lifted his blood-covered boxing glove from All for One's face instead back on his own 2 feet as he then took 2 steps back and began breathing heavily. With the entire crowd still silent, All Might then lifted his left arm high up into the air, which caused the entire crowd to cheer for him. With the referee standing in the ring and having a close view of the fight, he begins yelling out, "Referee! All Might wins by knockouts." With hearing this announcement, paparazzi and reporters rushed into the ring and surrounded All Might, where they then begin taking pictures and asking questions. But out of all the questions he was being asked, there was only one reporter that asked him a question he wanted to answer. Reporter: All Might, you have just become the boxing champion of Japan. What would you like to say to your fans out there? From being asked this question, All Might grabbed the microphone that was coming down from the ceiling and yelled out his answer. All Might: anything is possible if you continue to fight for your dreams. With hearing those words, the boy cheered from excitement. But from doing so, the light to the room was inflicted on, making the boy look over at the doorway to see his mom standing there with an angry expression on her face. Inko: Izuku Midoriya, you want to explain why you're still up? Instead of being scared of his mom, Izuku hops off the chair and runs over to her with a smile on his face. As he still in front of it, he looked up and continued smiling. Izuku: Mom, when I grow up I want to be the boxing champion of Japan just like All Might. With hearing her little boy say this, her angry expression faded away as she then smiled and kneeled down, where she then craft-holder Izuku and lifted him up in her arms. Inko: well then, to become champion you're going to need to go to bed. Izuku: K. As Inko began to carry Izuku back to his bedroom, she did not take his words too seriously as she thought he was just saying things a child would just say, but he was completely serious. 14 years later, with 14 years passing by, Izuku was now 18 years old now. He attended a community college and worked at a small convenience store. But when he wasn't going to school or to work, he was focusing on his dream. As Izuku was inside of a dressing room, he stared at his reflection in the mirror as he was mentally preparing himself of what he was going to do. Suddenly he heard banging at the door along with a voice. Man. Hey kid. You ready? Taking a deep breath, Izuku takes one more look at himself in the mirror until stepping away from the mirror. Izuku. Yeah, I'm ready, man. Well good. You have one hell of the show to put on. I got here, now get out here. As he made his way over to the door, he opens it and stepped out and begins making his way to the ring for his first ever boxing match. As Izuku looked toward the entrance to the arena, he felt completely nervous. His heart began pounding, sweat came running down his forehead, and clenching his gloves from the inside he felt that he was going to rip them from how tightly he's clenching his fist. But feeling this way, he then felt a pat on his back. Turning his head towards his left, he sees the man who called him out from the changing room. Man, come on kid. Can't back out now, Izuku, alright. So with that said, he made his way down the corridor and towards the entrance. With each step he made towards the entrance, he heard a crowd cheering on the other end. Taking a deep breath, he walks into the arena, where he then sees a crowd of people seated in small booths around the arena. Looking towards the arena, Izuku makes his way towards it as he then climbs inside and stands in the left ring corner. While standing there, Izuku wondered who his opponent is. Eventually his opponent walked out from the other entrance, which made the crowd cheer louder from his presence. Looking at his opponent, Izuku sees that he is wearing a boxing robe with a hood covering his face. Yet being covered by that robe, it was not hard to see that he was a large person. With his opponent entering the ring, he then stand on the right corner of the ring. With both boxers now the ring, the announcer and the referees also stepped foot into the ring, where they then stood in the center of the ring, with the announcer holding a microphone. Announcer, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have you all in the underground boxing arena. We have a good matchup here. Now for introductions. Standing in the left ring corner, with the weight of 145 pounds and the height of 5 feet 5. A rookie trying to get his start. Izuku Midoriya. From the announcer introducing him, the crowd cheered out. In response, Izuku looked out at the crowd and waved at them with his left glove. Announcer. And for his opponents, standing on the right side corner of the ring, with the weight of 220 pounds and in the height of 6 feet 0. You know him, you love him. The undefeated champion, Gotooimasuji, or better known as Muscular. 3. With his name being announced, Muscular tore off his boxing robe and tossed it out of the ring. With him doing this, the crowd cheered even louder than before. Looking at Muscular, Izuku realized that the weight class here does not matter at all. Announcer, opponents, come to the center of the ring for your face-off. As the announcer said this, Izuku and Muscular walked over to the center of the ring, where they then stood between the announcer and referee, who stepped up and grabbed the mic from the announcer. Referee. All right, you two. I want a clean fight, meaning no under the belt hits, no hitting of the back of the head, and the most important, once the bell rings you stop. Understood? With the referee saying that, Izuku could see that the referee was glancing over at Muscular as if he was telling him this directly. Referee. All right. Let's get this match started, but first touch gloves. As Izuku extending out his gloves, Muscular then raised up his arms and slammed his gloves down on Izuku's gloves, pushing his arms back down. After that happened, Izuku and Muscular then walked back to their corners in the ring. From this happening, the announcer quickly got out of the ring and sat at a table, where he then grabbed a small little hammer and rung the bell, starting the match. Immediately, Muscular rushed over towards Izuku, where he then threw a punch towards straight ahead. But seeing it coming, Izuku quickly ducked down and moved out of the way as the punch slammed against the pole of the ring. From dodging that first punch, Izuku quickly got some distance and raised his gloves up in front of him. Izuku's mind, oh man, if I didn't see that punch coming, and that would have been the end of the round. With Muscular pulling his glove back, he then turned to face Izuku. Muscular, you're fast, kid. But let's see if that speed of yours is enough to carry you throughout all 12 rounds. After Muscular said this, he immediately began throwing punches straight towards Izuku. But due to his large stature, Izuku was able to see every punch that Muscular thrown his way. With dodging every punch thrown his direction, Izuku kept a close eye on Muscular and waited for a perfect opening to strike back. But while continuing to dodge each punch, Muscular grew angry as his punches were not connecting at all. Muscular, hold still, you damn brat. As Muscular yelled this out, he threw a left punch towards Izuku's face. But right when Muscular's glove and Izuku's face were about to make contact, Izuku ducked down once again and leaned in what he found an opening. Pulling back his right arm, Izuku then punches Muscular on the left side of his ribs, causing him to aching pain as he then stepped back and looked at Izuku with nothing but pure anger. But before he could even do anything to retaliate against Izuku, the bell was then rang, ending the first round, causing Izuku and Muscular to head back to the corners, which Muscular was not too happy about it. Once the two returned to their corners, they began taking a breather. But while they did so, an old man who was sitting in the audience looked Deku and was impressed of what he saw him do. Once the two got their breaths back, the bell was then rang again, starting the second round. Once again Muscular began throwing punches while Izuku dodged them with ease. Eventually, after dodging a few more punches, Izuku then saw Muscular pulling back his left arm. Seeing that, Izuku saw that there was going to be another opening for him to punch Muscular again. So as Muscular threw his punch straight towards Izuku, and Linden close where you then pulled back his right arm. But certainly at that moment, Izuku glances up at Muscular and sees a menacing smile form on his face. Muscular. Gotcha. With saying this, Muscular punched Izuku in the stomach with a low punch that he had ready for him once he threw his first punch. From being hit that hard, he was lifted off of his feet and into the air, where he then slammed back down onto the mat of the ring. With Izuku laying there, the referee quickly ran over towards Izuku, where he then kneeled down and checked him. As he did so, the referee saw that he was unconscious. With discovering this, he stood up and was about to announce Izuku's knockout, but before he could, Muscular came up behind the referee and hit him away. After doing so, Muscular stood over Izuku. Muscular. Come on, you damn brat, get up. I'm not done beating on you yet. So get the hell up now. As Muscular grew angry from Izuku from not getting up, he then reached out to pick him up, but before his glove could even grab Izuku, even felt a hand grab his right shoulder. Feeling this, Muscular Cookies looked over his shoulder and saw a blonde-haired old man who was the one watching Izuku. Old man, that's enough. He lost, you won. Deal with it. Hearing those words, Muscular moved his shoulder, knocking off the old man's hand. After that, he then proceeded to walk out of the ring. Once he was gone, the old man went over to unconscious Izuku and kneeled down, where he then waited and slid his hand underneath his head and lifted it up. Old man, it's going to be okay, kid. I'm here now. Right after the match, Izuku was taken out of the ring and carried back to the locker rooms, where he was placed on top of a matted table. Laying there, a doctor checked for any major injuries, but lucky found nothing at all. So with no injury, they just let him rest. The doctor, the referee, and the announcer left the room, leaving Izuku on the table with the old man who stopped the fight and was now watching over him. Around 20 minutes later, Izuku began opening his. While doing so, he slowly began lifting himself up until finally he was not sitting up on the table. Old man, look who's finally awake. Hearing that voice, Izuku looked over towards his left and saw the old man sitting on a bench while looking over it at him. Izuku, who are you? Old man, well kid, I'm the man who just saved your life from a fight that your muscle-head opponent didn't want to end so early. Izuku, what? Old man, in hindsight you lost your match. Izuku, I see. From hearing this news, Izuku looked away from the old man as he then looked down and stared at his bare hands and felt upset from losing his very first match. Old man, who trained you? Izuku, what? Saying that, Izuku then looked back at the old man. Old man, I said who trained you? Izuku, oh, well no one actually. I'm self-taught. Old man, I see. No wonder you lost. With hearing the old man say this, Izuku got a bit defensive in the tone of his voice. Izuku, what's that supposed to mean? Old man, it means what I said. Look kid, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. You suck at boxing. Izuku, I suck. Old man, not only that, you lack skill, your footwork is sloppy, your timing is off, and it is clearly shown that you don't train your body enough. And that's how you lost your match, and you'll continue losing even more matches if you don't take this seriously. 2. With the old man saying all of these harsh words, Izuku got up from the table and stood up, where he came really defensive as he stepped up to the old man. Izuku, shut up. I trained my body enough to get this strong. Old man, well it looks like it's still not enough. Izuku, what do you know huh? Old man, more than you could ever know, kid. Hell I could even take you on myself before you could even raise up your arms. Izuku, oh yeah then how about you show? Suddenly the old man was then right in front of Izuku with a clenched fist that was right under Izuku's chin. With seeing this, Izuku couldn't believe he moved so fast that not even his naked eye could see him get up from the bench. Old man, simple as that. The old man then lowers his right arm and unconscious his fist as he takes a step back and looks straight at Izuku, who is completely speechless of what just happened. Old man, look kid, I didn't stay here just to wait for you to wake up and tell you that you suck. I stayed here because I wanted to tell you that I want to train you in boxing. Izuku, wait, you want to train me? Old man, yes I do. Is there a problem? Izuku, well actually I don't think I'll be able to afford you to train me. Old man, I'm not going to charge you anything. Izuku, so you're just going to train me for free? Old man, yes I am. So do you want to take my offer to train you? Izuku, look I would love to take your offer, but I have a very busy schedule with classes and my job. Old man, I see. Well if you ever have time in that schedule of yours. Saying that, the old man reaches into his pocket and pulls out a pen and small piece of paper, which he then writes into and passes it to Izuku. Old man, call this number. Izuku, right. After receiving the small piece of paper, the old man began walking over to the door so he could leave. For right when the old man opened the door, Izuku quickly looked back at him to ask him one simple question. Izuku, wait, what's your name? With being asked this question, the old man looks back at Izuku. Toshinori, it's Toshinori Yagi. With him telling Izuku his name, he then left the locker room. Once he was now gone, Izuku went ahead and changed it out of his boxing clothes. Minutes later, Izuku was now leaving the underground boxing arena. Stepping foot outside, he goes over to a bike rack where he unlocks his bike and begins heading back home. After riding his bike for a few miles, he soon arrived at an apartment complex which he lived in with his mom. Arriving at the front door of where he lived, he proceeded to open it and step foot inside, where he then took off his shoes. As he did so, his mom came walking out to the hallway where she sees that her son is finally back home. From seeing him, she goes over to him. Inko, welcome home Izuku. Inko, thanks mom. It's good to be back. Inko, so how was your study session? Izuku, it went pretty well, so well that we lost track of time. Inko, well that's okay. I'm happy that you're focusing on your studies. Izuku, well thanks mom. Well if you don't mind, I'm going to go get out of these clothes now. Inko, okay sweetie, but once you're done don't forget to come to the kitchen and get your dinner. Izuku, I will mom. After talking to his mom, who clearly doesn't know about his boxing match, Izuku went into his room, where he then dropped his yellow backpack onto the floor as he then went over to the bed and fell face first onto the pillow. As Izuku laid there with his face smothered in the pillow, he reached into his right pocket and pulled out the piece of paper and brought it up to his pillow, where he then turned his head and just looked at the phone number that Toshinori gave him. Waking up early for a new day, Izuku got up from bed and dropped to the ground, where he then began doing a set of push-ups. Following that was a set of sit-ups, squats, and jumping jacks. Afterwards he changed out of the clothes he slept in and into something more breathable. Once changed, he stepped out of his room and went over to the door, where he then put on his only pair of running shoes. Now ready, Izuku stepped out of the apartment and was welcomed by the cool morning breeze and the barely dark sky. After stepping foot out of the apartment complex, Izuku immediately began doing his morning run. Eventually, after running 3 miles, Izuku came to a stop at a small convenience store, which was the one he worked at, to take a break and to get something to drink. From grabbing a bottle of water, Izuku started to make his way back over to pay for it. While doing so, he was walking past the magazine section, which he noticed a new boxing magazine up the corner of his eye. Stopping, Izuku turns towards the magazines, pulls out the one that caught his eye. While flipping through the pages of the magazine, he then stopped at an article of the new and upcoming who are quickly climbing the ranks. Seeing that somewhat upsets Izuku, as he wishes that he was one of those up-and-coming boxers. Putting the magazine back, Izuku goes over to the counter and purchase his water bottle. Afterwards Izuku stepped out of the convenience store and drank his water. Now hydrated, he continued his run for another mile. Eventually Izuku ended his run by running all the way back to his apartment complex. Heading back inside, he takes off his shoes and immediately goes over to the bathroom to get ready for the rest of the day. Once cleaned, Izuku went to his room and changed into some casual clothes. Stepping out of his room, he heads to the kitchen before he sees his mom preparing breakfast. Inko. Good morning Izuku, how'd you sleep? Izuku. Pretty good. Inko. Well that's good, and I hope you brought that appetite of yours for breakfast. Izuku. Haha. I always do. Still oblivious, Inko had no idea about Izuku's early morning workout. A few minutes after breakfast, Izuku hugged his mom goodbye as he then left the apartment. Leaving the apartment complex again, he this time rides his bike all the way to the college he attends. An hour later he arrives at his college where he attends classes and some seminars. Throughout the rest of the day, Izuku usually keeps to himself due to not having any friends nor a girlfriend to spend time with. This didn't really bother him though. In fact, he thought of this as a good thing since he really didn't have any distractions from his studies and his dream to becoming a boxer. Once lunch came around, Izuku went to the cafeteria and got himself some food where he then sat down at a table by himself. But while having his lunch, he then began to overhear some college students speaking to one another about a boxing match. Student 1. Oh man, did you see that boxing match last night? Student 2. No, I was too busy studying. Student 1. Well, let me tell you about it. This up-and-coming rookie went against a pro boxer in his very first televised match, and guess what happens? Student 2. The pro knocked out the rookie. Student 1. Actually, it was the rookie who knocked out the pro in the third round. Student 2. What? How can a rookie just knock out a pro? Student 1. I don't know, but he did say during the press conference that he had a good coach that taught him everything he knows. Student 2. His coach, huh? Well, whoever his coach is, I bet he was one hell of a boxer too. Student 1. Yeah, you're telling me. From hearing these two college students' conversation, Izuku got up from his seat and picked up his tray where he then walked away. After leaving the cafeteria, Izuku was in an empty hallway by himself leaning against a wall. While standing there, she reached into his left pocket and pulled out the piece of paper that Toshinori gave him last night. From looking at the phone number, Izuku then pulls out his phone and begins to dial on the number. After doing so, he then places the phone right against his ear and waits for someone to answer. Eventually, it didn't take too long for the call to be answered, but unexpectedly Izuku heard an entirely different voice than Toshinori. Person. Hello, Mighty Pizza, would you like to place an order? 1. With hearing this person say that, left Izuku completely speechless. Person. Hello, is anyone there? Izuku. Yeah, sorry about that, I don't know if I was given the right number, but I'm calling for someone named Toshinori Yagi. Person. Oh, give me a second. Izuku. Okay. Suddenly, right after just a second, Izuku then heard the voice he was trying to call. Toshinori. Hello, Toshinori Yagi here. Izuku. Hi, it's me, Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori. Oh yeah, the kid who got knocked out. I was wondering when you were going to call. So you made your decision on my offer. Izuku. Yes, and I do want you to train. Toshinori. Good, I knew that you'll make the right choice. So think you can meet up at the moment. Izuku. Well, actually I have 2 more classes to attend. Toshinori. I see. Well, that's fine. Come to Mighty Pizza after your classes then. We'll be closed, but I'll still be here. Izuku. Alright, I'll see you then. Toshinori. You too, kid. With Toshinori hanging up the call, Izuku lowered his phone from his ear and went ahead and searched up Mighty Pizza out of curiosity. Right after Izuku's classes ended, he began riding his bike off of college grounds to go meet up with Toshinori at Mighty Pizza. A few hours later, Izuku finally arrived at Mighty Pizza. Getting off of the bike, Izuku goes over to the door and sees a closed sign hanging on the glass door. But from seeing this, Izuku puts his right hand on the door and pushes it open. From doing so, he steps inside and sees that no one is around. But then he's selling her voices coming from the kitchen. So walking over to the counter, Izuku lets have some equipment and sees two works, one with blonde hair and the other with purple hair and was quite short. Denki, check it out Mineta, I think I've mastered the flipping the dough. Mineta, Peef, yeah right Kaminari, every time you attempt to flip the dough you always end up dropping it on the ground. Denki, yeah I know but I've been practicing a lot, so I'm pretty sure I can do it now without dropping it. Mineta, oh then you better put your money where your mouth is, because I'm betting you're going to drop it by the third flip. Denki, you're on. So immediately, Denki took a step back as then began flipping the dough up into the air. The first flip was successful along with the second room as well. With only one more flip to do, Denki looked over at Mineta and began to feel cocky as he smirked at him. Denki, one more flip to go. You better get your wallet out because your money is mine. Saying this, Denki flipped the dough up into the air once more but even higher than before. With the two focusing on the dough they would suddenly distracted as Izuku called out to them. Izuku, excuse me. With the two hearing Izuku's voice, they then took their focus off of the door other than looked over at Izuku. But from doing so the dough begins coming down and lands directly on top of Mineta's head which also covered his face. Hearing the smacker go landing on Mineta, Denki looks back and sees what has just happened. Denki, oh, sorry about that. After saying sorry, Mineta pokes his fingers into the dough and makes a mouthful for him to speak through. Mineta, sigh, it's all right. And what's that guy doing here? Didn't see the sign. With Mineta saying this, Denki then looked back at Izuku to speak to him. Denki, sorry buddy but we're closed. Izuku, actually I'm here to meet Toshinori Yagi. Mineta, the boss. Suddenly right after saying that, the dough was suddenly lifted off of Mineta. Toshinori, what in the world are you two doing? Hearing that voice, Denki and Mineta stiffened up as they then slowly turned around and looked directly at Toshinori who was holding up the dough in his right hand. Denki, hey there boss, there's some guy here to see you. As Toshinori they looked past Denki he then saw Izuku we then made eye contact with. After doing so I'm going to look back at Denki and Mineta and drop the dough in Denki's hands. Toshinori, stop fooling around you two and get back to cleaning. Oh yeah and that dough. Throw it out. The last thing I want to do is serve my customers face pizza. Denki, Mineta, yes sir, yes sir. After hearing them say this, Toshinori then walk away from them and heads over towards the counter to speak to Izuku. Toshinori, it's good to see you again kid. Now how about we head to my office so we can talk about that training of yours. Izuku, all right. So with that said the two began heading over to Toshinori's office. Once in the office, Toshinori goes over to the desk and sits down in his leather chair. While seated, he looked over at Izuku who was still standing right by the door. Toshinori, so are you just going to stand there or are you going to take a seat? Izuku, oh right. Izuku approaches the desk and sit down on a metal chair. Now that he was seated, him and Toshinori looked at one another. Toshinori, all right kid, if I'm going to train you I need to know one thing. Izuku, what is it? Toshinori, why do you box? 1. Izuku, Toshinori, you heard me. Do you box for fame, money, power, or you just do it because you want to look cool? Come on kid I need to know why you box. From Izuku hearing this, he begins to think back of those video of All Might and how strong he was. Not only that but he also remembered but he never gave up and always had a smile on his face. Izuku, the reason why I box is because I want to show everyone that someone like me who started off with no skill or training can be the greatest boxer they have ever seen. I want to show those who feel the same can accomplish their dreams too. That's why I box. With hearing Izuku's little speech, Toshinori smirked as he looked at him. Toshinori, I knew it. Izuku, what? Toshinori, that I made a good choice. Now tell me, when do your classes start? Izuku, well usually my classes don't start until the afternoon. Toshinori, well that's good, it means in the mornings I'll train you. Here let me give you my address so we can start your training. Izuku, oh okay. Saying this, Toshinori began writing his address on a small piece of paper. Toshinori, and on your weekends your training will last longer. So until then prepare yourself. After finishing writing his address he then hands it over to Izuku, who then takes it. Toshinori, because once this training starts you're going to be begging me to end it. Hearing that, Izuku couldn't help but to feel somewhat worried. Izuku, oh okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Toshinori, you too kid, now get out of here. Izuku, alright. With that said, Izuku got up from his seat and then went ahead and left his office. After doing so he made his way back to the front entrance, where this time the two workers begin speaking to him. Denki, hey you. As Izuku stopped walking, he looked over at the counter and saw Denki and Mineta looking at him. Izuku, yeah, Denki, so you're going to be working here too? Mineta, because if you are, we'll be glad to teach you the ropes around here. Especially on getting some chicks' numbers. Izuku, well actually I'm not going to be working here. Denki, then why'd you come here? Izuku, well it's a bit complicated to explain, but if I get the time I will explain it to you guys. Now if you excuse me I have to head to my job now. So it's saying all this, Izuku finally stepped out of Mighty Pizza and got right back on his bike and began heading to work. But while on his way there he thought about what type of training Toshinori was going to put him through. As Izuku's alarm went off, he then got up from his bed and began changing into a tracksuit. Afterwards he then stepped out of his room and went over to the front door, where he then put on a pair of one of his sneakers. With his shoes now on, Izuku stepped up towards the door, which he then proceeded to open and step outside, where he saw that the sky was a bit dark. With Izuku shutting the door as he stepped out, he then headed straight to the stairway of the apartment complex. Eventually after stepping out of the apartment complex he then began heading straight to the train station. While on his way there he stopped by the convenience store and bought a bento. Eventually as arrived at the train station he sat down on a bench, where he began eating his bento as he waited for the train to arrive. Minutes later, the train arrived, which then got on. After an hour-long train ride, it eventually came to its end as it then came to a stop, allowing Izuku to step off the train and leave the train station as well, where he began making his way through a slightly dark city. Eventually he reached a neighborhood where he soon arrived at Toshinori's house, where Izuku saw Toshinori himself sitting on the steps of the stairs of his own house, which was surprising to see. Toshinori, you're a few minutes late but you're here. Izuku, wait, I'm late. Toshinori, only by a few minutes. But that doesn't matter now. The only thing that does matter is that you're here. With Toshinori getting up from the step of the stairs he then goes over to Izuku. Toshinori, so before we get into your training let's start with a light workout. Deku, right, so without wasting any time, Toshinori ordered Izuku to start running, while followed behind him while riding a bike and giving him some words of encouragement as Izuku ran. Toshinori, come on kid, I've seen snails go faster than you. Pick up the pace. Quote. Izuku, yes sir. With Izuku running through a neighborhood and a park for 50 minutes without any rest, he continued pushing on. Toshinori, that's it kid, run like your life depends on it. Eventually after 10 minutes of running, Toshinori had Izuku stop to take a short break. Once Izuku caught his breath, Toshinori ordered him to do 50 push-ups, which Izuku did not complain as he then got on the floor and began doing push-ups, while Toshinori gave him even more words of encouragement. Toshinori, come on, is that the lowest you can go? Get even lower now, I want you practically kissing the ground. Izuku, why yes sir. From Izuku doing more push-ups than he is used to, he felt his arms and body shaking as if they were going to give in and making collapse the ground. But not wanting that at all, Izuku continued pushing on. Toshinori, that's it, push past your limit. After finishing his 50 push-ups, Izuku stood right back up on his own 2 feet and smiled at Toshinori as he was filled with confidence. With Toshinori seeing that, he couldn't help but to smirk at Izuku. Toshinori, I like your confidence kid. Keep it up. Izuku, will do. So what's next? Toshinori, running again, but this time we're heading back to my house so you could finally start your training. With hearing this, Izuku was excited even to run all the way back from where he started. Toshinori, all right kid, let's go. Izuku, right. So with that said, Izuku running once again, but this time headed back to where he started. Once they returned back outside of the house, Izuku began catching his breath. As he did so, Toshinori got off of his bike and brought it over to the steps of the house where he rested it against the wall. After that, Izuku, who was still catching his breath. Toshinori, all right kid, once you're done catching your breath, come on inside. From Toshinori saying that, he then went over to the door of his house where opened it and stepped inside of his own home and left the door open for Izuku. Minutes later after he did so, Izuku then stepped over to open door and proceeded to head inside. With doing so, he was able to see the inside of his house and saw that it was quite bland. Toshinori, kid, out here. Hearing this, Izuku went towards the direction he heard Toshinori's voice. With doing so, he reached an opened back door. We then walked through and stepped outside again, but as he did so he saw Toshinori and behind him was a large pile of broken kitchen equipment. Toshinori, all right, I need you to lug all of this junk out to the front of my house. Any questions? Izuku, actually yeah, why do I have to take all that stuff to the front of your house? Toshinori, well, for starters, I'm tired of seeing this junk here and never have the time to take it out myself or hire someone else to do it. So this is where you're here. A lot of this old kitchen equipment weighs up to 500 pounds each. Picking up and carrying all this junk is going to help you build up some real muscle. Izuku, but I already have some muscles. Toshinori, yeah, I noticed during your fight, but that muscle isn't enough. You need to build up some real muscle. Once you do, you'll be able to take on guys like Muscular. So let's get to it, but first take these. Toshinori reached behind his back pocket and pulled out a pair of working gloves, which he then tossed over to Izuku, who then caught them in his hand. Toshinori, all the stuff here is all old and rusty. I don't want you to cut yourself and get tetanus. Izuku, oh, thank you. Toshinori, yeah, you're welcome. Now come on, this junk ain't going to move itself. Izuku, right. Hours later, Izuku was still moving heavy junk from Toshinori's backyard all the way to the front of his house, which was way more harder than Izuku was expecting. With Izuku only moving a small portion of junk to the front of the house, he still had much more to go. So as Izuku began to drag a giant rusty oven, he then lost his grip and ended up slipping and falling onto his back, where he laid on the dirt ground breathing heavily as he felt every part of his muscles aching in pain. While Izuku laid there, he then saw Toshinori looking down at him. Toshinori, so how are you feeling? Izuku, breathing heavily, tired. Toshinori, if that's all, I think you might need this. Saying that, Toshinori held a cold bottle of water right over Izuku's face, which Izuku began reaching up to grab it. But before the tip of his finger could even touch the bottle, Toshinori suddenly raised the bottle of water even more up. Toshinori, that is, if you can stand right back up and take it from my hand. With Izuku's left hand still extended out to the out-of-reach water bottle, he then began to manage to slowly lift himself up. Toshinori, that's it kid, you have to work for what you want. As Izuku was finding it quite struggling to lift himself up, he was still managing slowly raise his body up thanks to his will and determination. Eventually, after a couple of struggling minutes, Izuku managed to lift himself back up to his feet, where he then looked over at Toshinori, who was still holding the water bottle in his right hand. Toshinori, good job kid, now take what you've earned. Being happy to hear that, Izuku smiled as he then reached out his right hand to grab the water bottle. So right when he was about to grab it, Toshinori suddenly pulled it back from Izuku's grasp. From him suddenly doing this, Izuku's smile faded away as he then looked over at Toshinori, who still had his blank expression on his face. Toshinori, what's the matter? Are you going to take what you've earned? Further reaching out his hand to grab the water bottle, Toshinori again pulled it away from his grasp, which this time began to annoy Izuku as he then looked back at Toshinori with a serious expression. Toshinori, come on, don't you want it? Izuku, breathing heavily, more than anything. Toshinori, then take it. As the two looked at each other for one entire minute, Izuku then quickly extended of his left hand to grab the water bottle, but Toshinori was quicker as he then pulled his arm and body back as he then turned his body to the side, making Izuku's hand extend past him. From that happening, Toshinori backed away as he then looked directly at Izuku, who turns to face him. Toshinori, nice try kid, but you're going to have to be a lot quicker than that. Izuku, thanks for the advice. Suddenly right after saying that, Izuku rushed back over to Toshinori, who he began to attempt to take the water bottle from his hand. With Izuku moving his hands as fast as he could, he was still unable to grab the water bottle due to Toshinori's speed and reflexes. But even so, Izuku was still not giving up, as he was determined to take that water bottle from Toshinori's hand. Seeing that determination in Izuku's eyes, Toshinori wanted to see more. So with each failed grab, Izuku suddenly began to move even faster. So fast, the fingers of his left hand were nearly wrapped around the water bottle. But yet again Toshinori was faster, as he then tossed the water bottle from his left and into his right. From doing this, he then smirked directly at Izuku. But from doing so, he then saw Izuku smirk right back at him. Seeing that, Toshinori wondered why he suddenly smirked. Until suddenly she looked over it towards his left and saw Izuku's right hand inches from the water bottle. With seeing that, Toshinori needed to pull his left arm back. But it was already too late. Izuku grabbed hold of the water bottle so tightly the cap to the bottle popped right off, as it been gushed all of the water out from the bottle. Yet as there was no more water in the bottle anymore, Izuku was happy with himself as he held the crushed bottle while water tripped from his hand. As Toshinori looked at Izuku, he saw a smile on his face, which caused him to smile right back at him. Toshinori, way to go, kid, you got what you want. Izuku, heavenly breathing, thanks, but do you think I can get another water bottle? You know, without trying to snatch it from your hands. Toshinori, haha, sure thing, kid. You earned it after all. So after all that, Izuku was finally drinking a cold bottle of water while sitting next to Toshinori on the front steps of the stairs of his house. After having a drink of refreshing water, Izuku felt his strength slowly coming back to him as he let out a sigh of relief. Toshinori, for the first time of your training you did pretty well. Hearing Toshinori say this, Izuku looked over at him and smiled. Izuku, thank you. Toshinori, you shouldn't be thanking me yet. You still have a long way to go until you get back in that ring with that damn brainless behemoth. Izuku, do you actually think I can beat him after you finish training me? Toshinori, I don't think it, I know it. You just have to put all your heart into it, got that? Izuku, yes sir. Toshinori, well good. Come back tomorrow and we'll start up your training again. Izuku, all right then, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Toshinori, yeah you will. Now get going, I don't want you to miss any of those classes of yours. Izuku, right, see you tomorrow. From Izuku saying that, he got up from the steps and began heading back to the train station, leaving Toshinori sitting on his stairs as he even reaches into his pocket and pulls out a bottle of pills, which he then opens and proceeds to take one out, which he then pops into his mouth. As Izuku made it through 1.5 months of his grueling training, there was still a lot more junk to take out of Toshinori's backyard, which was more heavier than the last, as he struggled to carry some of the junk. But Izuku pushed through the struggle as he was determined to get this done, along with getting stronger in the process. With Toshinori seeing Izuku's determination, he couldn't help but to praise him in silence. Yet after each grueling training session, Izuku would be partly exhausted, meaning he did not have enough energy to get through some of his classes, as he ended up sleeping and zoning out in some of them. This also applied to his job, what she was nearly fired from by falling asleep at the front counter. But even so, he continued his training no matter what the consequences were. So during the dead of night, as Toshinori was sound asleep in his bed, he suddenly heard a ruckus outside in his backyard. Hearing this made him quickly sit up from his bed, as he proceeded to get up and grab a bat for protection. As he made his way through his house, he eventually heard the ruckus again, but this time was coming from the very front of his house. So he made his way right over to his front door, where you then grab hold of the doorknob, twisting it very slowly into eventually opening the door and stepping right outside with the bat in hand. But as soon as he was outside, his eyes widened in shock as he saw all of the remaining junk from his backyard now in his front yard. Tell me. While looking at the junk, he then heard a familiar voice. Izuku, heavenly breathing, I did it. As Toshinori looked off to the right side of the junk, he then saw Izuku standing there looking completely exhausted. Toshinori, kid, Izuku, I did it. With Izuku yelling this out, he followed it with a loud scream I began to echo through the neighborhood. But from screaming out all of the remaining breath he eventually fainted and hit the ground. Seeing that, Toshinori dropped the bed as he ran down the steps of his house and quickly over to Izuku to check on him. 8 hours later, as the smell of food was lingering through the air, a sleeping Izuku caught a whiff of it, causing him to open his eyes. From his eyes now being open, he looked around and noticed that he was in some place that he did not recognize. Slowly lifting himself up, he looked down and noticed that he was on the couch with a blanket on top of him. After getting up from the couch, Izuku once again caught a whiff of the smell of lingering food in the air, which immediately made his stomach grumble. Due to this, he began to follow the smell of the food until eventually he walked into a kitchen where he saw Toshinori standing in front of a stove cooking. Izuku, Toshinori. Hearing his name being said, Toshinori looks over at the doorway and sees Izuku there. Toshinori, ah, good morning kid. You're just in time for breakfast. Izuku, breakfast. Toshinori, that's right. Now take a seat, I'll go ahead and serve you. Izuku, oh okay. So Izuku walked over to the circular table and sits down onto a chair. After doing so, Toshinori walks over to Izuku with a pan of fried eggs and bacon, which she then began to place on top of the plate in front of Izuku. Once he was served, Toshinori then placed the other eggs and bacon onto a plate across from Izuku's plate. After doing so, Toshinori puts the pan right back onto the stove. Afterwards he sits down at the table and looks towards Izuku. Toshinori, well, better eat it while it's still hot. Izuku, alright. So right away the two began eating their breakfast. But soon enough, Toshinori asked Izuku a question. Toshinori, so, you want to tell me why the hell you welcome yourself into my backyard without telling me? With hearing this, Izuku stopped eating as he then lowered his knife and fork while also looking down at his plate. Izuku, I'm sorry, Toshinori, I accept your apology, but that's not the answer I want to hear. And look up when you talk to me. As Toshinori said, Izuku raised his head and looked directly over at him. Izuku, I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk, but eventually that walk led me here. And one thing turned into another as I started to move all the junk to your front yard. Toshinori, well, I have to say you did one hell of a job. There's not even a single screw left in my backyard. But that doesn't mean your training is done yet. Izuku, it's not. Toshinori, of course not. Next we're going to work on some footwork in your boxing as well. Which I think is enough time to get you ready. Izuku, get me ready for what? Toshinori, well, for your rematch against Muscular. Izuku, what? Toshinori, I know all this is sudden, but let me explain. Few weeks ago I went back to that underground boxing arena and convinced the owner to allow you to have a rematch against that brainless muscle head. So we have until next month to get you properly ready for your rematch. Which I think is enough time. So you better prepare yourself because this training is going to be way worse than moving all that junk. After hearing all this, Izuku gulped. Izuku, so when does this part of my training start? Toshinori, next week. Hearing that, Izuku was surprised to hear Toshinori say that. Izuku, why next week? Toshinori, well, because you work very hard and I think it's best that you take a week-long break. Yet that doesn't mean you should slack off all day. Make sure you do a set of push-ups and sit-ups, along with a run as well. But besides, take it easy from here on up. I don't want you to overexert yourself, so good enough sleep and have 3 full meals a day. You earned this. With Toshinori saying all of this, Izuku couldn't help but to smile at him. Izuku, thank you, Toshinori. Toshinori, you're welcome kid, now hurry and eat up, you need to get your energy back. Izuku, right. So with that said, the two went back to eating their breakfast. An hour later, Izuku was outside of the house with Toshinori. Izuku, all right, I'll see you next week. Toshinori, you too kid. Be safe on your way back home. Izuku, I will, see ya. From Izuku saying this, he immediately began heading home to rest up. Once Izuku's week-long rest came to an end, he returned to Toshinori's house where he began his new training in footwork and boxing, which was much more challenging than expected. But after a month of training, Izuku was finally ready for his rematch with Muscular. So on a Friday night, Izuku was outside the underground boxing arena, on a phone call with his mom. Inko, You won't be coming home. Izuku, yeah, I have a test coming up, so me and my classmates are starting a study session to get ready for the test. So I won't be home until later on tonight. Inko, okay. Work hard, sweetie. And I'll have your dinner in the fridge waiting for you. Izuku, I will. And thank you, Mom. Inko, you're welcome, sweetie. Now do your best. Hearing his mom say this to him, Izuku entered the car and lowered his phone. As he then turned it off and looked at the black screen, what he saw his own reflection looking back at him. Izuku, I will, Mom. Suddenly the metal door beside Izuku opens, where Toshinori then walks out and looks over to the side where he sees Izuku. Toshinori, there you are, kid. Come on, let's get you ready. As Izuku heard this, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a single minute he opened his eyes and let out his breath. Izuku, all right, let's do this. Hearing the serious tone in Izuku's voice, Toshinori smirked at him. Toshinori, now that's what I like to hear, kid. Now come on, let's go show these people what you're made of. Izuku, right. So with this said, Izuku walked back inside with Toshinori to get ready for his rematch with Muscular. Arena. Meanwhile in the arena, a large audience were seated around the boxing ring where they waited anxiously for the match to start. But amongst the large audience were two reporters who were here to get a story for the newspaper. Monoma, all right, newbie, make sure to snap a shot of anything worth printing, like the boxes using drugs, rigged fights, and other stuff like that. Uraraka, sigh, fine. And for the millionth time, my name isn't newbie. It's Ochako Uraraka. Monoma, yeah, whatever. Just make sure to get that camera ready to take the important shots. With Uraraka hearing this, she rolled her eyes from annoyance. So to distract you from this, she began looking around the arena, similar to Monoma but less intensely compared to him. While looking around she noticed the large amount of people here. Uraraka's mind, wow, there's so many people here. But who exactly is fighting? The poster to this fight just said rematch and that's all. This fight must really be worth watching in person. Suddenly a 1,000 yen bill was then held in front of Uraraka's face. Seeing this she glances over at Monoma and sees that he is holding the 1,000 yen in front of her face while he continued looking around. Monoma, I'm thirsty, get me a drink. Uraraka, Finn. Saying this, Uraraka snatches the 1,000 yen bill out of Monoma's hand, making her get up from her seat and begins making her way concession stand. Yet while doing so, Monoma yelled out to her. Monoma, and I'm expecting change back. Locker room. Inside of the locker room, Toshinori was wrapping Izuku's boxing gloves up. Toshinori, all right, kid, do you remember the strategy we talked about to deal with that brainless muscle head? Izuku, why yeah I do. Hearing the stutter in Izuku's voice, Toshinori stopped wrapping his gloves and looked up at him. Toshinori, you nervous kid? Izuku, and no, not at all. Izuku says this as his eyes were looking down Donald Trump and small drops of sweat began running down his forehead, making it even more obvious. Toshinori, look at me, kid. With Toshinori saying this, Izuku does as he said and looks right over at me. Toshinori, listen kid, it's okay to be nervous before it fights. A lot of boxers get that way before heading off to the ring. Izuku, really? Toshinori, yes. And just like other boxers, I suggest you take this time to get all that nervousness out of your system. Because once you're in that ring, the only thing that should be in your mind is beating your opponent. You got that? With Toshinori telling him this, Izuku felt all his nervousness fade away. From this happening, Izuku looked at him with determination. Izuku, yeah. Suddenly the two then heard banging at the door along with a man's voice. Man, it's time. With hearing this, Izuku and Toshinori looked at one another with a serious expression. Toshinori, all right, let's get you out there. So we can show them what you've got. Izuku, yeah. Arena. Back at the arena, the lights suddenly went off, putting the entire audience in complete darkness. But suddenly a spotlight shone on the center of the boxing ring where the audience saw the announcer standing there with a microphone in his right hand. Richie then raises up to his mouth and begins speaking through. Announcer, welcome ladies and gentlemen, to the underground boxing arena. After saying this, the audience cheered loudly. Eventually the audience cheers died down, allowing the announcer to speak. Announcer, Tonight's we have a rematch. So allow me to introduce you to the opponents. Our first opponents. You know him. You love him. Undefeated champion of the underground boxing arena. Muscular. With the announcer saying his name, he pointed at the left top side corner where a spotlight shines upon Muscular himself as he had a cocky smile on his face while leaning against the ropes of the ring. With the audience seeing him, they cheered loudly for him. After a few minutes the audience cheers died down, making the announcer able to speak. Announcer. And for his opponent, he has faced Muscular only once, and was knocked out in the second round by him. But now he is back and better than ever. Introducing Izuku Midoriya. Finally being introduced, Izuku stands in his corner probably with a serious look on his face, with Toshinori standing behind him on the outside of the ring while holding on to the ropes. The audience cheers friend but not as loud compared to Muscular. In the audience, Uraraka and Monoma looked at the boxers and thought this was going to be an unfair fight. Monoma, oh, this fight's definitely rigged. That Izuku guy is going to get pummeled to the ground by that monster Muscular. Uraraka, how could this be a fair fight? They don't even fall under the same weight class. As the audience's cheers soon die down, the announcer spoke again. Announcer. Fighters, meet in the center of the ring. With the announcer saying this, Izuku and Muscular begin to make their way over to the center of the ring. Once they did, they were now face to face with one another. Announcer. All right, I want a clean fight. Nothing below the belts. I'll go out there and give us one hell of a show. Right after the announcer said this, Muscular then leaned down towards Izuku and whispered into his ear. Muscular, you're going to regret getting back into the ring with me. Because once I'm done with you, not even that old man will have enough time to save you this time. Saying what do you want to say, Muscular leans away from Izuku, as he then turns around and begins making his way back over to his corner. Which Izuku does the same as well. Once Izuku made it back to his corner, he looked at Toshinori. Toshinori, all right kid, this is your chance. Go beat that brainless muscle head. Izuku, right. With Izuku saying this, Toshinori then handed him the mouth guard over to Izuku, who then put into his mouth. After doing so, he turned around and looked over at Muscular. And with the single minute passing by, the sound of the bell was then rang, which also switches the lights back on. So right away, Izuku and Muscular begin approaching one another. As soon as the two got close, immediately Muscular threw the first punch with his left. But as it flew towards Izuku, he immediately dodged it, but moving to the side. With doing this, he then punched Muscular directly on the left side of his ribs, causing him to flinch in pain. After landing the first hit, Izuku takes one step back, but it's still close. After feeling that punch, Muscular shakes it off as a lucky hit and pulls back his left arm. With doing this, then throws his right towards Izuku, which was inches away from hitting him, but miraculously dodges it by ducking down and leaning in, where he then throws a left punch directly towards the right part of his ribs, making him feel the aching pain again, but on his right. Get well, pulling back his left arm, Izuku still sees an opening and takes it as he then throws his right, hitting the left side of Muscular's ribs again, making him feel the pain grow twice as much. As Muscular felt this pain on both sides of his ribs, he stepped back, which surprised the audience as he then held both sides of his ribs. Yet as he did so, he looked over at Izuku and saw him with his gloves up as he waited for him. Seeing this completely angered Muscular. Muscular, you little. Filled with nothing but rage, Muscular rushed Izuku with the barrage punches. But Izuku saw each punch flying right at him, making him able to dodge each and every one of them thanks to his quick footwork. Yet while dodging each punch, Izuku was being pushed back further by Muscular. Eventually Izuku's back went against the ropes, making him turn his head and look over his shoulder as he's staring at the ropes behind him. But with him turning his head, Muscular smiled as he completely pulled back his right arm and launched it towards Izuku's head. As Muscular's right glove was mere inches away from making contact with Izuku's head, he suddenly glanced his eyes over at the glove. Wearing a blink of an eye, he ducked down, making the glove fight right over his head. From him doing this, Muscular was completely shocked as he then glances down to see Izuku pulling back his right arm and launches it towards Muscular's abs, where his glove soon made contact and sunk deep due to the force behind his punch. From feeling that gut punch, Muscular suddenly fell onto his right knee. President placed his right glove over his mouth due to feeling something coming up from his stomach. As the audience witnessed this, they gasped in shock as they could not believe that Muscular fell to a knee. Announcer: I cannot believe it. Muscular has fallen to his knee. Immediately the referee came over and began seeing if Muscular can continue. But as he looked up he saw Izuku, which further enraged him. So he pushed the referee aside as he suddenly lifting himself up and launched himself towards Izuku to punch him. But before he could launch that punch, the bell soon rang, making Muscular stop as he then stared at Izuku with anger. Certainly the referee comes back towards Muscular and begins position him back to his corner. Well, Izuku started to walk back to his corner as well. Once Izuku returned to his corner, he then took out his mouth guard and began speaking to Toshinori, who began to wipe the sweat off his brow while also handing him a bottle of water. Izuku: so how am I doing? Toshinori: you doing good, kid, just keep getting them angry and you'll get that chance. Izuku: right. From saying this, Izuku started to drink the water from the bottle. Meanwhile, back amongst the audience, Uraraka looked on in disbelief and excitement from what she just witnessed firsthand. After both sides finished taking their short rest, they both looked back at one another where they heard the bell ring again, starting the second round. Both sides moved close towards one another where, once Izuku was close, Muscular went ahead and threw another one of his punches. Yet again, Izuku dodges the punch, making Muscular grow even more enraged. Muscular: ah, stay still. With Muscular throwing more punches left and right, Izuku was dodging them with ease, along with throwing some of his own punches here and there, which all made contact on Muscular body. Suddenly one of Muscular's punches soon made contact against Izuku, who blocked the punch with his arms but was lifted off of his feet and launched slightly back. Lowering his arms, Izuku looks past his blood and sees that Muscular is quite happy with himself for finally throwing a punch. Izuku: I wouldn't be happy too early. This fight is far from over. Muscular: oh, we'll just see about that. Once again Muscular rushed towards Izuku and started throwing it another barrage of punches, which Izuku was dodging with ease until suddenly his back went right against the top left corner. It must be with you, where Muscular began making contact with each punch he launched towards Izuku, who kept his arms up to protect his face and head. Feeling each and every one of Muscular's punches, Izuku fought through his heavy and blows of Muscular punches. Muscular: not so high and mighty now, you damn bastard. As Muscular continued throwing punches left and right, Izuku peeked through his arms and saw a perfect opening. So as Muscular throws a right, Izuku moves in and looks directly up at Muscular as he then clenches the inside of his right glove. At that moment time froze as he heard Toshinori's voice in his head. Toshinori: you only have one chance, kid. Make sure you take it as soon as possible. With remembering those words, Izuku stared at Muscular directly as he saw his one chance. Doing so, he launches glove straight up towards Muscular and hit him directly on the left side of his chin, making his brain rattle inside of his skull, causing Muscular to fall and hit the ground on his side. With hearing Muscular's body hit the ground, the audience went completely silent. As Izuku looked down at Muscular's unresponsive body, Izuku suddenly raised his glove up into the air, yeah, and screamed out loudly. Izuku: yeah. From Izuku's voice being heard throughout the entire arena, the audience rise up from their seats and cheered for Izuku. Amongst the cheering audience was a shocked Monoma, who he couldn't believe from what he just. Monoma: it's rigged, all of it. He didn't really knock him out. The big guy just gave him the win, that's all. All this is fake, right, newbie? 1. As Monoma looked over to his left to look at Uraraka, he saw that she was suddenly gone. Meanwhile, back on the boxing ring, Izuku still stood there with his glove raised up. With Toshinori seeing him do this, he smiled. Toshinori: you see that, Nana, it's his turn now. Suddenly, right after saying this, Toshinori then heard the sound of clicking. Turning his head to his left, he sees a girl with brown hair kneeling down, taking pictures of Izuku. Uraraka: now this is a story worth printing. The following day, after Izuku and Muscular's rematch, a newspaper was then published with a somewhat blurry picture of Izuku on the front cover where he had his glove raised up into the air. Just above the picture was a title that spelled out "Rookie knocks out undefeated champion." Just from the title and picture, People immediately began purchasing the newspapers and reading about the rematch between Izuku and Muscular. Hours later, after the newspaper was published, all of the newspapers were all purchased. Immediately an office of reporter who had the story be published got word of the sold-out newspapers. With hearing this they celebrate due to this being the first time further newspapers to sell out like this. So from this news they celebrated not only for the Soda newspaper but to the new reporter, Ochako Uraraka, who was the one responsible for having that article about Izuku and Muscular's rematch being published. Minutes later during the celebration, all the reporters then begin to hear the sound of clinking. As they all turned to look over where the sound of clinking was coming from, they saw the chief of the office who was the one clicking his glass cup. Once everyone was looking over at the chief, he then stopped clicking his glass cup as he then looked out at all of his reporters. "Chief, listen everyone. I want to thank each and every one of you for working so hard. But I especially want to thank our new reporter, Ochako Uraraka." From saying Uraraka's name, all the other reporters look over at her and begin to clap, which causes her to blush a bit due to having so much attention drawn to her. "Chief Uraraka, I raise my glass to you, and I know that you'll be one hell of a reporter." Cheers. Reporters, cheers. As Uraraka sees the chief and other reporters raise their glass and cheers for her, she couldn't help but to feel happy as she then smiled at everyone. "Uraraka, thank you everyone. I'll continue on working hard just like the rest of you." After saying this, Uraraka bows her head to everyone. Hours later after the celebration, Uraraka began heading home. But once she stepped foot outside she was then greeted by a familiar and unhappy sounding voice. "Monoma, so did you enjoy your party?" Immediately after hearing this, Uraraka turns around and sees Monoma with his back against the wall, his arms crossed, and a sour expression on his face. Uraraka, yeah I did. Is there something wrong?" Monoma, "Yeah there is. You knew that fight was rigged but decided not to tell the truth." Uraraka, "Excuse me, Monoma, look, me and you both know that guy shouldn't have won. I mean that muscular guy is twice inside and could have easily knocked him out in round 1. So for a guy like Izuku to win, the fight was definitely rigged." With hearing Monoma slander Izuku's mock, Uraraka couldn't help but to get angry at him. "Uraraka, listen, the only thing rigged about that fight was your eyes. Izuku won that fight fair and square." Monoma, "All right whatever you say. But you do know that this will be the last we hear of him, right?" Uraraka, "What do you mean?" Monoma, "Didn't you notice how he raised his fist? He wants to be the next boxing champion of Japan just like All Might." Uraraka, "And what's wrong with that?" Monoma, "He's not the only one. There are so many better boxers out there. So much better, in fact they put that damn guy's performance to shame. So for now he can enjoy his 5 seconds of fame. But once that's up, he'll just be another nobody boxer, that no one will ask what happened to him." As Monoma said all of this, Uraraka began to get very upset with him. Not only from his harsh words but also that he could be right from what he just said. Monoma, "Well I said what I wanted to say. Now if you don't mind, I'll be heading home now. Be safe on your walk home and have a good rest of your evening." With Monoma walking away, Uraraka stood there still feeling quite upset from what Monoma said. So while she stood there she then reached into her bag and pulled out a copy of today's published newspaper. As Uraraka looks at the blurry photo she took of Izuku, she then make a decision. Uraraka, "Izuku Midoriya, I believe that you can be one of the greatest boxers. And I'll make sure others will notice." Mighty Pizza. Meanwhile at Mighty Pizza, Toshinori was in his office reading the newspaper with a smile on his face. Suddenly he then heard a knock at the door. "Toshinori, come in." From saying this the door to his office then opens, causing Toshinori to look over at the open door to see Izuku step right in. Izuku, Toshinori, you called me to meet you here." Toshinori, "Yeah I did. Come in, take a seat." Izuku, "All right." With that said, Izuku steps inside the office and shuts the door. Afterwards he goes over to chair and takes a seat across from Toshinori. Izuku, "So why'd you have me come here?" Toshinori, "Well because I want to show you this." Saying this, Toshinori places the newspaper onto his desk allowing Izuku to look at. Laying eyes upon the newspaper, he immediately sees a picture of himself, which causes him to yank the newspaper off of the desk to get a better look at it. Izuku. This is Toshinori, an article about your fight yesterday. You really starting to make an impact, kid. Izuku. No. This can be happening. Hearing this, Toshinori was not expecting him to say that at all. While also looking at him, he sees a worried expression on his face. Toshinori. What's the matter, kid? Sayubi, I thought you'd be happy to see this. Izuku. I am happy, but I'm also worried. Toshinori. Why? Izuku. Well, because if my mom sees this, she's going to kill me. Toshinori. Wait, are you saying that your mom doesn't know that you do boxing? Looking back at Toshinori, Izuku goes ahead and answer him. Izuku. Why, yeah, she doesn't have the slightest clue. Toshinori. Sigh, kid, why haven't you told her? Izuku. Well, because my mom tends to over-worry. So much effect that she nearly had a heart attack because of it. That's why I haven't told her at all. But if she sees this newspaper, she's definitely going to over-worry again. Toshinori. I see now, but I don't think she will worry if she sees that newspaper. Izuku. What do you mean? Toshinori. Take another look at it. Doing as Toshinori says, Izuku looks back at the newspaper and immediately notices something. Toshinori. As you can see on the newspaper, that picture of you is quite blurry, hard to make out who that is. Also, it doesn't mention your name one bit, instead it just says rookie. So I think your mom won't know that is you. A matter of fact, I don't think anyone that you know when we'll find out that is actually you. Izuku. I guess you're right. Toshinori. Well, of course I am. Now let's talk about your next step of training. With hearing this, Izuku looked away from the newspaper as he then looked back at Toshinori. Izuku. Wait, next step. Toshinori. That's right. You're going to need more training than what I've gave you, especially since you're going to be going up against even more stronger and tougher opponents. So early in the morning tomorrow I'll be picking you up from your place and taking you where you need to train next. Izuku. Okay. But one question, how intense is this training going to be? Toshinori. Well, let's just say your first training was the first step. As Toshinori said, Izuku gulped from what this training could be. Boxing gym. At a boxing gym, some young boxers in training were sitting around while reading the article of Izuku on the newspaper. Yet while reading the newspaper, a soon-to-become pro boxer snatched the newspaper out of their hand and looked at what they were reading. With reading the article himself, he began to scrunch it up while also looking angrily at it, due to recognizing Izuku on the newspaper. Young boxer. You okay? Katsuki Bakugo. That damn nerd. After saying that, Bakugo crushes up in the newspaper and those to the ground as he then looks at the young boxers who are completely frightened of him. Bakugo. Get your asses back to training. With yelling at the young boxers, they immediately ran off to go train. While Bakugo stood there looking quite angry from what he just saw. He then felt a hand be placed on his left shoulder. As he looked over to his left, he then sees it was previously a pro boxer himself. Tsunagu Hakamata. You okay, Katsuki? Bakugo. I'm fine. I just saw something that I didn't like. The very next day in the crack of dawn, Izuku, who had a gym bag over his shoulder, was outside of his apartment complex waiting for Toshinori to pick him. 20 minutes later, Toshinori arrived in a small truck. Seeing him, Izuku ran over to the truck where he then poked his head through the truck's open window and looked at Toshinori. He then turned his head and looked over at Izuku. Toshinori. Morning, kid. You ready to go? Izuku. Yeah. Toshinori. Good. Now put that bag of yours in the back and hop in. Izuku. Right. After throwing his gym bag into the back of the truck, Izuku then opened the door and hopped right into the truck. Once you seated and had his seatbelt on, Toshinori went ahead and began driving. Minutes during the drive, Izuku went ahead and began asking Toshinori some question. Izuku. So where exactly are we going? Toshinori. Somewhere more suitable to train than a backyard. Izuku. And where exactly would that be? Toshinori. Oh, you'll see when we get there. So just sit back and enjoy the ride. Izuku. Okay. With that said, Izuku just sat back in his seat and looked out the window. Yet after a few minutes passed by, Izuku suddenly fell asleep throughout the entire car ride. Hours later, Izuku was then being shaken awake. From this happening, he immediately began to open his eyes while also looking over to his left, seeing that Toshinori was the one shaking him awake. Izuku began to fully wake himself up by rubbing his eyes and letting out a single yawn. Izuku, yawn, where are we? Toshinori, we're here, that's where we are. Hearing Toshinori say this, Izuku lowered his hands from his eyes, as he then looked out the window and sees a very old building with a sign on top of it saying gym. Izuku, I don't know if I'm still sleeping or not, but is this some sort of gym? Toshinori, it's a boxing gym to be more precise. Izuku, really, but it looks a bit worn down. Toshinori, yeah I know, but the owner is way too stubborn to have it fixed up. Izuku, wait, do you know the owner? Toshinori, yes I do, he's an old friend, so how about you head inside while I go find a parking spot for the truck? Izuku, all right then, so Deku reached over to the handle of the door and opened it. Where from doing so he stepped out of the truck and closed the door on his way out. Izuku then went over to the side of the truck and reached inside the back and pulled out his gym bag. Afterwards he takes a few steps back from the truck, allowing Toshinori drive off to find a parking spot. So as Toshinori went off to find a parking space, Izuku began approaching the front door to the gym. Once Izuku reached the door he then placed his right hand on the bar of the door and pushed it open as he stepped inside. After stepping inside, Izuku saw that it was quite dim, with only some sunlight shining through a single window. Izuku, hello. Walking further inside, Izuku was able to see quite a lot of simple boxing equipment flying around or hanged up. Eventually he comes across a boxing ring which made his eyes widen. As he took a single step towards the boxing ring, Izuku suddenly heard a plop sound. Looking down, Izuku see that his right sneaker has stepped into something wet. Hard to see what it was, Izuku takes a step back as he then kneels down and get a closer look. Izuku, what is that? Still unable to see what it clearly was, Izuku goes ahead and runs his left pointing finger down the strange liquid. After he did so he then raises his finger close to his face and sees that the liquid is red and quite thick. Being able to see it much closer, Izuku thinks of one thing that is similar to this red thick liquid. Izuku, could this be blood? As Izuku said this a cold shiver ran down his spine as he then looked back down on at the liquid and saw that it had a trail what you begin following with his eyes until eventually he saw a small old man face down and they pull of the same liquid. Seeing that, frightened Izuku so much that when he tried to pick himself up, his foot ended up slipping on a small part of the liquid, making him fall onto his butt as he looked in horror at the body across from him. Izuku, is he dead? Suddenly right after seeing this, the old man suddenly raised his head, scaring Izuku even more. Old man, oh, fell asleep again. Hearing the old man speak and say this, Izuku with less surprised. Izuku, wait, he was just sleeping. As the old man recite he grabbed a cane which allowed himself to pick himself up from the grounds. Izuku saw that she was laying on top of a bottle of ketchup. And also seeing some scattered sausages along with the empty plate off to the side. Old man, looks like I dropped my breakfast. Sigh, what a waste. After the old man looked at the mess he made he then noticed Izuku sitting down on the ground with a surprised expression on his face. Old man, who are you and what are you doing in my gym? Izuku, oh I'm Izuku Midoriya and I came here to train in your gym. Old man, Toin, why the hell would you want to train here? Who told you about this place? Answer me boy. Izuku, it was Toshinori, it was me. With the two hearing Toshinori's voice, they turn their heads and look over at the door and see him standing there while holding the door open. Old man, it's you, Toshinori. Toshinori, it's been a long time, coach. Hearing Toshinori call this old man coach, left Izuku even more shocked than he already was. Izuku, what? As Toshinori stepped away from the door and went over to Izuku who he then helped up from the ground, he then began to introduce Izuku to his old coach. Toshinori, kid, allow me to introduce you to my old coach, Sorahiko Torino. Also known as Grand Torino back in his days. Torino, That's right. No, you want to explain to me why this boy is in my gym. Toshinori, well, believe it or not, I'm this kid's coach. With Torino hearing this, he looked at Izuku from head to toe and began laughing hysterically. Torino, ha 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 ha, you, coaching, ha 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 ha, that's some joke. Toshinori, if that pizza place of yours ever shuts down then you should just do stand-up comedy. Ha ha ha. Toshinori, I'm serious, and I'm certain that this kid is going to be the next boxing champion of Japan. From hearing these words leave Toshinori's mouth, Torino completely stopped laughing, as he then looked at Toshinori with a serious expression. Torino, you're serious, Toshinori, more serious than when you started training me yourself. As Torino turned his attention back at Izuku, he began to get a better look at him, until eventually he smirked at him. Torino, huh, all right then, if you think that this boy could be the next boxing champion of Japan, then I'm going to have to train him like hell. Izuku, wait, you're going to train me? Torino, well, of course I am. Who else better to train you than your coach's coach? Now, first things first, get me a rag and clean this mess up. Izuku, but how is that training? Torino, it's not, but we can't train in a mess like this. So go now. Hearing the intimidation in Torino's voice, Izuku immediately followed orders. Izuku, yes sir coach. So Izuku dropped his bag and began running off to get a rag, leaving Toshinori and Torino together. Torino, the boy has shining potential. Similar to yours back in the... Toshinori, yeah, I noticed that too. Torino, so does he know the truth about you? Toshinori, no he doesn't, and I hope you never finds out. Izuku's training went on through the evening, leaving him quite tired as he laid in the center of the boxing ring. While breathing heavily, he suddenly felt 2 taps on his head. Looking up, he sees Torino Sandy standing right over him while having his hand on his cane. Torino, so how did you like the real taste of boxing training? Izuku, panting, it was. Seeing that Izuku was too tired to form a single sentence, Torino nodded his head in approval as he then looked over at Toshinori while he was leaning against the ropes outside the ring, and gave a thumbs up to Torino. Yep, he likes the taste. With hearing this, Toshinori nodded his head side to side as he placed his left hand over his forehead from seeing that Torino has completely exhausted Izuku's energy. Toshinori, sigh, you completely exhausted him. Torino, nonsense. This kid still has some fight in him. Come on now, get up. As Torino said this, he then tapped Izuku's head again with his cane. Toshinori, can't you see he's exhausted? You worked him too damn hard, now he can't continue training for today. With Torino hearing this and looking closely at Izuku, he realizes his mistakes. Torino, perhaps I pushed them a little too hard. Toshinori, a little. Torino, all right, you proved your point. Training's done for today. You did a good job today, Izuku. Izuku, panting, to thank you. Torino, you're welcome, and I promise the next training session won't be so exhausting. Now get up and go hit the showers. You stink like a sweaty gym bag. Izuku, panting, rig right. Torino, yeah, whatever. The two of you could show yourselves out. Now if you excuse me, I have some taiyaki calling out my name. Saying that, Torino began walking out of the boxing ring where he continued walking away to head to his little break room. While he was leaving, Toshinori got into the ring and went over to Izuku, who then kneeled down next to Toshinori. You okay, kid? Izuku, why yeah, I managed to get some of my breath back. Toshinori, that's good. Do you think you can pick yourself up? Izuku, I don't think so. Toshinori, well then let me help you up. With that said, Toshinori went ahead and helped Izuku back on his feet. Izuku, thank you, Toshinori. Toshinori, you're welcome, kid. They go to the showers, you do smell like a gym bag. Deku, all right then. So with this said, Izuku made his way out of the boxing ring and began heading over to the showers. Minutes later, after taking a shower and changing back into his clothes, Izuku walked out of the boxing gym, where he saw Toshinori sitting in his truck waiting for him. Seeing that, Izuku goes over to the truck where he then throws his bag into the trunk. Afterwards he then gets the passenger seat of the truck, where Toshinori immediately began driving Izuku all the way back home. While on the way there, Toshinori began talking to Izuku about today's training session. Toshinori, so how did you like your training session today? Izuku, well, it was not what I was expecting at all, but it did make me push past my limit. Toshinori, well, that's good to hear, and I still hope that you continue pushing past that limit of yours. Izuku, thank you, Toshinori. Oh, and about Torino. Toshinori, yeah, I already know what you're going to say. Izuku, you do. Toshinori, yup, my old could be quite stubborn at times and goes a little bit overboard during training. But trust me, he's a good coach and I believe you can help you improve more than I can. So I hope you can give him more of a chance. Izuku, I will, but I wasn't going to say anything bad about him. Toshinori, you weren't. Izuku, no, I wasn't. Actually, I just want to ask you about you and your coach's relationship. I understand that he trained you, but I want to know a little bit more than that. Hearing this, Toshinori was hesitant to tell Izuku about his past. But looking at him and seeing how eager he was to know, Toshinori went ahead and told him only what he wanted to know. Toshinori, well, he's my coach and that's all. Izuku, really? Because the way you two talk to each other, it sounds like the two of you are quite good friends. Toshinori, you can consider us as friends. But we never see each other in that type of light. Instead, we simply see each other as student and coach, and that is all. Izuku, I see. So was he the one that taught you everything you know? Toshinori, well, somewhat. It was my first coach who taught me everything I needed to know. Izuku, first coach. As Izuku said this, Toshinori realized he's just overshared something very important that he did not want to bring up at all. Toshinori, forget what I just said. Izuku, but. Toshinori, I said forget it. With Toshinori saying this in a somewhat angry way, Izuku understood that with a sensitive topic. Izuku, oh okay. So throughout the car it was completely silent between the two. Eventually, hours later, Toshinori stopped the truck a few feet from Izuku's apartment complex. Toshinori, I'll drop you off here so your mom doesn't see you get out of the truck. Izuku, okay. Thank you for today, I'll see you tomorrow. Toshinori, yeah, you too. So Izuku got out of the truck and grabbed his bag from the back. Afterwards, Toshinori drove away, leaving Izuku walk to his apartment complex. While walking towards the gate of his apartment complex, Izuku couldn't help but to wonder who was Toshinori's first coach. As he walked through the gates of his apartment complex, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Bakugo. Well, it's been quite a long time. Deku. With hearing this voice, Izuku raised up his head and looked ahead, where he then saw his old childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, leaning against a motorcycle. Izuku, Kachan. What are you doing here? Bakugo. Well, I came here to pay my parents a little visit. But I decided to pay an old friend a visit first. As Bakugo said this, even got up from his bike and began approaching Izuku. While doing so, he reached behind his back pocket and pulled out a rolled-up newspaper, where he then slammed it against Izuku's chest. From doing this, Bakugo looked at Izuku, menacingly. Bakugo, you want to tell me what the hell this is? From hearing Bakugo say this, Izuku grabs hold of the newspaper, making Bakugo remove his hand from over his, as he then looked down at the newspaper that he held in his hands, and sees the article of his first win against Muscular. After seeing this, he then looked back at Bakugo, who now knew why he was here. Bakugo, no one else knows that's you, huh? Not even your mom. Izuku, and no. Bakugo, well, good, and I want that to stay that way. So quit while you're ahead. Or else you're going to get hurt. Not only by me but by every boxer who's trying to become champion. So quit, you damn nerd. Hearing these hurtful words, Izuku grips onto the paper and looked at Bakugo with a serious expression, as he then placed his arms down to his sides, where he clenched his fist. Izuku, no. Bakugo, what did you say? Izuku, I said no. Hearing Izuku repeat that word again, made Bakugo very angry, as he then went face to face with Izuku. Bakugo, just because you got to win in a boxing match doesn't make you an official boxer, it just makes you wanna be. So I'm going to repeat myself one last time. Quit now. Izuku, And again my answer is no. As the two faced off against one another, they begin clenching their fists very tightly. Bakugo, you really want to repeat high school with me again? Izuku, I'm different now, and I'm not afraid of you, not anymore. Bakugo, you can regret saying that. Suddenly before things could get out of hand, the two of them then heard a familiar voice. Inko, Izuku. With the two hearing this, Bakugo stepped aside, allowing Izuku and him to Inko standing there. With seeing her he quickly crushed up the newspaper in his hands and placed it behind his back. Izuku, hi mom. Bakugo, hello there, Mrs. Midoriya. Hearing Bakugo say this she then noticed him and smiled. Inko, oh hello there Katsuki, it's been quite some time, how have you been? Bakugo, I've been well. Inko, that's good to hear, and how about your parents? Bakugo, they're doing well too. I was off to heading to see them in fact, but I decided to pay my old childhood friend to visit first. Inko, oh that's sweet, would you like to stay for tea? Bakugo, no thank you, I have to get to my parents. They're expecting me. Inko, oh okay then, perhaps next time. Say hello to your mother for me. Bakugo, I will. With that said Bakugo began walking back over to his motorcycle where he then got on and placed his helmet on. After doing so he then looked back at Izuku and cleared at him menacingly as even turned on his bike and began to drive away. Watching him go, Izuku now knew that he had a big problem to worry about. After Izuku finished his college classes for today, he got on his bike and began heading to Torino's gym. But while heading there, Izuku kept thinking about his conversation he had with Bakugo yesterday. It was the only thing he could think about even through classes. Hours later he arrived at the gym and saw that Toshinori's truck was here. So he gets off his bike and locked it against a light pole. With a gym bag on his back, Izuku then made his way over to the front doors, which he then opened as he stepped right inside the gym, where he was immediately greeted by Toshinori and Torino, who were sitting on the boxing ring. Toshinori, ah, you finally here. Torino, well it's about time, now go get changed. Izuku, yes sir. So with that said, Izuku ran over to the locker room where he began changing into his gym clothes. Eventually after that, Izuku made his way back over to the boxing ring where he saw Toshinori in the ring with a helmet and some pads covering his chest and around his stomach. With seeing this, Izuku grew curious on why he was wearing that and from what they would be doing today. Izuku, what type of training are we doing today? Torino, just a little bit of sparring, that's all. Izuku, sparring. As Izuku said this in a worried tone, Toshinori went ahead and reassured him. Toshinori, it's all right kid, you'll mainly be doing all the punches. And you don't have to worry about me because these pads and helmet will keep me safe from any of your punches. Izuku, I see, but do you really want to do this? Toshinori, of course, after all this is part of your training. So stop worrying so much and get in here. Izuku, right. With that said, Izuku then lifts himself up to the ring or even goes under the ropes and mix it over to the center of the ring where Toshinori is standing. As he was face to face with Toshinori, Izuku suddenly saw Torino handing him something from the corner of his right eye. Looking over, Izuku sees that Torino is handing him a similar helmet that Toshinori is wearing. Torino, here, you're going to need this. Izuku, but why? Torino, oh you'll see soon enough. Now hurry up and put this on. I want to get this training started. Izuku, okay then. So Izuku took the helmet and places it on his head. With Izuku now having a helmet on, Torino stepped back so it wouldn't be in the way. With now having a good distance away from them, Torino then shouted out. Torino, begin. Immediately once that word was said, Izuku was slapped on the left side of his face by the punching glove that Toshinori was wearing on his right hand. Not expecting that at all, Izuku quickly raised up his arms and looked over at Toshinori. Izuku, what was that for? Toshinori, to test your reflexes. Izuku, but you said that I'll be the only one doing the. Toshinori, I did, but also be testing your reflexes. So now that you have your hands up after that slap, tells me that you still have some work to do. Now come on kid, hit me with everything you got and try not to get hit again. Izuku, all right then. So with that said, Izuku rushed. So with that said, Izuku stepped closer to Toshinori where he immediately threw another slap towards Izuku, who this time dodged it by leaning back and letting it fly right across his face. From dodging that slap, Izuku pulled himself forward and threw a right punch towards Toshinori's face, who quickly blocked by moving his left punching glove in front of his face. From blocking Izuku's punch, Toshinori pushed his glove back and lowered his as he then smirked at him. Toshinori, that's it kid, show me more. Hearing Toshinori tell him this, a smirk formed on Izuku's face. After this, Izuku immediately began throwing punches left and right towards Toshinori, who either blocked them with his punching gloves or by taking them head-on using his padded equipment. Yet while being punched, Toshinori was still throwing slaps left and right without any warning, which Izuku managed to dodge or block. But with each slap Toshinori threw, it was faster and stronger than the last, which Izuku felt the full force even while blocking. With Toshinori continuing on throwing his heavy slaps, they eventually break Izuku's blocking as he was then smacked directly across the left side of his face, sending him falling to the ground. While on the ground, Izuku struggled from getting up, which Toshinori took notice of. Toshinori, come on kid, get up. Izuku, I'm trying. Toshinori, it doesn't look like it. If you can't pick yourself up, then quit now. With hearing this, the voice of Bakugo echoed through Izuku's head. Bakugo, quit now. Suddenly, Izuku lunged himself up and punched Toshinori direct in the center of his padded equipment, which pushed him back. From being punched with so much force by Izuku, left Toshinori shocked. While still shocked, Toshinori looked on ahead and saw Izuku rushing him. Seeing this, Toshinori quickly raised up his arms and blocked his face. As soon as Toshinori did this, Izuku sent out a barrage of punches which felt more stronger than his previous punches. So strong in fact, each punch began pushing Toshinori back until eventually his own back was right against the ropes. While having his back against the ropes, Toshinori then peeked through a small crack in between his arms and looked at Izuku, where he then saw nothing but anger on his face, which he couldn't help but to remember that very feeling. Suddenly the two then hear Torino yell out at them. Torino, that's enough. Hearing this, Izuku snapped out of his anger and realized what he was doing. So he lowered his gloves as then stepped away from Toshinori, as he then began to apologize. Izuku, I'm so sorry Toshinori. I don't know what came over me. Toshinori, it's okay, Izuku. Saying that, Toshinori lowered his arms and smiled at Izuku. Izuku, are you sure? I didn't hurt you, did I? Toshinori, no you did it. The padded equipment kept me safe. So I'm fine. Izuku, thank goodness. While Izuku was reassured from this, Toshinori looked at him and wondered who was the person that made Izuku so angry. But before you can try to figure it out, the two then heard Torino yell at them again. Torino, come on you two, quit standing there and chit-chatting. We got more rounds to go through. Hearing Torino say this while looking over at him, Izuku was surprised. Izuku, wait, more rounds. Toshinori, that's right. As Toshinori said that, Izuku then looked back over at him. Toshinori, there are 12 rounds in a real boxing match, but we'll be only going to 5 to see how long your endurance and stamina can last. You think you can go through 5 rounds? Izuku, yeah, I think I can go through 5 rounds. Toshinori, well, all right then, let's get back to it. Izuku, right. Once Izuku finished his last round of sparring, he was now sitting on a bench outside of the ring where he was chugging down a bottle of water. While he was doing so, Toshinori, who was no longer wearing his equipment, went ahead and sat on the bench and began talking to him. Toshinori, you did a good job today kid. From hearing this, Izuku lowered the half-drunken bottle of water and looked over at Toshinori while catching his breath. Izuku, thanks, but I know I still have much more to learn. So I'm willing to train even harder if I have to. Toshinori, now you're sounding like a real boxer. Izuku, haha, you really think so? Toshinori, yeah I do. As Izuku kept smiling from compliment he received, Toshinori looked at his kind smile, where he then remembered the rage and anger he saw on Izuku's face during the first sparring match. From remembering this, Toshinori wanted to know who was responsible behind Izuku's rage. Toshinori, Izuku, can you tell me what happened to you during the first sparring match? Being asked this, Izuku too remembered his rage, which made him a bit self-conscious of what he did. Izuku, oh that, I'm really sorry, I don't know what came over me. Toshinori, it's all right, I'm not angry. I just want to know one thing. Izuku, and that is, Toshinori, who made you so angry that you became that way? Hearing those words, the thought of Bakugo popped up in Izuku's head along with hearing his harsh words. So as Izuku tilted his head down, he then spoke. Izuku, by any chance do you know the boxer Katsuki Bakugo? Toshinori, yes, I've heard of him. He's a young boxer who has surprisingly climbed the ranks quite quickly due to his strong punches, his quick movements, and most noticeable his aggressive attitude. Izuku, yeah, that's him. Well, he's actually my old childhood friend. Toshinori was surprised from this news, as he did not expect someone like Izuku to be friends with someone like Bakugo. Toshinori, that is some surprising news. Izuku, yeah, it is. Well, anyways, he paid me a visit the other day. Toshinori, he did. Why did he pay you a visit? Izuku, to tell me to quit boxing while I'm ahead. Toshinori, why would he tell you that? You're his friend, he should support you on your goal, like a true friend. Izuku, well, I told you he was my childhood friend, he was also my bully throughout my entire school life. Hearing this made Toshinori quite shocked. Toshinori, what happened between you two? Izuku, well, when we were kids we were so close. In fact, I admired him because he was so cool and tough. But one day he tried picking on another kid that was weaker than him, so I decided to step in to protect him. As soon as I raised my arms, him and his friends beat me up together and left me on the ground all bruised and scratched up. Toshinori, that's horrible. Izuku, yeah, it is. Since then I've always been nothing but a target for him. Every chance he got he used a new boxing technique on me. Every time I arrive home with bruises around my face, my mom don't worry and ask what happened. I would lie to her and tell her that I just fell. Toshinori, but why would you lie to your mother about that? Why didn't you just tell her the truth? Surely if you did, then Bakugo would have been punished for his actions. Izuku, yeah, I know. Toshinori, then why didn't you do it? Izuku, because I still admired him. I know it sounds ridiculous to say that, but it's the truth. He may have given me a hard time, but I still saw him as my friend. And we have one thing in common actually. Toshinori, and what is that exactly? As Izuku raised his head, he then looked over at Toshinori and smirked at him. Izuku, we want to be the boxing champion of Japan. With seeing that smirk on Izuku's face, Toshinori realized that the two had a good old-fashioned rivalry in their hands, which made him smirk from the realization. Toshinori, I see. So are you willing to challenge him in the ring then? Izuku, if I have to, then yes. Toshinori, haha. Well, all right then, let's show your old childhood friend what you're made of now. Izuku, yeah. Suddenly at that moment, Izuku and Toshinori then heard Torino yell out to them. Torino, hey. Hearing this, the two stopped smirking as they then looked over at Torino. Torino, I have everything set up now. Toshinori, oh good. Come on kid, we got to show you something. Izuku, all right. With that said, Izuku and Toshinori got up from the bench and made their way over to Torino, who then began to lead the two to his office. Eventually, once the three were inside of the office, they sat down on some chairs and faced a projector sheet, where Torino then used a remote to press a button. With him, a video of a boxing match began playing. Izuku, are we just watching a boxing match? Toshinori, well, we are, but we're also watching your next opponent. Hearing this, Izuku was surprised as he done looked over at Toshinori. Izuku, wait, next opponent. Toshinori, that's right. Me and Torino have managed to get you a new opponent to face in the ring. So I want you to meet your next opponent, Fumikage Tokiyami, also known as the Shadow Boxer. From hearing his opponent's name, Izuku looked back at the projection sheet and took a long look of his opponents. Izuku, the Shadow Boxer, huh? Why do they call him that? Torino, because when you're in the ring with him it looks like you're also fighting his shadow. Toshinori, that's right. One of his opponents said that it was like a 2 against 1. Torino, and if you're going to go head to head with this lad, then you're going to need to learn how to shadow box yourself. Izuku, Well, that really help against him. Toshinori. Shadow boxing helps a lot actually. Many pro boxers use it to imagine facing off against opponent. So all you need to do is imagine your opponent standing right in front of you and fighting him as if you two were already in the ring. Izuku. I understand. Are there more of these videos of him boxing? Torino. Yeah, there's tons. Why do you ask? Izuku. I want to study his boxing closely and see how he is able to make his opponent think they are facing him in his shadow at the same time. Toshinori. That's smart thinking. Izuku. You think so? Toshinori. Of course, learning your opponent's moves and tactics is quite smart. Torino. Yeah, it is. By the way, we should tell you that all his fights are televised. Hearing that, took his eyes off the screen as he then looked over at Torino. Izuku. Wait, what? The boxing match with Fumikage Tokiyami was in 2 months, which was enough time for Izuku to train in shadow boxing and to study Tokiyami's boxing style. Yet while he trained, many people who were in the boxing community quickly caught wind of their match, which they couldn't help but to be interested in. So as weeks went by, people in the boxing community began hyping their boxing match, but many people were only rooting for Tokiyami since he was more well known. Yet that didn't bother Izuku one bit once he heard about this. Instead, he only focused on training and learning Tokiyami's boxing style. So once the 2 months finally flew by, it was now the day for Izuku's boxing match with Tokiyami, that was being held in a far larger arena compared to the underground arena, which was quickly filled up by many people who were here to cheer on Tokiyami. But amongst all those people there was only one who was cheering for Izuku, and that was Ochako Uraraka, the reporter who was responsible of writing his article. So while sitting far from the ring, Uraraka knew that she wouldn't be able to get any good pictures of Izuku's match, so she decided to get a closer seat. Uraraka got up from her seat and made her way through the entrance she came in from. Going through it, she eventually came across a metal door with a sign saying employees only. Seeing this, Uraraka knew that this would be a ticket for her to get a closer view. So making sure no one was watching her, Uraraka then opened the door and quickly made her way inside. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the locker room with Toshinori and Torino, who were helping him strap in his gloves and giving him a good pep talk. Toshinori. All right, kid, how you feeling? Izuku. A little nervous. I never really expected these many people to show up. Torino. It's a boxing match, anyone will come to see 2 people fight. Izuku. Yeah, I guess you're right. There's even more people watching it from home too. Toshinori. Yes, there are. By the way, about this being televised, aren't you worried a bit from your mother seeing this and finding out your secret? Izuku. I already took care of that. Toshinori. You did? How? Izuku. Well, I just blocked the boxing channels, that's all. Toshinori. Smart thinking. So are the gloves on tight? Izuku. Yeah, they are. Toshinori. Well, good. The match will be starting in a couple of minutes, which gives us enough time to talk a bit. As Toshinori said this to Izuku, he then glanced over at Torino, who he then hinted at the door, which made Torino nod his head as he then hopped off of his seat and made his way over to the door, which he then opened and stepped out of the locker room, leaving Izuku and Toshinori alone together as they looked eye to eye. Toshinori. All right, kid. This match is going to be nothing like your first ever match. You're going against someone who is more experienced and has been in more matches than you have. So are you ready to get out there and facing another true boxer? With Toshinori saying all of this to Izuku, he looked at him with a serious expression, who Izuku then looked back at him with a look of determination. Izuku. I'm ready. Toshinori. That's what I like to hear. All right, Torino, you can come back inside now. As Izuku and Toshinori both looked over at the door, they did not see it begin to open. Toshinori. Torino. From saying his name again, Toshinori got up from his seat and made his way over to the door, where he then proceeded to open it. As he peeked his head out from the open door, he saw that Torino was nowhere in sight. Toshinori. Oh no. Meanwhile, Uraraka was making her way through wide open corridors where she was trying to find an area that is closest to the ring. Yet while making her way to the corridors, her right arm was suddenly grabbed. Fulfilling that, she looked behind her and saw a large security guard looking down at her. Security guard. Do you want to explain me why you're here, little lady? Uraraka. Well. As Uraraka stood there looking up at the security guard, She knew she was going to be kicked out of the arena if she didn't come up with something quickly to tell him. But soon enough Uraraka did not need to say something herself, as she then heard a voice from an old man. "Torino, take your hands off my granddaughter." With Uraraka and the security guard hearing this, they looked down the corridor and saw Torino standing there, which around his neck they noticed a VIP pass. Security guard, is this really your granddaughter, sir? Torino, yes she is. Security guard, then where's her VIP pass? Torino, she left it on her seat. We were on a rushing to find a bathroom since my bladder isn't how it used to be. But I ended up wandering off from her. So now that you know the full story, can you remove your hand from my granddaughter? As the security guard looked at Uraraka, he then let her go, allowing her to run over to Torino, who she then played along with his act. Uraraka, thank you for that, grandpa. Now let's find you that bathroom. Torino, yes, let's. So with that said, Uraraka and Torino begin walking off together away from the security guard, who turned around and walked away as well. Once the security guard was out of sight, Uraraka and Torino then stopped walking as they then turned to face one another, where Uraraka then bowed her head to him out of thanks. Uraraka, thank you so much for your help back there, sir. Torino, don't mention it, young lady, but why exactly are you here? After Uraraka raised her head and looked down at Torino, she then told him a somewhat lie. Uraraka, well, I had a bad seat, so I'm just trying to find myself a good seat closer to the ring. Torino, oh, is that it? Well then why don't you take my seat? Uraraka, what? As Uraraka said this, Torino removed his path from over his neck and held it in front of her, who stared at it in disbelief. Uraraka, but don't you need it to watch the match? Torino, oh, I'll see whether I have this or not, so here, you need it more than I do. Uraraka, oh okay then. Thank you. With that said, Uraraka takes the VIP pass and puts it over her neck. Uraraka, thank you again, sir. By the way, do you know the way to the ring from here? Torino, yes I do. What you going to need to do with go down from here, take a left then a right. Once you do, you arrive at the ring and where your seat is. Uraraka, okay. Thank you. Torino, you're welcome, young lady, but before you go, do you know where the bathrooms are? Uraraka, wait, you actually need to go to the bathroom? Torino, yes. So do you know where they are? Uraraka, well that's fine, I'll find him myself. I hope you enjoy your seat. Uraraka, I will, thank you again for everything. From Uraraka telling Torino this, he proceeded to walk away to look for a bathroom, while Uraraka proceeded to head to her seat. A short while later, after Uraraka left, Toshinori soon found Torin walking the corridors alone. Seeing this, Toshinori yelled out to him. Toshinori. Torino. With hearing his name being yelled out, he turned around and saw Toshinori, who walked over to him. Torino, ah Toshinori, thank goodness you're here. Toshinori. Yeah, thank goodness indeed. Now tell me where you're going and what happened to your VIP pass. Torino, I was just looking for the bathroom and for my pass I give it to me, young lady. But now that you're here, can you help me find the bathroom? Toshinori. Sigh. Fine, but let's hurry, the match will start in a couple of minutes. With this was said, the two went off to head to the bathroom. Meanwhile, at the other locker room, Tokiyami was kneeling down and had his gloves pressed against one another as if he was praying. After doing this, he then stood up and looked back at his coach. Tokiyami. I am prepared, coach. Keigo Takami. Good. Now let's go show them those dark wings of yours, haha. As Uraraka finally returned to the arena, she soon saw that she was much closer to the ring than she was expecting, so after seeing the ring, Uraraka began looking for her seat, where she eventually found it and saw that it was just inches away from the ring. So she sits down onto the seat. Suddenly, from doing so, all the lights for the arena were suddenly turned off, which silenced all the voices of the arena. From this happening, a spotlight shined on the far left outside the ring, where everyone saw the shadow boxer, Fumikage Tokiyami himself, and standing beside him was his coach, Keigo Takami, and behind them were their team. From his introduction, the people in the arena cheered, screamed for him, along with the screens played loud music playing from the background. Tokiyami, Keigo, and their team begin making their way to the ring. Eventually, once they reached the ring, Tokiyami climbed inside the ring and leaned against the corner of the ring, where he placed his arms on the ropes, while his coach Keigo was holding on to the ropes on the outside. Now that Tokiyami was in the ring, another spotlight shines on the far right outside the ring, where it presented Izuku, along with Toshinori and Torino, who is standing behind him. From Uraraka sees them, she was shocked to see Torino standing right behind Izuku, who she came here to see. The people in the arena cheered for Izuku, but not as loud compared to Tokiyami. And again some more love music was then played in the background, which made Izuku, Toshinori and Torino begin to approach the ring. Once they finally reached the ring, Izuku got inside the ring and stood on the right corner, where he looked over at Tokiyami, who stared right back at him with a serious look in his eyes. With Izuku and Tokiyami in the ring standing in their corners, all lights were then turned on, where people were able to see the announcer standing in the center of the boxing ring, where everyone knew who he was from his loud personality and his unique hairstyle. With a mic in his hand, he yelled out to all of the audience, "Hisashi Yamada, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's boxing match." Immediately after he said this, everyone in the arena screamed and cheered, which was music to Hisashi's ears. "Hisashi. Now that's the hype I like to hear. Tonight we have an interesting match in our hands." Standing in the left corner of the ring, Fumikage Tokiyami, also known as the Shadow Boxer. Just from the announcement of his name, the crowd cheered loudly again for him. Once the cheering was then silenced, Hisashi spoke loudly again. "Hisashi," and standing in the right corner, Izuku Midoriya. Again the crowd cheered, but not as loudly compared to the cheers that Tokiyami received. The cheers died down quickly, which had Hisashi speak again. "Hisashi. Now that introductions are on the way, let's have our fighters meet face to face." From this being said, Izuku and Tokiyami begin approaching Hisashi, but while they did so, Toshinori and Torino, who were hanging on to the ropes, looked over at Tokiyami's coach. "Torino, you see him?" Toshinori, "Yeah, I see him." Torino, "If that man is really his coach, then the boy might be in trouble." As Izuku and Tokiyami were now standing on each side of Hisashi, they were finally able to look closely at one another face to face. "Hisashi. All right, you two. I want a clean fight out there, no cheap shots and nothing below the belt. But most importantly, give us one hell of a show. Do you two understand?" With Hisashi saying this, he then placed the microphone in between Izuku and Tokiyami, where they both spoken to. Izuku. Tokiyami. "Yes. Yes." As they gave their answer, Hisashi pulled the mic back towards him and spoke loudly. "Hisashi. Well, all right, let's get this match started." From this being said, Izuku and Tokiyami walked back over to their corners while Hisashi proceeded to leave the ring. Once Izuku was back in his corner, Toshinori and Torino began talking to him. Toshinori. "All right, kid, before the bell rings we have to tell you something." Izuku. "What is?" Torino. "Well, it seems that Tokiyami has quite a famous coach." Izuku. "Huh?" As Izuku looks over his shoulder and toward Tokiyami's corner, he sees his coach and quickly recognizes him. So he quickly looks back at Toshinori and Torino. Izuku. "Tch, that's Hawks, the second best boxer of Japan." Toshinori. "We know. It seems that the rumors of him being retired was true, and by the looks of it, it seems that he's taken Tokiyami under his wing." Torino. "And since that is his coach, you have to be even more careful than he prepared yourself to be." Izuku. "Oh, okay." Looking at Izuku, Toshinori see that he is a bit nervous from finding this out. So Toshinori places a hand on Izuku's shoulder, which made him look over at him. Toshinori. "Listen, kid. Forget about his coach. Right now you need to focus on him. You think you can do that?" Izuku. "Why, yeah, I can do that." Toshinori. "Good. Now here, you're going to need this." As Toshinori says this, he then hands Izuku his mouthguard, who then takes it and puts it into his mouth. After Izuku did this, Toshinori turned him around and had him look over at Tokiyami. Toshinori. "Remember, focus on him." Izuku responds to this by nodding his head. And after he did this, the bell was then rung, starting the match. So Izuku and Tokiyami both put their gloves up and began approaching one another. Getting closer and closer, they were eventually an arm length with one another, so from this Izuku went ahead and threw a left hook, which Tokiyami leans back, causing Izuku's left hook to fly right past Tokiyami's face. From avoiding his punch, Tokiyami went ahead and lowered the right side of his body as he then punched Izuku directly on the right side of his ribs, which caused him to stagger as he felt that full force behind his punch. But yet with Tokiyami still close, Izuku launches his right glove underneath to go in for an uppercut. As Izuku's glove was inches from landing, Tokiyami was quick as even pulled himself back, only making Izuku's glove graze his chin. After successfully avoiding another punch, Tokiyami takes a few steps back away from Izuku, who quickly pulled his arms back towards himself as he then began to close the distance with Tokiyami. From getting close, Izuku immediately began throwing punches left and right, which Tokiyami was dodging by ducking under them and backing away. But yet as he did this, Tokiyami soon felt the ropes against his back and realized that this was Izuku's plan, as he then looked over to see Izuku launch a direct punch towards his face. Seeing this, Tokiyami quickly reacted by getting close and dodging the punch right when it was about to hit him, and from dodging that punch Tokiyami opened his arms as he then embraced Izuku, who he then spun and pushed him against the ropes. From this happening, Izuku looked directly towards Tokiyami, who was moving side to side very quickly, which made Izuku unable to predict where he'll throw his next punch. But Izuku still kept his eyes on Tokiyami, yet while keeping his eyes on him, Izuku something started to see two Tokiyami fade into one another. Epic, were both moving side to side. Seeing this, Izuku who to focus on, as he did not know which one was the real one. While looking at them, Izuku suddenly sees one of them stop as they then throw a right hook towards him, so he quickly raises up his left arm to block the hit from the left side of his face. Yet as he did so, he was suddenly punched on the right side of his face, which caused him to fall. Pretty quickly grabs hold of the rope and lifted himself back up. All right, from doing so he was punched again, this time on the left side of his face. After being punched a second, Izuku quickly recovers as he then put his arms up and tucks in his head to protect himself. For right from doing so he was then hit by barrage of punches which all hit the side of body. Feeling nothing but pain, Izuku did not know how he'll be able to get away Tokiyami and against the rope. But finally the bell rings, ending the first round, which made Tokiyami stop his garage punches as he then walked back to his corner. With him doing that, Izuku lowered his arms as even held onto his side as he walked back to his corner. Once he finally reached his corner, he then sat down in a small stool where Toshinori and Torino got into the ring and began wiping off his sweat from his brow, giving him water, and checking his injuries. Toshinori: "You okay, kid?" Izuku: "My ribs, they hurt." Toshinori: "Crap. He most likely bruised them. Are you still able to keep on going though?" Izuku: "Why, yeah." Toshinori: "Okay, good. But make sure he doesn't get you against the ropes and keep hitting your ribs, or else you'll be eliminated." Izuku: "You got it, but I got to watch out for that shadow move he does." Toshinori: "Yeah, you do, but you did study it, right?" Izuku: "Sure I did, and now that I saw it firsthand I think I understand it now." Toshinori: "Good, now use it, Izuku." "Right." With this said, Izuku got up from the stool, making Toshinori and Torino quickly get out of the ring as the bell to the second round was then rang. From hearing the bell, Izuku and Tokiyami approached one another again. Once they were then arm length with one another again, Tokiyami began moving side to side again, making two himself. Seeing this, Izuku just stood there looking at Tokiyami as he waited for the opportunity, which did not take long as he then saw Tokiyami throw a left hook towards him. But as it got closer, Izuku did not block, instead he stood there as he still kept his eyes on Tokiyami. Eventually as the left hook got close it then disappeared right before it could land. From this Izuku then sees Tokiyami throw a right hook, which Izuku quickly raise up his left arm, causing Tokiyami's glove to hit red against Izuku's arm. And from this happen, Tokiyami's eyes widened as he could not believe that his punch was blocked. So as Izuku suddenly smirked, he then threw his own right hook, which this time hits Tokiyami across his face, and along with this was another punch that hits him directly on the right side of his ribs, which made Tokiyami stagger. From this happening, Izuku started throwing his own barrage of punches towards Tokiyami, which from each head began pushing him back until eventually his back was against the ropes again. So with this back against the ropes he attempts to embrace Izuku again. So as Tokiyami dodged one of Izuku's punches he then leaned in with open arms. For right when he was about to wrap his arm around him, Izuku stopped him by placing his gloves against his chest and pushing him right against the ropes, where he then began throwing another barrage of punches. From being punched so much, Tokiyami had no choice but to do what Izuku did in the first round, which was block while having his head tucked in. But soon enough the bell then rang, which made Izuku stop as he then walked back to his corner, which Tokiyami did the same as well. Once he reached his corner he sat down on a small bench where Keigo and the team began checking Tokiyami's injuries. Keigo: "Hey Fumikage, you are right." Tokiyami: panting, "Number. He knows how the dark shadow works." Keigo: "Well crap. But remember that's not the only move you know." Tokiyami: "Yes, that is right. Thank you coach." Keigo: "Good, now get out there and win this." Tokiyami: "Yes sir." So Tokiyami got up from a small stool, which made Keigo and the team quickly exited the ring as the bell then rang, starting the third round. So from this, Tokiyami put his arms up and began approaching Izuku, who too approached him with his arms up. Once the two reached one another, Izuku went ahead and threw the first punch, but Tokiyami dodged it by ducking down. From doing so, Tokiyami then throws a right hook where he then punches the left side of Izuku's ribs, causing him to stagger again. So from this happening, Tokiyami went ahead and continued throwing more punches on each side of Izuku's ribs, until suddenly with one final punch to his ribs, Izuku then falls to the ground, which causes the referee to get in between Izuku and Tokiyami, they then begin counting to 10. While this was happening, Izuku held each side of his ribs and felt aching pain, but as he laid there in pain he suddenly began to hear Toshinori and Torino's voice. Toshinori: "Get up kid. You didn't come here to lose." Torino: "Come on. Is that really all you've got? Get up." But from hearing their voices, the pain to his ribs was still unbearable. So as the referee was about to count the last 5 numbers, Izuku suddenly heard another voice, but this time in his head. "Bakugo. Quiet now." From hearing those words in his head, all the pain in his ribs faded away as he felt anger. So in a shocking surprise, Izuku stands right upright when the referee was about to say 10. From standing right back up on his own 2 feet, the referee begins asking Izuku if he is okay, which he responds with nodding his head over and over again. So from this the referee steps away from Izuku to resume the fight. With Izuku raising his gloves up again, Tokiyami looked at him with astonishment, which then had him smirk over at him. So after doing that, Tokiyami too raised up his gloves and approached Izuku. From getting close to him, Tokiyami throws a right hook towards Izuku's ribs again. But right when his glove was about to punch him, Izuku suddenly moved very quickly as event uppercutted Tokiyami under his chin, which had made him lunge off his feet and into the air, pretty soon hit the ground and was now completely unconscious. With everyone in the arena seeing this, they all went completely silent. But soon enough the sounds of cheers echo through the entire arena as they cheer for Izuku. As the referee runs over towards Tokiyami, he sees that he is unconscious, which made him go over to Izuku and grab him by his right wrist and raise his arm up, claiming him to be the winner. From this happening, people cheered louder and louder. Amongst the cheering crowds, Uraraka got up from her seat and ran over to the ring, where she took out her camera from her purse and began taking pictures of him. Meanwhile, on the top row of the arena, Bakugo, who was wearing a hoodie, stood up from his seat and began leaving the arena looking quite angry. But while everyone cheered in the arena seats, the high-class VIP box seats, who were 2 people sitting down, were not cheering at all. In those 2 seats were the retired number 1 boxer and his son, Enji Todoroki. "Sigh, what a waste of time and money, let us go, Shoto." With Enji saying this, he stood up from his seat and proceeded to walk over to the doors. Well, he did so. Shoto Todoroki remained seated as he stared at Izuku, as he was intrigued by him. But this was then cut short as he heard his father call out to him. "Enji, Shoto, Sai, coming." Getting up from his seat, he walks over to his father, where he proceeded to leave with him. After Izuku won the match against Tokiyami, he was then escorted out of the ring by security along with Toshinori and Torino, who were all being swarmed by reporters. Eventually the security managed to escort the 3 of them back to the locker room. From being back inside the locker room, Izuku immediately sat down on the bench and had his gloves taken off. Afterwards Torino got some bandages and began wrapping them around his ribs. While he was having his ribs bandaged, Toshinori began to praise Izuku on his win. "Toshinori, you did a good job out there, kid. The way you managed to predict that hit was perfect." Izuku: "Thanks, but I didn't get out of that ring unscathed." Grunt. Torino: "Stay still." Izuku: "Sorry." A few more raps later, Torino finished bandaging Izuku's ribs. Torino: "They're all done. Make sure you get plenty of rest and avoid laying on your sides. Do this and you'll be in tip-top shape in no time." Izuku: "All right. Thank you for patching me up." Torino: "Don't mention it." Saying this, Serena hops off the bench and goes over to Toshinori, who he then stands by. Toshinori: "We're definitely going to have to work on your defense and strengthen your body so you'll be able to withstand more blows like that." Izuku: "I agree, Toshinori, but you're going to need to rest for a couple of weeks until we can start up your training." Izuku: "Will do, Toshinori." "Well, good. Now stay here and get changed. Me and Torino are going to bring the truck around so we can take you home. So don't leave this room no matter what." Izuku: "All right, Toshinori." "Good. Come on, Torino, let's go." Torino: "Right." So Toshinori and Torino begin walking to another door on the other side of the room which led out to another corridor away from the reporters. So as the two walk through the door, Torino comes to a stop in the doorway. I didn't look over his shoulder back towards Izuku, who too was looking back at him. Torino: "Hey Izuku." Izuku: "Yeah, Torino. Take a shower, you smell worse than this locker room." Izuku: "Oh okay." With this said, Torino proceeded to walk out of the locker room, leaving Izuku in there on his own, as even looked away from the door and raised up his left arm and smelled his armpit, which he got a bad whiff from doing so. Izuku: "I really do smell." So as Izuku lowered his arm, he then reached under the bench he was sitting on and pulled out his gym bag, which is in place beside him, and opened up where he didn't pull out a towel. Afterwards he got up from I'm headed over to the shower. As minutes went by, the door that was being blocked by security guards suddenly opens and Uraraka walks right in as the door then shut behind he. With now being inside of Izuku's locker room, Uraraka smirked to herself from being the only reporter to get inside by using the VIP pass that Torino gave her. So looking around the locker room, Uraraka doesn't see anyone, which makes her think that everyone is gone. But she's in spots Izuku's gym bag, which she goes over to. Once Uraraka was next to the bag, she then went ahead and reached inside. Doing so, she grabs something which she then pulls out and discovers that they are boxers, which embarrasses her as she then dropped them back into the bag. But right after Uraraka did this, she soon heard the sound of wet footsteps. So looking ahead, she then sees Izuku walk out of the shower still partially wet, while also having his towel wrapped around his waist. Izuku: Toshinori, have you come back?" From Izuku saying this, he finally notices Uraraka as he looked ahead. The two look at one another for an entire minute until finally both their faces turned red at the same time, as they then faced away from one another out of embarrassment. With Izuku having his back turned towards Uraraka, he soon goes over to the wall next to him, which he hides behind to avoid Uraraka from seeing him. So as Izuku had his back turned against the wall, he had one thing to say to Uraraka. Izuku: "Who are you and what are you doing in here?" Uraraka: I'm Ochako Uraraka and I am a reporter for a newspaper. I had no clue you were in the showers. I'm really sorry." With Izuku hearing her explanation, he believed every word she told him. Izuku: "I see. Well then Uraraka, do you think you could do me a little favor?" Uraraka: Sure thing. What is it?" Izuku: "Do you think you could hand me that gym bag you're standing next to so could get changed?" Hearing this, Uraraka glances over at the gym bag that is resting on the bench. Uraraka: Sure thing." From that being said, Uraraka grabbed the gym bag which she held in her hands while she began slowly walking backwards towards the showers. Eventually, once Uraraka reached the showers, she then reached her arm out into the shower where Izuku quickly grabbed it from her hands, which then made her step far away from the shower. After a short while, Izuku finally walked out of the shower, now fully clothed. From walking out, he sees Uraraka still with her back turned towards him as she was whistling. Izuku: "You excuse me, I'm changed now." With Izuku saying this, Uraraka stopped whistling as she then slowly looked over her shoulder and saw that Izuku was changed, which made her let out a breath of relief. So from doing that she then turned around and looked at Izuku, where the two looked at one another, this time with a bit of blush on their cheeks. Uraraka, hi there. Izuku, hi, so you're a reporter. Uraraka, yeah, that's right, and if you don't mind, can I ask you a few questions? Izuku, well, before Izuku could answer her, the two then heard the other door open, which made them turn their heads to see Torino standing in the open doorway. Torino, hey Izuku, you ready to go? From Torino saying that, he notices Uraraka and immediately remember her from before. Torino, hey, you're that girl, what are you doing in here? Uraraka, well Torino, wait, I know why you're here. As Uraraka heard this, she began to get nervous on the thought of being kicked out from being another nosy reporter. Torino, you're fan of Izuku here and you want his autograph. Right. Uraraka, right. Torino, well, all right, come on Izuku, don't leave the girl waiting, give her your autograph. Izuku, oh okay. From that said, Izuku approached Uraraka, who he then stood in front of as she then reached into her bag and pulled out a pen and pad, which she then handed to Izuku, who then begins to write his signature. While he was doing so, Uraraka leaned in close and whispered to him. Uraraka, I still have some questions for you. Do you think you can answer them some other day? Izuku, why yeah, sure thing. Just let me write down my numbers so we could meet up somewhere. Uraraka, okay then. So after Izuku gave Uraraka her pen and pad back, he then grabbed his bag and went over to Torino and walked past him as he then went into the hallway. From Izuku doing this, Torino looked back at Uraraka and smiled at her. Torino, well, I hope you enjoyed the fight. Have a good night. Uraraka, yeah, you too. As Serena walked back into the hallway while shutting the door, Uraraka was now alone in the locker room. So looking down at her pen and pad, she sees Izuku's signature along with his phone number, which she couldn't help but to smile at. Parking lot. After finally walking out of the arena, Izuku and Torino were walking through the parking lot towards the truck that Toshinori was standing outside of, leaning against the door, as he then noticed the two approaching him. Toshinori, it's about time you two showed up. What took so long? As Toshinori asked this, Izuku and Torino were now standing in front of Toshinori. Torino, oh, Izuku here just gave a fan an autograph, that's all. Toshinori, a fan huh? With Toshinori glancing over at Izuku, he notices a bit of blush on his cheeks, which he smirks at. Toshinori, well, that was the case then, there's no harm. Oh come on, we got to get this kid back home. Suddenly right after saying this, the three heard a voice. Keigo, leaving already? With hearing this, the three turned their heads to see Keigo and Tokiyami approaching them. Eventually once the two were across from the three, Keigo smiled as he then, which made Toshinori be on the defense. Toshinori, what do you two want? Keigo, nothing. We come here to do no harm. The fight's all over after all. Chris simply here just to congratulate your boxer. Izuku, congratulate me. Keigo, that right, you fought well out there. You get my little protege up here a good fight. Isn't that right, Tokiyami? Tokiyami, yes, I thank you, Izuku Midoriya, for being a worthy opponent for me. Izuku, likewise, and I hope we can have another match again. Tokiyami, I would not want nothing more than to have that as well. From hearing this, Izuku smiled at Tokiyami, who too smiled back at him, showing the other respect and friendship. Keigo, well, now that that's done, I have some things to tell you three. Torino, what is it? Keigo, well, there was a big player in the game watching these two fight. Toshinori, who? Keigo, hey, well, if you must know, it was the number 2 box of Japan, Enji Todoroki, also known as Toshinori, Endeavor. Keigo, that's right. Torino, what's someone like him doing here watching these two young'uns fights? Keigo, well, he wasn't here alone. He brought his son, Shoto Todoroki, who is quite a boxer himself too. Toshinori, how do you know this and why are you telling us? Keigo, well, to answer the first question, I invited Enji to come, which I'm surprised he actually did. And to answer your second question, I'm just giving you a heads up. Toshinori, a heads up for what? Keigo, well, who knows? Your little boxer there could be the one going up against Shoto Todoroki anytime soon. So I'm just saying that he better be ready for that day. Well, that's all I really want to say. Hope to see you guys back in the ring real soon. Come Tokiyami, let's get out of here. Tokiyami, yes sir. So with all that said and done, Keigo and Tokiyami turned backs towards the three and began walking away from them. After watching them go, Izuku looked over at Toshinori, who too looked over at him as he then smirked. Toshinori, if that day comes, you'll be ready for that. Hearing this made Izuku smile over at Toshinori, who then placed his hand on Honest messy hair and rubbed his head. Far in the distance watching this was Bakugo, who was on his motorcycle looking at them. But suddenly he then hears the sound of ringing, so he reaches into his jacket and pulls out his phone and answers the call, which even places against his ear. Bakugo. Katsuki here. Tsunagu. Hello there Katsuki. I have some good news for you. Bakugo. What's the news? Tsunagu. I've got you another opponent to face off in the ring. Hearing this, Bakugo stares intensely at Izuku. Bakugo. Good. I need someone ass to kick. Tsunagu. Well then, shall we start your training first thing tomorrow morning? Bakugo. No. Let's start it now. Tsunagu. So eager to start training. Well then, you know what to find me. Bakugo. Yeah, I'll see you soon coach. From saying that, Bakugo hangs up the call and put his phone back into his pocket as he then puts his helmet on his head and proceed to drive off. From the sound of his motorcycle driving off, Izuku looks over towards the direction and sees the back lights of his motorcycle, but does not know that that is Bakugo at all. So after that, Izuku got into the truck with Toshinori and Torino, where they began driving away. A few weeks have passed by and Izuku has been recovering quite nicely from the injuries he received from his match with Tokiyami. Yet from his recovery, Izuku has noticed that his mom has been suspicious of him since he returned home from his match. But luckily he's prepared himself for this, as he's already had some lies that he has made his mom asked him some questions. Luckily she hasn't asked him anything at all yet. So knowing that she is suspicious, Izuku did his best to act his usual self so not to make her even more suspicious of him. So after having dinner with his mom, Izuku went to his room and sat at his desk where he begins studying for some college exams. It was studying his phone begins to ring. Looking over to the left side of his desk, he sees his phone, which he then grabs, and as he then looked at the screen and saw that it wasn't unknown number, but yet out of curiosity Izuku answered the call as he then placed against his ear. Izuku. Hello. From asking this, Izuku then hears a familiar voice which he does not recognize at first. Uraraka. Yes, hello. Is this Izuku Midoriya? Izuku. Yes it is. Who might I be speaking to? Uraraka. It's Ochako Uraraka, you know, that reporter that saw you in your towel. Being reminded of that moment, Izuku blushes out of embarrassment. Izuku. Oh yeah, I remember. So are you calling for those questions you wanted to ask me for? Uraraka. Yes I am. I was wondering if you could meet up this weekend perhaps. Izuku. Yeah, sure thing. Uraraka. Great. I'll send you the location where we should meet. Izuku. Okay. I guess I'll see you this weekend then. Uraraka. Yeah, I'll see you then. And thank you for sparing some time to speak with me. Izuku. Don't mention it. Well then, goodbye. Uraraka. Bye. With that all said, Izuku went ahead and end of the call and placed his phone back onto his desk. After doing this, he then went back to study. Meanwhile, in Uraraka's apartment, she was cheering to herself for finally having an interview with Deku. Weekend. Once the weekend rolled around, Uraraka was standing by a fountain in the where she was waiting for Izuku to arrive. For while waiting for him, Uraraka couldn't help but to be a little nervous for some reason. Nervous or not though, she was still going to get that interview with Izuku no matter what. Uraraka. Come on Ochako, you got this. You just have to ask him some simple questions and you have your story on him. Izuku. A story. Hearing Izuku's voice, Uraraka slowly looks over to her left and sees Izuku standing there with his head tilted to his right out of confusion. From laying eyes upon him, Uraraka was shocked from seeing him. Uraraka. Izuku. Hi there. Why, you're here, Izuku. Of course I am. This is the place where you wanted us to meet after all. Uraraka. Oh right. Quote. Saying this, Uraraka turned and faced Izuku, and she then began to rub the back of her head with her left hand out of being nervous. Uraraka, by the way, did you hear what I said? Izuku. Not really, just something about a story. Uraraka. I see, well forget you heard that. Anyways, let's start that interview, shall we? Izuku. Yeah, sure thing. What do you want? Suddenly Izuku was cut off by the sound of a stomach grumbling, which he soon discovered was coming from Uraraka, whose face went completely red out of embarrassment. Uraraka. I'm so sorry that you had to hear that. I missed breakfast and I didn't have any time to get something to eat, so I'm deeply sorry. Hearing Uraraka's explanation, Izuku couldn't help but to feel a bit bad for her not having anything to eat. So in response to her explanation, he told a lie. Izuku. That's okay. In fact, I missed breakfast too. Uraraka. You did. Izuku. Yeah, so how about we go somewhere to eat and we'll have the interview there? Sounds good. Uraraka. Yeah, it does. Izuku. Great. Then I know a good place to go. Uraraka. Oh, okay. Lead the way. With that all said, Izuku and Uraraka walked side by side through the city together until eventually arriving at a little restaurant. From arriving, they were seated at a table outside where they were given each a menu which they both looked through well. There was a waiter standing by their table waiting to take their orders. Eventually, after a short while, Izuku ordered for himself. Izuku. I'll just have a salad with a glass of water. Waiter. Thank you, sir. And for you, miss. From the waiter saying that, Izuku and the waiter both look over at Uraraka, who was still looking through the menu trying to find something she could afford. Uraraka's mind. Everything looks so good, but everything so pricey too. There has to be something on this menu I can afford. As Uraraka was struggling to find something cheap on the menu, Izuku got up from his seat and went over towards Uraraka, which he then looked at the menu with her, without her noticing him, but soon did as she heard him speak. Izuku. Having trouble choosing. Hearing Izuku's voice, Uraraka looks over to her left where she sees quite close to her, making her blush a bit, but still answers his question. Uraraka. Well, no. Everything on this menu just look good, but I don't think I'll be able to pay for any of it. Izuku. Well then, why don't you let me pay for your meal? Uraraka was surprised to hear Izuku offered to pay for her meal. Uraraka. And no, you don't have to do that. Izuku. But I want to, so go ahead and pick what you want. Seeing Izuku's generosity, Uraraka did not want to take it for granted, so she accepted his offer. Uraraka. Okay then. Saying this, Uraraka looked over at the waiter and ordered what she wanted. Uraraka. I'll take the pasta. Waiter. Excellent. Your order will be out in just a few minutes. From the waiter saying this, he takes the menus and leaves, which Izuku walks back to his chair and sits down. Wait looks over at Uraraka, who smiles at him. Izuku. So while we wait for food, how about we have that interview? Uraraka. Right. That sounds like a good idea. After saying this, Uraraka reached into her bag and pulled out a notebook and pencil, and she didn't looked over at Izuku. Uraraka. All right. I want to ask you, what was your inspiration to do boxing? Izuku. Well, it was All Might. He inspired me to be a boxer. Hearing Izuku's answer, Uraraka begins to write it down in her notebook. Uraraka. Oh, I see. All Might was the boxing champion of Japan after all, so it makes sense for you to be inspired by him. Many people are after all. All right, next question. What's it like getting into the ring with your opponent?
Izuku. To be honest with you, it's scary. Uraraka. Why do you say that? Izuku. Well, because you never really know what the outcome is going to be. Well, scared or not, if you still get into that ring, and that means you have the confidence to fight. Uraraka. Wow, that's inspiring. All right, another question. What do your parents think about your boxing career? Izuku. Well, my parents don't know at all about me doing boxing. Uraraka. Why not? Izuku. Well, first things first, my dad is in America for business, so it's just me and my mom really, and she tends to worry about me a lot, so if she knew that I was doing boxing, then she would definitely worry a whole lot. So I keep my boxing career a secret from her. Uraraka. That makes sense. Okay, are your coaches? Izuku. Well, not much really. I just know that they were great boxers during their prime. I'm thankful to happen. Uraraka.
That's nice. So final question, what do you plan to accomplish from being a boxer? Izuku. Well, I want to be the next box-in champion of Japan. Uraraka. I figured that would be your answer, and I'm rooting for you to become champion. Izuku. Thanks. After writing down all the answers she received from Izuku on her notebook, she then closes her notebook as she done puts it in her bag along with her pencil. From putting her notebook and pencil away, Uraraka looked over at Izuku and smiled at him. Izuku. Well then, now that you've interviewed me, do you think I can interview you now? Hearing this, Uraraka was completely caught off guard. Uraraka. You want to interview me? Izuku. Yeah, I do. And I want to know the person who's going to be writing the story about me. Uraraka. So you did hear me. Izuku. Yeah, I did. Sorry that I lied. I just wanted to see what type of person you were. Well, now that I partially know, can I interview you to see who you are? Uraraka. Yeah, that's fine with me. Izuku. Okay. First question, why did you want to interview me? Uraraka. Well, because I was inspired by you, Izuku. I inspired you? Uraraka. Yes, you did. When I saw you fight that muscular guy, it just inspired me to be a better reporter. Izuku. I see. Well then, what made you want to become a reporter then? Uraraka. Well, at first it was for money, Izuku. Money? Uraraka. Yeah, the money is for college really. My parents couldn't really afford it. So I became a reporter just for the money, but now I'm glad I became a reporter because of you. But don't get me wrong, I still plan to go to college. Izuku. Well, that's a good go to look forward to. All right, last question. Were you the one responsible for that news article about me? Hearing this question, Uraraka's eyes lit up. Uraraka. Yes, I did. But I wish I had a better photo of you on the cover. Izuku. I see. Then I have a request. From saying that, Izuku bowed his head and put his hands together as a plead. Izuku. Could you please use another blurry photo of me and not to put my name in your article? Uraraka. But why would you want me to do that? Izuku. Because like I said, my mom worries and that is the last thing I want, so please consider it. Hearing Izuku's plead along with now knowing how kind he is, Uraraka nodded her head yes to him. Uraraka. All right. I'll do it. From Uraraka saying this, Izuku lowered his hands as he then looked up at her and smiled. Izuku. Thank you so much. Uraraka, you're welcome. Right after saying this, the food they ordered was then brought to them, which Uraraka looked at her dish with hunger. So the two began to eat their food while also enjoying each other's company. Hours later, hours after the interview, Izuku and Uraraka departed from one another. Izuku began to head home so you can continue resting. Once he made it back to his apartment complex, he stopped at the mailboxes, which used his key to open one of the mailboxes and pull out his and his mother's mail. After doing so, he looked through it, but from doing this he discovered something that left him quite shocked. So running back into his apartment, he placed the rest of the mail on a table next to the door as he then ran over to his room and locked himself inside, where he then sat at his table and held the envelope which had the name Deku written on in all capitals. On a Sunday night in a boxing arena where a crowd who were waiting patiently for the match to begin. But amongst the crowd were Izuku and Toshinori, who were seated at the amongst the crowd and had a good view of the boxing. While sitting there, Izuku couldn't help but to feel nervous, which Toshinori took notice of. Toshinori. You all right, kid? You look nervous. Izuku. Because I am. And I'm still wondering why Kachan sent me tickets in that envelope. Toshinori. Who knows? But whatever the case, this gives us a perfect opportunity to observe him in the ring. Izuku. Yeah, you're right. Send me. Right after saying this, the two then heard a familiar voice off to the left side. Torino, excuse me, coming through. As they looked over to the left, they saw a giant popcorn bucket approaching them until suddenly it then takes a seat beside Toshinori, which they then see it is Torino who lowered the popcorn bucket, has even reached in and pulled out a handful of popcorn which she then stuffed in his mouth. Toshinori. So happy for you to finally join us. From hearing that judging tone from Toshinori, Torino then looked over at him and pointed at him with his butter-covered finger. Torino. Listen here. If we're here to watch a fight, then it's best to have some food to enjoy it with. Toshinori. Yeah, whatever. The important thing is that you made it on time. The match will start at any minute now. Suddenly, right after saying this, the arena lights were then shut off. Have they then begin to hear loud music. Izuku. Huh. I guess it's starting now. As loud music began playing throughout all of the arena for the people to hear. Following this was flashing red lights. Suddenly on the right entrance of the arena, exploding flames began shooting up into the air, which from the explosion of the flames then showed Katsuki Bakugo, who wore a red boxing robe. From the sight of him the crowd cheered loudly for him. As he began approaching the ring, so did his coach and the rest of his team, who followed from behind. Eventually, once he got into the ring, he stood in this corner as he then waited for his opponent. While still seeing his entrance, Izuku and Toshinori began to talk about him and his coach. Toshinori. Katsuki Bakugo. The arrival, huh? Izuku. Yeah, you can say that, I guess. Toshinori. And I take it that one wearing jeans and that zipped up tracksuit is his coach. Izuku. He is. I did some research on him and found out that his name is Tsunagu Hakamada and that he used to be a great doctor too, one of the tops in fact. But sadly he had to retire due to an injury he obtained. Toshinori. I see. Well then let's see what his coach has taught him. Once Bakugo's entrance came to an end, another soon began, which had more flashing lights along with louder music. As a row of spotlights shined upon the left entrance to the arena, it then showed Bakugo's opponent, who then shrugged off his boxing robe as he then raised both arms up, which he then let out a loud cheer. As Bakugo's opponent did this, everyone saw his amazing physique, but what was most noticeable about him was his spiky red hair. So with complete confidence he began walking straight up to the ring. Following behind was a very large man in a yellow hoodie who was holding a tray of a freshly made takoyaki, which she was eating one by one. Behind him were the rest of the team. Once Bakugo's opponent hopped into the ring, he got into his corner where he turned around and climbed onto the roads of the ring, which he then cheered with the crowd hyping them even more up. As Izuku and Toshinori looked at him, they began to talk about him as well. Toshinori. So who's the kid with the spiky red hair? Izuku. Not sure really, he must be a rookie like me. Toshinori. Well, for rookie he sure has confidence to have a flashy entrance like that. And is that big fella there who is eating takoyaki his coach? Izuku. Yeah, I guess he is, but hey, looks familiar. Toshinori. Do you know who he is? As Izuku continued looking at the large coach, he soon recognized who he was, which with a big surprise. Izuku. Oh my gosh, that's Fatgum. Toshinori. Fat who? Torino. Mouthful. Batcrum. Hearing that, Toshinori and Torino did not know who Fatgum was. Izuku looks over at them. Izuku. It's Fatgum. It's a nickname we gave himself. His real name is Taishiro Toyomitsu. He used to be quite a heavy-hitting boxer. But what was most knowing of him was that he never blocked an attack and just took them head on. Toshinori. What? That's crazy. Izuku. I know. But not for him. He said during interview with each punch he received it felt like he was getting stronger, so he never blocked, so he just took in the blows. And if I remember, he had 12 total wins, some of them by knockout, and he also has 6 losses. Toshinori. Well, if he was such a strong boxer, what happened to him? Izuku. I heard he retired early a few years back. Torino. Well, by the looks of him, it looks like he's enjoyed retirement. Toshinori. Yes, it seems so. But let's see how he's coached his little protege there. As Bakugo's opponent entrance came to an end, the announcer came into the ring instead in the middle with the microphone in hand. From seeing the announcer, Izuku immediately recognized him from his match with Tokiyami. Izuku. Hey, that's the announcer from my match. With a microphone in hand, Hizashi then spoke into it with his loud voice. Hiroyuki. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have one heck of a match for you tonight. On the right corner, the hot-tempered blonde, Katsuki Bakugo. From his name being said, Bakugo removes his robe as he then passes it over to his coach. I didn't look over at his opponent with a serious look. Hiroyuki, and in the left corner, with bright red hair, Eijiro Kirishima. As Kirishima heard his name shouted out, he cheered amongst the crowd who were cheering for him. Hiroyuki. Opponents. Approach the center. From that being said, Bakugo and Kirishima both approached the center of the ring. Once they stood in the center, they both looked at one another, but different expressions on their faces. Bakugo with a serious expression and Kirishima with a happy expression. Hiroyuki. All right, you two, I want to. I want to clean fat out there, and most importantly, let's give these people a show. The crowd cheers loudly from Hiroyuki saying, Hiroyuki. Now be good sports and touch gloves. As Kirishima put his gloves up, Bakugo did not, as he then turned around and walked back to his corner. From seeing Bakugo do this, Kirishima smirks at him as he then turns around and walked back to his corner as well. Once the two were not in their own corner, Hiroyuki quickly got out the ring before the bell could ring. As Bakugo and Kirishima had eyes locked onto each other, the bell soon rang, which had them both approach one another. Once the two got close, Kirishima was the first one to throw a punch which Bakugo blocked with his arms, but I'm feeling the full force from behind his punch. Bakugo could feel his bones rattle a bit. With Bakugo's arms still up, Kirishima continued throwing a barrage of punches that. The more Bakugo felt Kirishima punches against his arm, the more he felt the bones in his arm rattle. But as Kirishima throws another punch, Bakugo pushes forward as he then hit the side the arm that Kirishima was extending out to him. After hitting his arm aside, Bakugo then uppercuts the left side of Kirishima's chin, which has him lean back as if he was going to fall. But in a surprising turn of events, Kirishima pulls himself back as he then hits Bakugo directly in the stomach with a low punch that slightly lifts him off of his feet. From feeling that punch against his stomach, Bakugo had no choice but to back up as he then wrapped his left arm around his stomach while looking at Kirishima with an angry expression. Kirishima notices this as he then opened his arms out widely, smirks at Bakugo. Kirishima, come on, I'm right here. Hearing Kirishima's cocky tone angered Bakugo as he then removed his arm from around his stomach, as he then rushed towards him. With doing this, Bakugo was then in front of Kirishima, who still had his arms extended out. So with him not having any defense, Bakugo immediately began throwing a barrage of punches left and right at Kirishima's face and body. With each punch landing, it sounded like a huge explosion going off, while Kirishima was being pushed back until he was then against the ropes of the ring. While still throwing a barrage of punches, Bakugo decided to end it as he pulled back his left arm to punch him directly in the face. Bakugo, now die, you cocky bastard. As Bakugo threw a left punch straight towards Kirishima's face, Kirishima suddenly moved his face straight towards Bakugo's glove, which soon made contact around the time the bell rang. After hearing the bell ring, Bakugo looked at Kirishima with shock as he saw that he took the full force of his punch to his forehead, which then made him smile. Kirishima, now you're fighting me like a real man. Hearing this, Bakugo pulled his arm back as he then turned around and began walking away from Kirishima, who then walked back to his corner. Once the two made it back to the corners, they sat down on a stool and began being checked for injuries. Tsunagu, how you feeling? Bakugo, I'm pissed off. Tsunagu, what else is new? You still think you can take them on? Bakugo, yeah, but I got to watch out for those punches of his. But it felt like I was being hit with a bag of rocks to my stomach. After Bakugo said this, he stared straight at Kirishima, who was talking to his coach as his team was treating his injuries while still having a smile on his face. Kirishima, he's tough. I like that. Teishiro, well, don't take it too far. Your body can only take so much. Kirishima, you got it, coach. Once they were treated for injuries, Bakugo and Kirishima stood up from their stools and put their mouth guards back into their mouths as they then heard the bell ring to start the second round. With the two bringing up their arm, they began approaching one another again. Once they were in arm length with one another, Bakugo went ahead and threw the first punch, which hits Kirishima across the face but is unaffected by it as Kirishima then throws a right hook towards Bakugo's ribs, but was able to block his punch as he then lowered his left arm, making Kirishima hit his elbow instead. After blocking his punch, Bakugo went ahead and threw a punch towards Kirishima's ribs this time, which hits him and makes him ache in pain. From seeing Kirishima's ache, Bakugo then smirked at him. Bakugo, doesn't feel so good, does it? Hearing Bakugo say this and from seeing his smirk, it made Kirishima still smirk at him. Kirishima, no, but I bet this won't feel good either. Immediately after saying this, Kirishima then uppercuts Bakugo, which then causes him to stumble back. As Bakugo stopping himself from stumbling back, he was then punched across the right side his face. Following that with another punch, towards his ribs.
As Kirishima continued throwing punches left and right at Bakugo, he knew he wouldn't be able to withstand it and will fall soon. But Kirishima punched across the left side of Bakugo's face. He was suddenly punched across his face as well by Bakugo, who maneuvered from the punch to hit Kirishima. From this happening, Kirishima backed away as he then looked over at Bakugo, who then extended out his arms as he then smirked directly at Kirishima. "Bakugo, come on, I'm right here, you damn shitty hair." Hearing his own words being said back to him, Kirishima couldn't help but to snicker from this, as he then approached Bakugo again. Once the two were now arm-length with each other again, they threw punches at each other again, which they took head-on as they both avoided blocking and dodging. Eventually their fists came to a stop as they then heard the bell ring, ending the second round as he then lowered their arms and proceeded to walk back to their corner, where they immediately slumped down onto their stools as they began to breathe heavily while being treated for injuries and giving water. "Tashiro, damn it Kirishima, you're overexerting yourself again. Any more of this you'll fall harder than a bag of rocks. I'm going to throw in the towel while you're still able to stand." Kirishima, panting, "No, I still want to fight him. For once I have someone manly enough to fight me." Tashiro, but, Kirishima, panting, "Remember what you told me on the day we met months ago." In an alleyway, a weak and beaten Kirishima lied on the ground and was looked down by three men who were responsible of putting him in that state. But while looking at him, a large shadow loomed over them. As they swiftly turned around and looked up, they saw Tashiro. And in a mere few minutes the three men were beaten by Tashiro. After taking care of them, Tashiro kneeled down and then placed his hand on Kirishima's shoulders, which make him look up him. "Tashiro, you okay, kid?" Hearing this, Kirishima looked around and noticed that the men that beat him were now on the ground unconscious, which upsetted him greatly, as even slammed his fist onto the ground. Kirishima, "Damn it, I can't believe I lost." Tashiro, "Hey, it doesn't matter if you lost, hell it doesn't matter if you want. The only thing that does matter is that you and your opponent had a great fight in the end." Present. From Tashiro remembering this, he then smiled Kirishima. Tashiro, "Yeah, I remember." Kirishima, panting, "Good, then let me go back out there and enjoy this fight." Tashiro, "You got it." With that being said, the bell for the third round rang, which had Bakugo and Kirishima get up from their stools as they approached one another. Once the two were armed length with each other again, they began to walk around in a circle. While doing so, Bakugo extended out his right glove as a sign of respect, which Kirishima then extends his right glove, which he then taps against his. After doing this, the two pulled back their arms and immediately they started throwing punches left and right towards each other without blocking or dodging, similar to the second round. As the two exchanged blows with one another, the crowd looked on in anticipation to see who will fall first in this fight. Eventually Bakugo and Kirishima stopped throwing punches towards one another as they then for a few minutes as they both simultaneously began to pull back their right arm. As they held their arm back, they looked at each other one last time as they then launched their fist towards one another, which then hits across the other's face. And from them doing this, they stood there. The crowd looked at them as they both stood still while having one another's glove pressed against their face. Suddenly, while looking at them, they then saw Kirishima fall to the ground. From this happening, the referee quickly got into the ring to check on him. Once the referee did check on Kirishima, he then went over towards Bakugo, lowered his arm and stood tall as a referee then went over and grabbed hold of his right wrist, which he then raised his arm up. Referee, the winner by knockout, Katsuki Bakugo. From this being announced, the crowd in the arena cheered Bakugo. While still in the ring, Hiroyuki got into the ring to congratulate Bakugo. But once Bakugo caught sight of him, he approached him and snatched the microphone out of his hands, which he immediately spoken into as he looked out at the applauding crowd. "Bakugo, listen here, I know you're out there and I know you watched this fight. Just know that this was a message to you, to show you what you're up against. And if you really want to fight me, then fight me, you damn loser." With saying what he wanted to say, Bakugo drops the microphone as he proceeds to leave the ring. Well, he did so. Izuku looked at him from his seat and knew why he sent those tickets. A few days after watching Bakugo's boxing match and hearing his message, Izuku did not waste any time and went back into training. With seeing Izuku working hard, Toshinori and Torino lent their assistance and began pushing him even further to help him get stronger. So Izuku put his heart into every training session day in and day out. While doing this he kept thinking about Bakugo's message and used it as motivation. But yet with Izuku's dedication and his motivation, he still had a limit. So while sparring with Toshinori, Izuku got tired very quickly as his muscles grew stiff along with his movement slowing down. From this he eventually collapsed into the ring, which Toshinori and Torino ran to his aid. A couple hours later, Izuku woke up on the couch of Torino's office. As Izuku sat up, he then placed his left hand on his head as he felt a headache. Izuku, my head. Toshinori, you're overworking yourself. Hearing Toshinori's voice, Izuku turned his head to his left and saw Toshinori sitting on a chair just across from him. Izuku, what happened? Toshinori, you collapsed inside the ring during our sparring match. And the reason for that was because you overworked yourself. I know you want to get stronger so you can beat Katsuki Bakugo. We have to remember, every man has his limits including you. With hearing Toshinori's word, Izuku lowered his hand from his head as he continued looking at him. Izuku, I know I have my limits, but I have to break those limits no matter what. I need to be stronger so I can prove myself. Toshinori, to who exactly? Your rival, the people of Japan, or to your idol All Might? Izuku, to myself. I don't want to just prove others that I'm strong, I want to prove myself too. I may have won a few matches but I'm still not as strong as I need to be. So I have to continue pushing past my limits until I have no more limits to push through. As Izuku said all of this, Toshinori had a memory of the past pop up in his head. Memory. As a young Toshinori was on his knees inside the ring, a shadow then loomed over him which caused him to look up and see his very first coach. Nana, come on Toshinori, you're going to need to do a lot better than that if you want to be the best. Toshinori, I know, but I have my limits. Nana, limit huh? Well break through them then. Toshinori, huh, Nana, break through your limits, break through all of them all. Because I know you will be great. Memory over. Once remembering that, Toshinori looked up at Izuku and smirked. Toshinori, well then, if you need to break your limits then I'll help you break them. Because as your coach it is my job to help you get stronger. So you're not alone because I am here to help you. Hearing Toshinori say this, Izuku smiled and felt very inspired by his words. Izuku, let's work hard then. Toshinori, yeah, but this time let's make sure you don't overwork yourself. Izuku, you got it. Right after coming to agreement, Izuku and Toshinori then heard the door open. Looking towards the direction the door they see Torino step inside where he then looks over at Izuku. Torino, he's awake, just in time too. Toshinori, what do you mean just in time? Torino, well if you must know I just booked Sleepyhead over there a boxing match for next month. Izuku, you did. Torino, yeah I did. Toshinori, good work. Who's his opponent? Torino, Tenya Iida. With hearing the last name of the opponent, both Izuku and Toshinori eyes widen. Toshinori, wait, did you just say Iida? Torino, that's right I did. Is there a problem? Toshinori, well if you're talking about a family that is a generation of boxing, then yeah I think there's a problem. Torino, doesn't sound like a problem to me. In fact, going head to head with someone whose family is well known in the boxing community might be the leverage your little prodigy needs. Izuku, but it's the Iida family, each generation has been trained in boxing. Torino, well that's good, someone like you against someone who has generations of boxing in their blood, will be a perfect opportunity for you to show how strong you are, especially to that blonde hothead will you consider a rival. Beat Tenya Iida and you'll be sending your own message. Hearing this from Torino, Toshinori couldn't help but to agree. Toshinori, he's right. If you are able to beat someone from the Iida family, then you will not only be sending a message to Katsuki Bakugo but to all boxers who are dreaming to be the best. So what do you say? As Izuku thought of Bakugo's message, he grew more motivated than ever. So with the serious expression on his face, he looked over at Toshinori. Izuku, I say let's get to training. With hearing these words leave Izuku's mouth, Toshinori smirked at him. Toshinori, well all right then let's get to work. Izuku, yeah, with that all said, Izuku got up from the couch and went back to the ring with Toshinori and Torino to continue the training he left off on. As Izuku continued training for his match with Tenya Iida that is in a month, he realized that he was lacking in speed and stamina, which Tenya Iida has an advantage of. Izuku wasn't the only one who noticed his lack of speed and stamina. Toshinori and Torino did try to help him with this problem of his, but due to their age they weren't able to help much since they lacked speed. So unable to learn to increase his speed and stamina, training ended early, leaving Izuku quite a bit upset. With Toshinori noticing this, he came up with a way to try to cheer him up. So Toshinori took Izuku and Torino to his pizza restaurant around closing time, which meant the three of them will be the only ones there. On their arrival, the three of them proceeded to walk up towards the doors. Once Toshinori opened one of the doors, he then saw two of his workers messing around again. "Denki, you ready for battle?" "Mineta, I was born ready, now let's do this." With Denki and Mineta both holding pepperoni sausages as swords, they didn't charge at one another and immediately begin swinging at each other, but while they were doing this they then heard a familiar voice. "Toshinori, what exactly are you two doing?" Hearing this, Denki and Mineta stopped what they were doing as they then turned their heads and looked over at the door where they saw Toshinori along with Izuku and Torino. Denki, Mineta, boss. Immediately to stop what they were doing as they then faced Toshinori and hid the pepperoni sausages behind their backs. Toshinori walks up to them and stares down at them, which makes the two begin to nervously sweat as they hoped that they could not be fired. But suddenly Toshinori stops looking at the two as he closes his eyes and lets out a sigh. But doing so he then looks back at the two, which this time made them less nervous. "Toshinori, since the two of you are here, make us a pepperoni pizza and make it snappy." Denki, "All right boss, we'll get on it." Toshinori, "Good." With that said, Toshinori walked away from Denki and Mineta, which made them that are a breath relief. Denki, "For a moment there I thought we were going to get fired." Mineta, "Yeah, me too." After being released from not being fired, Denki and Mineta then noticed Izuku as he approached the two and smiled at them. Izuku, "Hey you two, long time no see." Denki, "Yeah it has. How have you been?" Izuku, "I've been well I guess, and I can see that you two still goof off." Denki, "Yeah, we've serving goofing around since the boss isn't around really." Mineta, "Speaking of the boss not being, why are you with him and with some other old guy?" Hearing this question, Izuku did not want to tell Denki or Mineta about Toshinori and Torino training him in boxing. Izuku, "Oh, well they're just helping me out really." Mineta, "With what exactly? Trying to open your own pizza place or something?" Izuku, "No, nothing like that. They're just helping me with some things, that's all really." Denki, "Well all right, if you say so. Now if you excuse us, we got a job to do." Mineta, "Yeah." As Denki and Mineta turned away from Izuku, they begin heading to the kitchen to make that pizza. Seeing them go, Izuku couldn't help but to snicker at them. After doing so he then walked over to the table where Toshinori and Torino have already sat down at. Once Izuku arrived at the table he then pulled out the chair and took a seat where he then looked at Toshinori and Torino. Izuku, "Thanks Toshinori for treating us to some pizza." Toshinori, "Don't mention it kid, besides I know you were a bit upset with today's training." Izuku, "Oh, so you noticed." Toshinori, "Yeah I did, and I'm sorry that we can't help you improve your speed and stamina. You're not young as we used to be." Izuku, "That's fine. I still have a few weeks until the match next month. So by then I'll most likely improve my stamina and speed." Toshinori, "Yeah I'm sure you will." But as Toshinori said this he knew by the pace Izuku is going there will be no way for him to improve his speed and stamina to keep up with Tenya Iida. So Toshinori began thinking of ways for Izuku to improve in time. But while thinking as he suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. From feeling this, he pulled out his phone from his right pocket, saw that it was a message from a familiar number. With seeing this, Toshinori put his phone back into his pocket as he then got up from his seat, which made Izuku and Torino look up at him. Torino, "Where you going?" Toshinori, "I just remembered that I have something important to do in my office." Torino, "Well then go and hurry it before the pizza gets here and we eat it all before you could get a slice." Toshinori, "It only take about a few minutes." So with that said, Toshinori got up from his seat and proceeded to walk away from the table as he heads to his office. Once he arrived at his office, he went over to his desk where he didn't sat down on his chair and pulled out his phone from his pocket, which he then opened the message sent to him, which he then begins to read. Numbers message. Hello there Toshinori, have you considered taking my offer this time? My prodigy could use your teachings to help him be the next champion of Japan. What do you say? Reading the message, Toshinori was quick to reply to it. Toshinori's message. I'm sorry, but my answer is still no. Now if you could please stop messaging me, have important matters to tend to. With sending this message, Toshinori put down his phone on his desk where he then lets out a single breath. After doing so he began to get up from his chair and suddenly he heard a ding from his computer, which made him sit back down on his chair as he then put his attention of what that ding was. Looking at his computer he sees that it is a message from a boxing website that he visited quite some time ago. Opening the message, his eyes widened as he found the solution for Izuku's training. Minutes later, Toshinori left his office and began heading back over to the table. Once he arrived, he sat right back down on his seat where Denki soon came out with a freshly made pizza which she places in the center of the table. Denki, bon appetit, hope you enjoy. From that said, Denki walked away, leaving them to enjoy freshly made pizza. While they began eating, Toshinori looked over at Izuku and asked him a question. Toshinori, hey Izuku. Izuku, yeah, Toshinori. Do you have anything planned this Sunday? Izuku, no, not at all. Why do you ask? Toshinori, well, because I was thinking taking you somewhere that could help you improve that speed and stamina of yours. Izuku, really? Where? Toshinori, oh, you'll just have to wait this Sunday to see. Hearing this, Izuku couldn't help but to wonder where Toshinori will be taking him this Sunday. Once Saturday came, Izuku was standing outside of his apartment complex where he was waiting for Toshinori to pick him up and take them somewhere where still does not know. A short while later, Toshinori arrived where he then honked the horn of his truck as he also lowered the window of his door as he then looked over at Izuku. Toshinori, come on kid, we can't be late to where we going. Izuku, right. Saying this, Izuku immediately made his way to the other door of the truck, which he then opened and jumped inside and strapped in his seatbelt. Toshinori, all right kid, let's get going. With that said, Toshinori pressed his foot on the gas of his truck and immediately started moving. But as Toshinori did so, Inko saw Izuku hop into the truck from the 4th floor of the apartment complex, which from seeing her son hop into a truck made her quite suspicious. Meanwhile on the road, Izuku was still curious on where Toshinori is taking him, but I knew if he asked him then he will get the same response of you'll see when we get there. So already knowing Toshinori's response, all Izuku could do is just sit quietly and look out the window to eventually see where they are going. Nearly an hour later on the road, Toshinori parked his truck in front of a building. Toshinori, all right, we're here. Hearing Toshinori say this, Izuku looked out the window and saw a flashing sign that said casino, which Izuku was not expecting to see at all. Izuku, ah, casino. Saying that, Izuku looked over at Toshinori, who reached out on the dashboard free then grabbed a fedora which he then proceeded to put on his head. Toshinori, that's right, but we're not here to gamble. Izuku, then why are we here? As Izuku said this, Toshinori looked over at him and smirked. Toshinori, to watch a boxing match of course. Izuku, wait, there's going to be a boxing match in a casino. Toshinori, that's right, people will gamble on anything, whether it's cards, dice, horses, or even boxing. But like I said, we're not here to gamble, we're just here to watch a match. Now come on, the match is going to start in a few minutes. Izuku, all right. So with all that said, Izuku and Toshinori both opened the doors of the truck as they then got off and closed the doors behind. After doing so, the two of them made their way to the front entrance to the casino, where they immediately opened the doors and stepped inside. With them now inside, play began to make their way through the casino, passing by tables full of people playing and betting. While walking through the casino, Izuku was disgusted by the smell of cigarettes and alcohol in the air. But soon enough, Toshinori and Izuku were now standing in front of a double door which was being blocked off by security guard. Seeing the very large stature of the security guard, Izuku felt a little intimidated by him, but not Toshinori as you walked up to the security guard and handed him a 2,000 yen bill, which the security guard gladly to get these then stepped aside and opened the door for the both of them. With the door now open to them, Toshinori and Izuku walked right through them and began making their way through a narrow corridor. Eventually, after walking through the corridor, they arrived at a quite big arena where there was many people seated and cheering. Toshinori, looks like everything's just about to start. Come on, let's go take our seats. Izuku, yeah, okay. So Izuku and Toshinori begin making their way over to two free seats which was fairly close to the ring. Once seated, they looked over at the ring and saw the referee already standing in the center of the ring with a microphone in hand. Referee, good evening ladies and gentlemen. Hope you've all made your bets. Because the match is starting now. The crowd cheers loudly from the referee saying this. Referee, all right, in the left corner of the ring. Mo Kamiji. As the crowd cheered, a spotlight shined upon the right corner of the ring showing a woman with bright green hair. With Izuku seeing her, he realized that this was a woman's boxing match, which was quite surprising. Izuku, we're watching a woman's boxing match. Toshinori, that's right, but we're here to see one specific boxer. Izuku, who? Before Toshinori could answer Izuku's question, the referee announced Mo's opponent. Referee, and in the left corner of the ring, our undefeated champion, Rumi Usagiyama. With a spotlight shining on the left corner of the ring, Izuku looked over and saw a woman with white hair and tan skin, but the thing he noticed most about her was her amazing muscles. Referee, all right ladies, let's get this match started. From this being said, the referee quickly backed away from the center of the ring as Rumi and Mo began approaching each other with their gloves raised. Immediately once where they were close, Mo went ahead and threw the first punch, but Rumi dodged it with ease. From Toshinori seeing that even spoke to Izuku. Toshinori, make sure you keep your eyes open and focus on Rumi. Izuku, right. After missing the first punch, Mo went ahead and threw even more with incredible. But as Mo did this, Rumi began dodging each and every one of them as if she knew where the punch was going. Eventually Mo stopped throwing punches as she pulled back left on and threw a left hook towards Rumi, who in response hooked back, dodging another one of her punches. With now having some distance away from Mo, Rumi suddenly lowered her arms as she began hopping on the tip of her toes. Seeing Rumi suddenly doing this, Izuku was completely focused only on her. As Rumi continued hopping with on the tips of her toes and her guard completely lowered, Mo saw it as a perfect opening for a knockout, so she is closer and closer until finally she cleansed her right blow and launched a punch straight towards her. With Mo's glove about to make contact with Rumi's face, Rumi suddenly hopped out of the direction of the punch and in Mo's left side, which she was wide open. As Rumi smirked, she then raised her right glove and launched it towards Mo, which she then hits the left side of her jaw, and just from that punch, Mo was sent to the ground with a loud bang and on impact. The crowd looked over at the ring in complete silence until eventually cheers within shouted out. While the crowd was cheering, the referee went over Mo and checked on her and found out that she was completely knocked out cold. Discovering this, the referee made his way over to Rumi, who he then grabbed by her left wrist and raised up her arm as he had then announced her as the winner. Referee, Rumi Usagiyama wins by knockouts. Hearing the referee say this along with hearing the crowd's cheers, Rumi embraced it all. Meanwhile in the stands, Toshinori got up from his seat, which made Izuku look up at him. Toshinori, come on kid, let's go and congratulate the champ for her win. Izuku, wait. Right after the match, Rumi Usagiyama was in her changing room sitting in front of the mirror while counting her winnings with a smile on her face, but while counting her money she then heard a knock at the door. Rumi, finally those caterers show up. The door is open. Saying this, Rumi continues counting her money and is not pay attention while the door to her dressing room opens. But soon enough she pulls out 2 bills, her money to tip the caterers, that she then gets up from her chair and turns to face who she thinks it's the caterers. Rumi, thanks for bringing my food boys, here's your tip. As Rumi looked ahead, she didn't saw that it wasn't the caterers at all, instead it was Izuku and Toshinori. Seeing the two, Rumi quickly pulled her tip away and looked at them with a somewhat angry but confused expression on her face. Rumi, who the hell are you two? Being asked this in Rumi's rude tone, Toshinori goes ahead and grabs the top of his fedora, which he then takes off his head and begins to introduce himself and Izuku. Toshinori, sorry for this sudden disturbance, Miss Usagiyama. I am Toshinori Yagi and the one beside me is Izuku Midoriya. After Toshinori introduced him, Izuku went ahead and bowed his head to Rumi, who then turned her attention to him. Izuku, it's nice to meet you, Miss Usagiyama. Rumi. So you're Izuku Midoriya. Hearing Rumi ask this, Izuku raised his head up and looked over at her. Izuku, yes I am. Have you heard of me? Rumi, of course I have. I saw that fight of yours that you had against Fumikage Tokiyami. Izuku, you did. Izuku says this with a joyful tone, knowing someone with amazing box skills like hers saw his match. Rumi, yeah I did, and there's something that I want to give you. With saying that, Rumi put your money down on the counter next to her mirror as she then begins to approach Izuku, who was denying what Rumi was going to give him. Izuku, you don't have to give me anything. Knowing that you saw my match with me Tokiyami was. Izuku stopped mid-sentence after being punched in the gut by Rumi. After feeling the full force of her punch, Izuku fell to his knees, where he then wrapped his arms around his stomach. Seeing this happen to Izuku, Toshinori quickly kneeled down to check if Izuku okay. Toshinori, kid, you okay? Izuku, why yeah, but that punch, it really hurt. Hearing Izuku say this, Toshinori then looks up at Rumi, who completely looked down at with no respect. Seeing that, Toshinori looked back at her with a very serious expression. Toshinori, why did you do that? Rumi, because during his match with Tokiyami I bet 50 million yen that he'll be knocked out in the first round. And now since then, I'm 50 million yen short. Toshinori, so that's your reason for punching him? Rumi, yeah pretty much, but I wanted to see if I can bring them down myself. Seeing that I'm pretty happy with myself, but I'm surprised that he hasn't puked up his lunch. I knew I should have put more force into that punch of mine. But let's forget about that right now. Now tell me what the hell you two are doing in my dressing room. From being asked this, Toshinori helps Izuku up to his feet. Now being back on their feet, Toshinori looks over at Rumi. Toshinori, I want you to train my student here some of your boxing skills. Hearing Toshinori ask this, Rumi looked at him with a blank expression for one entire minute until eventually laughing hysterically at him. Rumi, ha 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 ha, you have to be kidding me. You want me to train this amateur my boxing? Ha 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 ha. As Izuku heard Rumi's laughing echoing throughout the room, it made him angry as he then stepped up to her, which made her stop laughing as she instead looked at him with a cocky smirk on her face. Izuku, do you think I'm an amateur? Rumi, oh, no kid, I don't think you're an amateur. I know you're an amateur. I bet you can't even let the single second in the ring with me. Izuku begins clenching his fist very tightly from how angry Rumi is making him. But before something could happen between the two, Toshinori soon stepped in and pushed Izuku away, which from him doing this made Izuku's anger dissipate as he done looked over at Toshinori, really serious look on this face. Toshinori, Izuku, wait outside now. Izuku, but. Toshinori, I said now. Hearing the firm strictness of Toshinori's voice, Izuku lowered his head. Izuku, yes coach. With that said, Izuku turned away from them and made his way over to the door, which he then opens and stepped outside, leaving Toshinori and Rumi in the room together to talk as reasonable adults. Rumi, the kid has some real jewels on him to step up to me like that. Did you teach him that? Champ. As Rumi called Toshinori this, he turned and looked over at her with a serious expression, but in her responsiveness she just continued smirking, knowing who she is talking to. Rumi, you may be all skin and bones nowadays, but there's no way I can ever forget that look in your eyes. Toshinori, so you know who I am? Rumi, of course I do. You're the champion that disappeared completely off the face of the planet. But now you're back looking like this and coaching a nobody. What happened to you? Toshinori, I should be asking you the same thing. Rumi Usagiyama, former champion of women's boxing. With Toshinori bringing this up, Rumi's smirk disappeared as she then looked at him with a serious expression. Rumi, former. I still am champion. Toshinori, then why are you in a place like this? Rumi, because all the other challenges are afraid to face me in a real match. That's why I'm here, killing time until there's someone strong enough to face me in the ring again. Now why are you here? Toshinori, like I said, I want you to train my students. Rumi, and what actually makes you think that I'll train that amateur? Toshinori, because you're the only one that could train him to beat Tenya Iida. Rumi, so he's fighting one of the members of the Iida family, huh? Toshinori, that's right, the Iida family is known for their amazing speed and footwork. But you have the same quality they do, that's why I asked you to train him. Hearing Toshinori say this once again, Rumi crosses her arms and looks at him quite seriously. Actually asked him a very important question. Rumi, answer me this question, out of everyone in the world you could coach to become a great boxer, why him? What does he have compared to others? Being asked this very question, Toshinori then smirks at Rumi. Toshinori, well, he has more heart and dedication to any boxer I've ever seen. And I know one day all of Japan will see this who had started with no skill or training become the boxing champion of Japan. Telling Rumi all of this, Toshinori then reaches into his right pocket and pulls out a card. Would you hold in between his fingers in front of Rumi? Toshinori, this card here has the address of the gym that I train him at. I want you to take it and think about this choice. As Rumi glanced down at the card, she didn't snatched it from his fingers and stared at it. I shouldn't answered him. Rumi, I'll think about it. Toshinori, thank you. Hearing Toshinori say this, Rumi glanced over at him and saw him turn his back to her as he began walking over to the door, which he soon reached as he then grabbed hold of the door now. But right when he was about to twist the knob of the door, Rumi had one more question to ask him. Rumi, does he know, I mean to who you are? Toshinori, no, he doesn't, and I'll like to keep it that way. With answering Rumi's question, Toshinori went ahead and twisted the doorknob, opening door where he then stepped out into the corridor where he then shut the door behind from. Now being out in the corridor, he then heard Izuku say his name. Izuku, Toshinori, looking over to his right, Toshinori then sees Izuku approaching. Once he was close, Izuku then asked Toshinori of the outcome. Izuku, so how'd it go, and what did she say? Toshinori, it went well, and she said she'll think about it. Hearing this, Izuku felt that Rumi won't think long and hard about the decision, especially from what he did. Izuku, I see. Saying that, Izuku slightly lowers his head, which Toshinori take notice of. So in Toshinori's response, he raises his right arm and taps Izuku's left arm, which made him raise his head up as he looked over at him. Toshinori, come on kid, let's get out of here. Izuku, right. With all that said, Izuku and Toshinori begin walking side by side through the corridor. The very next day, Izuku was in the gym with Toshinori and Torino. As Izuku was throwing punches at a punching bag, Toshinori held onto it from behind to keep it from swinging around. Yet while holding it from behind, Toshinori couldn't help but to look over at the door, hoping Rumi has made her decision, but while focusing over at the door, Izuku throws a strong jab which hits the bag so hard that it slips out of Toshinori's hands as it then hits the left side of his face, which sends him falling to the ground and landing on his butt. From this happening, Izuku looked past the punching bag and saw Toshinori on the ground, who he then looked at in remorse as he goes over to help him up from the ground. Izuku, I'm so sorry, Toshinori. I should have held back on that punch. Saying this, Izuku helps Toshinori back up to his feet, who then disclaims his apology. Toshinori, nah kid, that was a good jab. Plus I'm the one to blame, I should have been paying attention on holding that bag still for you. Izuku, are you sure you're okay though? Toshinori, yeah, I'm okay kid, after all it's not my first time being knocked down to the ground. Torino, yeah, it really isn't. Hearing Torino say this, Izuku and Toshinori turn their heads over towards him, who was sitting on a bench having a cup of tea. Toshinori, you know you could help. Torino, I am helping. I'm observing what he needs to work on. Toshinori, well, if you're observing then you should know that the kid needs to be working on speed and stamina, not punching the bag before almost an hour. Torino, I already know that, besides there's no way you and I could help him with that since both don't have the speed or stamina as we used to. As Torino said this, Toshinori then lets out a sigh. Toshinori, sigh, I hate when you're right. But still we have to help him no matter what, or else everything he's worked for will be amount to nothing. So are you going to get up and help, or are you just going to sit there and continue observing? With Toshinori saying all of that to Torino, the two then stared at each other with a sour look. Seeing this, Izuku knew that he needed to step forward to prevent them from arguing any further, but before he could do that, the three of them then hear a small ring, which then made the three look over at the front door to see no other than Rumi herself, who looked around the gym with a bit of disgust. Rumi, Hugh, this place is a mess. Am I even at the actual place? As Rumi said this, she then reached into the pocket of her jacket and pulled out the card she received from Toshinori to make sure she was in the right place. But while looking at the card, she then heard a familiar voice call out her name. Toshinori, Rumi. From hearing her name, she's then looked over to the left where she saw Toshinori and Izuku. Seeing them, she put the card back into her pocket. Rumi, I guess I am in the right place. With that said, Rumi made her way over to them. Once she was in front of the two, she didn't look at them with a blank expression. Toshinori, I'm glad you made this decision. Rumi, yeah, whatever. So this is the gym you have him training at. It's a dump. Torino, it may be a dump, but it's my dump. Hearing that, Rumi looked past Toshinori and Izuku, where she then saw Torino sitting on the bench sipping his tea. Seeing the old man, she decided to ignore him, and she then brought her focus back over to Toshinori and Izuku. Rumi, well, anyways, now that I'm here, how about we get to training? Toshinori, great, where do we get started? Rumi, well, for starters. Saying that, Rumi then points her left finger straight at Toshinori's face, making them pull his head, sliding back as he stared at the tip of her finger. Rumi, you go sit down with the other old geezer. While As Rumi lowered her hand, she then got face to face with Izuku, Push even smirked at. Rumi, get in the ring with this amateur. With Rumi calling Izuku an amateur again, he looked at her with a bit of anger while she looked at him with a smirk on her face. Minutes later, Izuku and Rumi were both standing in different corners of the ring. Rumi, all right amateur, if you want me to train you, then I'm going to have to test you. Rumi says this as she was tightening her boxing gloves. Izuku, test me. Rumi, that's right, to see how much training you need I need to see your boxing firsthand. Sounds simple enough for you. Izuku, yes it does, but what if I hit you? Rumi, don't worry about it, I've been hit thousands of times and I'm sure an amateur like you won't even land a hit on me. So don't hold anything back. Hearing Rumi say this, Izuku raised up his gloves and looked over at Rumi with a serious stare. Izuku, right. Seeing that serious look in his eyes, Rumi couldn't help but to smile as she too raised up her gloves. Rumi, now let's see if you're an amateur or not. With that said, Torino hits the bell, starting their match. Immediately Izuku rushes straight towards Rumi. Once he got close to her, he immediately began throwing right jabs, which Rumi dodged by moving her head out of the way, each jab flying torture. Seeing her dodge the jabs so easily, Izuku stopped storing jabs as he then throws a left hook straight towards her, but just like the jabs, cheap dodges that, she ducks her head, making the left hook fly right past her head. From Rumi dodging that left hook, Run clutches her right glove as she sends a uppercut towards Izuku. As Izuku saw the uppercut coming straight towards his chin, he knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it, so he decided to block it. He quickly put his right glove under his chin, which I'm doing so made Rumi hit his glove instead of his chin, which pushed him back. Seeing that he blocked her uppercut with his right glove, Rumi couldn't help but to be happy from seeing him do that. Rumi, blocking instead of dodging, smart choice. Now let's continue. Immediately Rumi was the one to rush straight at Izuku this time. Once Rumi got close, she began throwing punches left and right towards Izuku, who immediately raised up his gloves and blocked each punch. Yet while blocking, Izuku could feel the full force from behind her each of her punches. Rumi, what's the matter amateur? Can't keep up. As Izuku continued feeling Rumi's powerful punches to his arms, he knew he needed to attack or she'll break through his arms and landed clear strike to his face. So while continuing to block, Rumi stopped throwing punches as she then cleansed her right glove again and pulled it back for another uppercut. Seeing this, it gave Izuku the chance he needed. So as Rumi launched her uppercut straight towards Izuku, who then lowered his arms as he then threw a left hook straight towards her, which Rumi took notice of but was not worried about it at all. Rumi's mind. A right hook, huh? Won't matter, it won't even touch me before uppercut lands on him. Being fully confident, Rumi launches her uppercut with full force. But right at that moment Rumi then saw Izuku pull back his left hook, which she soon discovered was a fake out. Discovering this, Rumi quickly glanced over to her right where she saw a right hook inches away from her. Thing has completely surprised her. Rumi's mind, shit, got to dodge it, and at the same time, Izuku and Rumi's hits lands on each other but does not make a direct hit. Instead, in a mere second they both turn their head, only making each other's gloves scrape against their cheeks. From this, Rumi quickly jumps back. Having a short distance away from Izuku, Rumi glances down to her right cheek where she also feels the small stinging pain of her now scraped cheek, which was completely visible across her cheek. Rumi, you got me. Saying this, Rumi looks back over at Izuku, who too has a similar scrape but on his left cheek, which was also an upward scrape. Seeing that they've exchanged somewhat of a hit on to one another, Rumi couldn't help but to laugh a bit. After doing that, she then began hopping on her tippy toes, which Izuku immediately recognized from that first match he saw of hers. Seeing her do this, Izuku knew how dangerous this technique of hers was, so he raises his gloves up close to his face and slowly makes his way over to her while being very cautious. Once he was armed like away from her, he stopped moving close as he then clenched and tightened his right glove. Taking a deep breath, he then launched a right jab straight towards her. And as Izuku's glove was mere inches from her face, Rumi moved to his left in a blink of an eye. With Rumi doing, Izuku noticed her off the corner of his left eye, where she then launched her own right jab towards the left side of his face. Seeing her glove getting close, Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to dodge or block her punch, so he closed his eyes shut and braced himself for her punch. As Izuku braced himself for a strong punch to the side of his face, instead feels a little tap on his cheek. From feeling that, he opens his eyes and looks over at Rumi, who has her glove near inches away from his cheek while also smiling at him. Rumi, I guess you're not so much of an amateur as I thought you were. Izuku, thank you. With that said, Rumi lowered her arm, which allowed Izuku to turn and face her. Rumi, now that I've seen your boxing firsthand, you're definitely going to need a lot of work. But I won't be able to get you around my level, instead I'll get you halfway there. With that you'll definitely have the skills to beat Tenya Iida. Izuku, then if that's the case I look forward on you training me. Rumi, haha, don't thank me yet, because starting today you're mine now. Hearing these three words, Izuku couldn't help but to feel worried of the type of training Rumi had prepared for him. With Izuku under the training of Rumi, there was no time of rest or relaxation. Rumi had put Izuku through the most toughest and brutal training he has ever received. Izuku's training began around the crack of dawn, where he will then do a 10K run through a large park and all the way to the gym with Rumi, who prevented him from stopping or slowing down. After that tiring run and arriving at the gym, Rumi had Izuku immediately skipping rope even though his legs are quite tired from the run. Next, Izuku will get into the ring with Rumi, who he had to dodge her fast punches without any of them hitting him. But with her amazing speed, her punches did hit Izuku head on, which he felt the full force behind her punches each time they landed on him. Yet he still kept on going no matter how painful her punches were. Izuku was determined to dodge each and every one of her punches. After nearly an hour of dodging punches, Izuku and Rumi moved on to the next step of training, which this time had him throwing punches at her. Yet that was easier said than done, as Rumi's speed was not only in her punches but also her feet, which helped her dodge each and every one of Izuku's punches. They did this for the remaining of the hour until eventually stopping to move on to the fifth part of training, which Rumi began teaching Izuku, her hopping technique, but trying to learn this technique was far more difficult than Izuku imagined, as he was not as nimble compared to Rumi, yet he still wanted to learn her technique just in case. 30 minutes later, after trying to learn her technique, Izuku moved on to push-ups, which sounded like the easy part of training but was not, as Rumi took it a step further by sitting on his back with her legs crossed, and if that wasn't enough, Rumi went ahead and threw in some insults to encourage Izuku. After a good amount of push-ups and receiving some insults, Izuku moved on to the punching bag with Rumi, who held on to it from behind while telling him to hit the bag even harder. Eventually, after going through hours of training, it finally came to an end in the evening. So as Izuku and Rumi walked out of the gym together, they began talking of how he can improve himself in his dream. Rumi, I got to hand it to you, Izuku. You're getting the hang of all this stuff training I'm putting you through. Izuku, thank you. I do my best to try to keep up with you after all. Rumi, that's good to hear, and if you keep this up I'm sure you'll win your match against Tenya Iida. From Rumi saying this, they reached the curve of the sidewalk where there was a purple motorcycle which Rumi goes ahead and gets onto. Rumi, all right, same time tomorrow, K. Izuku, yes ma'am. Rumi, good, then I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku, you will, thank you again for today's training. Rumi, don't thank me yet, don't thank me yet. When you beat Tenya Iida, that's when you can thank me. Now get home and get some rest, you're going to need it for tomorrow. Izuku, right. Saying that, Rumi then revved up her motorcycle where she soon drove off, leaving Izuku standing by the curb as he watched her go. Once she was out of sight, Izuku allowed his body to completely slouch over out of exhaustion. From doing this, Izuku looked down at his legs and saw them shaking uncontrollably. Izuku, my legs, they hurt so much along with my body too. As Izuku was hurting from his training, he then heard a familiar voice. Toshinori, tough training session. Hearing Toshinori's voice, Izuku slightly raised his body up as he looked over to his left to see Toshinori. Izuku, Toshinori, it's you. Where have you been? Toshinori, well, I've been working at my pizza restaurant, of course. I may be your coach, but I also have a company to run. Izuku, right, so that's your reason for not being around the gym for these few days. Toshinori, well, that and I didn't want to get in Rumi's way of training you. But since been a few days I've decided to see how you were doing with your training. And by the looks of you I can tell she's on the number on you, hasn't she? Izuku, haha, yeah she has. But her training is really helping me. Toshinori, well that's good. Seeing that you're done with training, I'll take you home. Izuku, you will. Izuku says this with a smile on his face, since he knew he doesn't have the strength to get to the train station. Toshinori, yeah, is the least I can do as your coach. Izuku, thank you, just let me go get my stuff. Toshinori, all right then, I'll be in the truck waiting for you. So without wasting any time, Izuku went back into the gym where he grabbed his stuff. But as he did so he then heard his phone let out a ding sound. Hearing this, Izuku reached into his bag where he then pulled out his phone and saw that it was a message from Uraraka. Seeing a message from her, Izuku goes ahead and taps onto it, which opens the message allowing him to read it. Uraraka's message, hey this Izuku, it's been a long time since we talked. How about we meet up? I know a perfect place. If you want to come. Reading Uraraka's message, Izuku immediately replied back to her. Izuku's message, sure thing. Uraraka, great, I'll send you the address. After receiving the address of where to go, Izuku changes his phone off as either proceeds to put it into his pocket as he then picks up his bag. We proceeds to walk out of the gym and head over to Toshinori's truck. Once Izuku got into the truck, he then asked Toshinori to take him where Uraraka wants to meet, which he obliged to do for him. A few hours later, Izuku arrived in front of a small restaurant. After seeing this, Izuku looked back at Toshinori, who then thanked bringing him here. From Izuku doing this, Toshinori then drove off, which Izuku then turned back towards the small restaurant which he then proceeded to head into. Once he stepped into the small restaurant, Izuku noticed that it was quite empty, but not so as he then heard Uraraka call out to him. Uraraka, hey, Izuku. From hearing his name being called, Izuku looked at the far end of the counter of the restaurants where he sees Uraraka waving over at him to grab his attention. Seeing her, he couldn't help but the smile as he then proceeded to walk over to the far end of the counter. As soon as he reached the far end of the counter, Uraraka that Izuku looked quite exhausted. Uraraka, whoa, you okay Izuku? Izuku, yeah I'm fine, I've just been training, that's all. Saying this, Izuku takes a seat on the stool next to Uraraka, who continues looking over at Uraraka, right, that makes sense, you have a match coming up this upcoming month. Izuku, yeah I do, how do you know about it? Izuku said that as he looks over at Uraraka. Uraraka, well I've been snooping around the boxing community and overheard about your match. But when I looked into it, a lot of people were talking more about this Tenya Iida guy. Izuku. Of course they are. Tenya Iida comes from a long line of boxers. Compared to him I'm nothing but another challenger, so it makes sense for everyone to be talking about him. Uraraka. So do you think you can beat him? Izuku. The only way to find out is when I get into the ring with him. And if I do manage to beat him, then I'll show them. Then I'll show them all that I'm someone who's planning to become boxing champion of Japan. Hearing how confident Izuku sounds, Uraraka smiles at him as she admires this side of him. Uraraka. Well, that's great to hear. And I'll be there cheering you on and taking that winning photo of you. Izuku. Ha, thanks, Uraraka. You're welcome. By the way, you hungry? Izuku. Yeah, I am. Uraraka. Good, because this time I'll be treating you. Seeing Uraraka smile as she said this, Izuku smiled at her. Once the next month came, Izuku has finished his training with Rumi and was ready to finally face Tenya Iida in the ring. So on a Saturday night, a boxing arena was full to the brim with people who were eager to see this very fight as they cheered Tenya Iida. But amongst the cheering crowd was Uraraka, who had a good seat close enough to the ring where she will be able to capture perfect shot of Izuku with her camera. Yet while sitting there, Uraraka couldn't help but to be a little annoyed. Let no one but her will be rooting for Izuku. Uraraka. I know all these people came here to see Tenya Iida, but at least some people could have the courtesy of cheating for Izuku too. While looking at the cheering crowd, Uraraka suddenly felt a tap on her right shoulder. Feeling this tap, she quickly turned her head over to her right where she saw Rumi. Rumi. Hey, is this seat next to you taken? Uraraka. And no, it isn't. You can take it. Rumi. Great. Thanks a lot. Uraraka. You're welcome. So as Rumi sat down, Uraraka couldn't help but to look at her and noticed her muscular arms, which she has never seen on a woman before. Rumi. You know you can snap a picture of me with that camera of yours and I'll last longer. Hearing Rumi say this, Uraraka quickly noticed her glance her eyes over at her where she then smirked. Seeing her do this, Uraraka was embarrassed that she looked away. Uraraka. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare. Rumi. Haha. It's all right, girly. I don't mind getting people's attention at all. With Rumi saying that, Uraraka then looked back over at her. Rumi. But I'm not here to get any attention today. Instead, I'm here to see my little protege at work. Uraraka. Your protege? Rumi. That's right. And I know he's going to win. As Uraraka looked at Rumi while she said, she couldn't help but the one day if she was talking about Izuku. Uraraka. Excuse me, but by protege do you mean Izuku Midoriya? Rumi. Yeah, that's right. Why, you his girlfriend or something? Being asked this, Uraraka's face blushes up as you put both her hands in front of her and waves side to side to deny this claim. Uraraka. No. I'm just a reporter who has been writing about him, that all. As Uraraka said that, Rumi turned her head and looked over at her to see if she was telling the truth. And by looking at her, she could tell that she was a reporter. Rumi. A reporter, huh? Well, what are your thoughts on my little protege? Uraraka. Well, my thoughts about Izuku are all pure and full of determination. When I see him fight in that ring and push himself to win, I can feel his determination, which makes me determined to let everyone know who he is. Izuku is the underdog that everyone needs to know about. With Rumi hearing Uraraka say all of this, she then smirked at her. Rumi. Ha. By hearing you say all this, it makes me think you actually have a huge crush on him. Again Uraraka's face blushes up, actually then begins to deny this claim. Uraraka. And no, I don't. Seeing the way Uraraka is acting this way again, Rumi couldn't help but to laugh. Rumi. Ha 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 ha. I'm just messing with you, girly. Uraraka. Well, if that's the case, could you please stop? Rumi. Yeah, sure thing. But I'm going to tell you something really important, can you better listen, got it? Hearing the serious tone in Rumi's voice, Uraraka couldn't help but to be a bit intimidated by her. Uraraka. Why, yes ma'am. Rumi. Good. Now listen here. Make sure your eyes and that camera of yours stays focused on Izuku at all times, no matter what. Uraraka. You understood. Eventually, after saying this, all the lights of the arena suddenly went off, which then made Uraraka and Rumi quickly look over at the ring. As the crowd looked out at the ring, they then saw a spotlight shine upon the left side of the arena, where it then showed Izuku walking straight to the ring while Toshinori and Torino followed behind. Eventually, once you reached the ring, he got inside and stood in the right corner. Yet as he stood there, another spotlight shined upon the left side of the arena, where it then showed Tenya Iida approaching the ring with his head held high, following him from behind were 3 other people. Amongst the 3 there was one who stood out. At this person used the king to help him walk. As soon enough, once Tenya Iida reached the ring, he soon got inside and stood in the left corner, where he hears the crowd of the arena cheering for him. As Izuku and Tenya were standing in their corners, the announcer got into the ring to give them their introductions. Hazashi. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have an amazing matchup. In the left corner, well known by his family's reputation, Tenyaaa Ada. With Tanya's name being announced, he raises his left glove up into the air, which makes the audience cheer out even more for him. Hazashi. And on the right corner, Izuku Midoriya. From Izuku's name being announced, he gets minimal cheers compared to Tenya, but this did not bother him one bit, as he was focused on the match he's going to be in. Hazashi. Challengers. Meet in the center of the ring. Hearing this, Izuku and Tenya both made their way over to the center of the ring, where they soon looked at one another face to face. Hazashi. All right, you two. I know that you two know the rules by now, but the most important rule is to put on an amazing show tonight for these people. With that being said, the crowd cheered loudly while Tenya put out his gloves in front of Izuku, then put out his gloves as well, as they then tap one another's gloves together. After that was done, the two walked back to their corners to ready themselves. Once Tenya was in his corner, he then removed his glasses and hands them to his older brother Tensai, who was the one with the holding his cane. Tensai. You ready to do this, little brother? Tenya. Yes, I am, brother, and I'll make our family name proud. Tensai. Then go out and do that. I'll keep your glasses safe. Tenya. Thank you, brother, but I'll be getting those glasses back in a few minutes. With that said, Tenya turned and raised his gloves, as you then looked over at Izuku, who too had his gloves raised as well while looking over at him. With the two having an intense stare, it didn't take too long to hear the sound of the bell go off, which starts the first round. And immediately from hearing the bell, Tenya dashed towards Izuku before he could step away from his corner. Once Tenya got close, he already had Izuku in the corner, which all he could do was raise his arms up and blocked as Tenya went ahead and began throwing fast but heavy punches left and right towards his blocked arms. As Izuku felt the blow of each punch that connected towards his arms, he knew if he lowered them and attempted to throw a punch, and he will be immediately knocked out by Tenya's punches. So while continuing blocking his punches, Tenya lowered his right arm and pulled it back as he gripped onto his glove tightly, as he then launched an uppercut towards Izuku's arms, which connects and breaks his block, making him wide open for a clear punch. Izuku's mind. Crap, he broke through. Being wide open, Izuku saw Tenya throw it right jab towards him. But while seeing the glove fly right towards his face while also looking at Tenya, Izuku suddenly imagined Rumi in his place and the one throwing that punch. With seeing this, the intense training he received kicked in immediately. So Tenya's glove was only mere inches away. Izuku miraculously dove down any quick speed that Tenya shocked as he saw his glove not connect to anything. From this, Tenya glances down and see Izuku, who is lowered, as he then launches a liver blow towards his left, which from feeling made him feel complete agony. So in the very first time he backs away and places his right glove over his liver, which is still aching from pain, as he looks over at Izuku, who then raised himself up along with his arms as he stares at him with a serious look in his eyes. Tenya's mind. I estimated him. That's how he got a good shot on me, and he's quite quick as well. It's quite amazing to think about it, only few are able to dodge my quick punches. But let's see if he can dodge them all. From Tenya being backed away, Izuku took this chance to get out of his corner and Lee began approaching him. As Izuku got closer, Tenya removed his hand from over his liver as he then raised it up to defend himself. Immediately once Izuku got close, he began throwing quick jabs, but with throwing these jabs, Tenya was easily dodging them with his amazing speed, but yet Izuku kept throwing jabs hoping one of them will connect. Yet while dodging, Tenya ducked down dodging one of Izuku's jab, as he then dove in and launched another upper towards Izuku, which this time connect and hits the left side of his jaw, which causes to bend back, making everyone think that he's going to fall, but he soon prevents that as he slides his left leg behind him and gives him the balance to lift himself up. But right after lifting himself up there was a glove inches away from his face. Right before he could get hit with the glove, the bell soon rings, saving him just in time as Tenya stopped his glove as it was just touching the very tip of Izuku's nose. As Tenya Iida lowered his glove, he looked at Izuku and saw nothing but shock on his face. Seeing this was enough for him to give him the encouragement he needed. So Tenya turned his back to Izuku, as he then walked away and went back to his corner. From seeing him walk away, Izuku also went back to his corner where he then sat down on a stool that Toshinori put down for him. With being seated, Toshinori began examining for any injuries. Toshinori, how you feeling kid? Izuku, and no, Jay just a bit shaken up, that's all. Toshinori, well don't be shaken up, that gives him the courage to knock you out. Izuku, oh okay, but he's fast. I think he might be even faster than Rumi. Toshinori, well don't let her hear that from you or else you'll feel another one of her gut punches. And don't worry, you're fast too, you were able to dodge his punch so I'm certain you'll be able to do it again. So once you get back in there, focus on him and focus on your movement, got it? Deku, yes coach. With that being said, the bell second round began. As both Izuku and Tenya got up from their stools, Tenya once again dashed towards Izuku to get him in the corner again, but with Izuku expecting this from him, he quickly got out of his corner and went straight towards Tenya where they met in the near the center of the ring. Being close to one another, Izuku was the first to throw a punch, with it being a right hook which Tenya blocked instead of dodged as he raised his left arm to cover half of his face. But while blocking, Tenya saw Izuku pulling back his right, which meant one thing. Tenya's mine, a fake out. Realizing this, it was already too late as Tenya received a punch on the right side of his face by Izuku's left hook. From that left hook it broke Tenya's guard, giving Izuku the chance to throw as many punches as he needs before he could put his guard back up. Closing the distance between them, Izuku immediately began throwing his quick but hard punches at Tenya, who began to feel the full force as he kept being pelted with punches to his face, stomach, ribs, and kidneys, which were all taking huge effects on him as he was pushing him back until eventually his back was against the ropes. Seeing a perfect chance for a knock, Izuku pulled back his right arm and clenched his glove, and with doing this he launched an uppercut towards Tenya's chin to knock him out. As Izuku's glove was about to make contact with Tenya's chin, he suddenly moved out of the direction of the uppercut by leaning his body towards his right, which only makes Izuku's glove scrape the left side of his cheek. From dodging the uppercut, Tenya quickly responded back to Izuku with a right hook towards the left side of his face, which made him stumble back, giving Tenya get off the ropes as he approached Izuku, who was still trying to recover from that right hook. But before Izuku could fully recover from that right hook, he then receives another and another and another. As Izuku was being pelted with left hooks, Toshinori yelled out to him. Toshinori, put your arms up kid. Protect yourself. Managing to hear this, Izuku manages to put his arms up to block any more left hooks. But as soon as he put his arms up, Tenya launched a fast but strong jab straight towards the center of Izuku's chest, where he then feels all the air in his lungs get blown out of his mouth as he then falls to his hands and knees onto the ground of the ring where he was struggling to breathe. From being knocked down, the referee quickly comes in and gets in between Tenya and Izuku, who he then demands Tenya to go back to his corner. With doing this, he merely began counting at Izuku, who was still struggling to breathe. But as he was on his hands and knees, he began getting his breath back very slowly and giving him the strength to lift himself up until finally getting back on his feet and stopping the referee right when he was on 6. With Izuku back on his feet, he was ready to continue the round, but before you could, the bell to the round soon rang, ending the second round, which was actually a relief for Izuku, and he still needed to gather more breath before he could get back into the match. So he goes back over to his corner and sits down on the stool where he is then being examined by Toshinori and giving water by Torino. While this is happening, Rumi got up from her seat and yelled over to the ring. Rumi, come you damn idiots, I didn't train you to fall down. I trained you to fight. Now get back out there and win so I can win my bet. For 10 million yen. With Uraraka hearing what Rumi said, she was quite shocked that she then looked over at her. Uraraka. Wait, you're betting on this? Rumi looks over at Uraraka to respond back to her question. Rumi, Of course I am. And he better win or else I'm going to kick his butt. From Rumi said this, Uraraka felt a little bit more intimidated by her. Meanwhile back in the ring, Izuku was getting his breath back until finally he was finally being able to breathe again. The bell starting the third round soon rang, which had Izuku and Tenya get up from their stools as they then looked at one another. Doing so, Tenya did not rush at him a third time. Instead he slowly began making his way over towards Izuku, who too began making his way towards him as well. It didn't take too long for the two to meet in the center of the ring, where they stared at each other with an intense look in their eyes. While looking at one another they begin wondering who will be throwing the first punch in this round. As they intensely looked at one another, they eventually got tired of it as they went ahead and threw a right jab straight towards one another at the same time, where they then hit the other's left arm, which they used to block. Immediately after throwing a punch at the same time, they began trading quick punches with one another, which either hit them or managed to block. The exchange of punches carried on throughout the rest of the third round, where soon came to an end as they both heard the bell ring, as they both stopped exchanging blows and lowered their gloves as they looked at one another for an entire minute, until eventually turning away from one another and heading back to their corners. As Tenya was sitting in his stool in his corner, his older brother began to examine his injuries. "Tensai, you really are taking a lot of blows out there, little brother." Tenya, panting, I'm fine. I can still keep on going." "Tensai, but it looks of you I don't think you can't. You're clearly running out of steam and you're overexerting yourself. Which makes me think that you won't be able to go through full fourth round." Tenya, panting, then I guess I'll have to knock him out before the rounds can continue any longer." As Tensai looked at his tired but determined little brother, he then placed his hand on his shoulder. "Tensai, listen Tenya, you don't have to do this for me or for our family's reputation." Tenya, panting, "No, I must do this. I'm the only one who can after all, especially after what happened to you. A year ago, as Tensai was already climbing the ranks of becoming one of the greatest boxers in his family, something terrible happened to me. One night he was in a terrible car crash where in the accident the bones in his right legs were completely shattered, permanently ending his boxing career right there and now. So at the hospital Tensai was being treated at, Tenya was outside of his hospital room where he looking out the window with clenched fist. For while looking out the window he then felt a familiar and gentle hand rest on his left shoulder. Looking over to his left, Tenya sees his mother. Tenya, "Mother, Tensai won't be able to box anymore, will he?" "Mother, that is correct." Hearing this, Tenya looked out the window again as even takes in a deep breath. Tenya, "Then if that is the case, I'll be the one to represent the Iida family name in the ring." Present. From remembering this a year ago, Tenya looked at his older brother with a serious look in his eyes. Tenya, "Brother, I must be the one to do this. Not because of the reputation of our name, but because I want to do this. I want to become the champion of Japan." Hearing nothing but determination coming out of his mouth, Tensai smiled at his little brother. Tensai, "Then go Tenya, become champion. Not for our family but for yourself." Tenya, "Right, how do just that's brother." So with that being said, Tenya got up from his stool, which made his brother quickly leave the ring as the bell rang starting the fourth round. So Tenya raised his gloves up and began approaching Izuku, who too to begin approaching him as well. Eventually they met in the center of the ring again. As they both stared at one another with an intense look in their eyes, Tenya suddenly saw Izuku begin hopping on his toes, which rather confused him on why he was doing this. But as Rumi saw him doing this from her seat, she couldn't help but to smirk as she tapped Uraraka's right shoulder. "Rumi, here it comes girly, make sure you get a perfect shot." Hearing this, Uraraka was completely locked on Izuku with her camera lens pointed at him. As Izuku continued hopping on his toes, Tenya began slowly approaching him with caution. "Tenya, I don't know what that technique is, for what I do know, is that he is not faster than me." So once Tenya with an arm length with Izuku, he immediately clenched his right glove as he pulled it back and loves it towards his face. As Tenya's glove was about to make contact with Izuku's face, Izuku suddenly hopped to Tenya's left side with an amazing speed that Tenya was completely in shock as he punched an after image of Izuku. From punching the afternoon, Tenya soon saw Izuku off the corner of his left eye and saw his glove flying right towards him. Seeing Izuku's glove flying right at him, Tenya knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it, especially on how fast it was coming. So he closed his eyes and praised himself for impact, and to finally felt the full impact of Izuku's glove on the left side of his face, which sent him falling to the ground, where Izuku then hears a loud thump from the impact of Tenya hitting the ground of the ring. Immediately after sending Tenya to the ground, the referee soon got in front of Izuku and had him head back to his corner. As he did so, the referee went ahead and began counting to 10. Yet while counting, Tenya was miraculously still conscious as he began to struggle to lift himself up to continue fighting. But yet while trying to lift himself up, he somehow couldn't, as he felt his own body weighing him down. Soon enough, through all the struggle trying to pick himself up, the referee soon reached 10, ending the match, making Izuku the winner, which was announced by Hisashi, who climbed back into the ring as he then grabbed hold of Izuku's wrist and pulled him over to the center of the ring. Hisashi: ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Izuku Midoriya is tonight's winner. From this being announced out loud, Hisashi raised Izuku's left arm, which from this happening made all of the crowd of the arena cheer for him. Hearing their cheers, Izuku smiled. But while he was standing in the ring, reporters immediately began rushing into the ring to interview Izuku for his win. With Uraraka seeing all of the other reporters crowding Izuku, she knew she needed to be the one to get that interview. So she quickly got it from her seat and began to figure a way over to the ring. Uraraka: I have to get to the ring so I could get a statement and interview with Izuku. From Rumi. Overhearing Uraraka saying this, she smirked over at her. Rumi: well, if that's what you want, I guess I'll help you out. Before Uraraka could respond back to what Rumi just said, Rumi suddenly grabs hold of Uraraka and throws her over her shoulder, where she then began running straight to the ring with Uraraka over her shoulder, where she was screaming out. Eventually reaching the ring, Rumi hopped over the ropes and began pushing reporters aside until finally making it over to Izuku, who is actually surprised to see Rumi, who he notices is carrying Uraraka over her shoulder. Rumi: congrats on your win, kid. Izuku: thank you. Rumi: you're welcome. Well, now that I've said what I wanted to say, this girlie here has some questions for you. As Rumi said this, she then placed Uraraka down in front of Izuku. With Uraraka now facing Izuku, she couldn't help but to be a little embarrassed from her entrance by Rumi. But she shakes off that embarrassment as she asked Izuku a very important question. Uraraka: so Izuku Midoriya, what do you have to say for your win tonight? I bet all people Japan I just wondering what you got to say. Being asked this very question, Izuku knew how to answer it. So with the look of determination he smiled as he answered the question. Izuku: I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. As these words were said, they were also televised to people who were watching. Gym. In a gym, Kirishima stopped hitting a punching bag which was being held by Teichiro. As they both looked up at the TV hanging on the ceiling and heard what Izuku just said, they both couldn't help but to smile. Kirishima: looks like there's someone else out there determined to be a champ. Teichiro: yeah, there is, which means you need to catch up. Now come on, let's get back to training. Kirishima: yes, coach. Restaurant. At a restaurant, sitting at a table where Tokiyami and Keigo, who were looking at the TV on the counter and just heard what Izuku said. Tokiyami: he really is putting himself out there. Keigo: well, that's good for him. Now come on, let's hurry up and finish eating before it gets cold. Tokiyami: yes, sir. Mansion. Inside of a mansion in a dark living room which was only written up by a large TV which has just shown what Izuku has said, the son of the previous champion leaned forward on the couch as he stared at Izuku. Shoto. Izuku Midoriya. Gym office. With everyone else hearing what Izuku just said on live television, Bakugo, who was sitting on a chair in the office of the gym, knew what he said was clearly a message to him. Bakugo: so you really want to do this, huh, Deku? Fine, I'll meet you the ring then. Saying this, he got it from his chair and began to leave the office, to get started on some training. The very next day, Izuku was at his college in his class where he was writing down notes. But while doing this, he began hearing some of his classmates whispering, which grabbed his attention as he looked over at them. Yet as he looked over at his classmates, they will quickly turn away from noticing him looking over at them. Seeing his classmates act this way, Izuku found it very strange but decided to ignore it as you went ahead and continued writing down his notes. Eventually, once the class came to an end, Izuku began packing up his things to head to his other class, but while doing so he then noticed a shadow looming over him. Seeing this, Izuku turned around and saw that it was his professor. Izuku: "Oh, Professor, is there something I can help you with?" Professor: "No, not exactly, I just wish to have a word in private, that's all." Izuku: All right then." So once all of other students were out of the class, Izuku was alone with his professor, where they both stood by his desk. While standing there, Izuku was a little worried what his professor was going to tell him, thinking that lecture him for skipping some classes and even sleeping through some of them. Izuku: "So what is it that you wanted to talk to me about, Professor?" Asking this, the professor stood tall as he looked over at Izuku. Professor: "Well, actually I need you to do something for me." Izuku: "And that is?" The professor reaches into his jacket and pulls out a pen and pad which he then holds in front of Izuku. Professor: "Well, I need you to write your signature onto here." Izuku: Okay then." With Izuku grabbing hold of the pen and pad, he wrote down his signature, which he found quite odd. Once you finished putting his signature, he then handed the pen and pad back over to his professor. Izuku: "Well, here you go." Being handed the pen and pad, the professor gladly took it back and proceeded to put it back into his jacket, where he then looked at Izuku with a smile. Professor: "Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. You can go now, and continue with your hard work." Izuku: "I will, sir. I'll see you tomorrow." With that being said, Izuku left the class. Throughout the day, Izuku took notice of people in his classes and on campus looking at him and whispering, which made him a bit uneasy as he did not know what was going on. Some time later, Izuku was taking a break from classes as he was sitting outside at a table where he was having a snack and going through his notes, there by himself doing his own thing. He felt his uneasiness fade away. But while enjoying his alone time, he then took notice of two shadows that covered his notes, thing that he raises his head up and sees that it's two girls that he has never met before. Izuku: Hi, can I help you with something? Girl 1: A matter of fact you can." From the girl saying this, the both of them then grabbed their own chairs and placed them on each side of Izuku, where they sat down and got very close to him, which began to make him feel very uneasy again. Being in the center of these two girls, Izuku really did not know what to do. Izuku: Excuse me. What are you two doing?" Instead of answering Izuku's simple question, the two girls scooch in a bit closer, where they then pressed their chest against his arms, where his face turned red while also feeling very uncomfortable. Girl 1: Look at him, he's blushing. Girl 2: Haha, so cute. As the two girls kept pressing against Izuku, which was making him uncomfortable, event stopped as they then heard something slam onto the table, which made Izuku and the two girls look up to see Uraraka, who intensely looks at the two girls. Uraraka: "Sorry to be interrupting here, but I would like to speak to Izuku Midoriya alone, please." From the intense look in Uraraka's eyes, the two girls were intimidated. Have they been got up from the chairs and quickly left, which let Izuku let out a breath of relief. Izuku: "Thanks for the help, Uraraka." Hearing Izuku say this, the intense look in Uraraka's eyes disappeared as she then smiled at him. Uraraka: "Don't mention it, besides it looks like you needed my help." Saying that, Uraraka grabs one of the chairs besides Izuku, and pulls it over to herself, where she then sits across from Izuku, as she then grabs what she dropped onto the table. As she did this, Izuku immediately began talking to her. Izuku: "Oh, by the way, how do you know what college I attended?" Uraraka: "Well, I just searched up your name online and found that you came here. Which is pretty funny actually." Izuku: "What do you mean by that?" Uraraka: "Well, this is actually the college I'm saving up to attend." Izuku: "Wow, really?" Uraraka: "Yep, and if I keep doing what I'm doing, then I'll most likely attend here next year." Izuku: "That's great to hear." Uraraka: "Yeah, I guess it is, but enough about me. How have you been after yesterday's match?" Izuku: "Well, still recovering from some minor bruises here and there, but other than that I've been doing pretty good so far." Uraraka: "That's great to hear. Well, by the way, I have things been around here lately for you?" Izuku: "Well, a bit strange actually. I noticed quite a lot of people staring at me and even see people whispering as I walk past them. Heck, what was even more weird today was when my professor had me sign my signature on a pad. Hearing Izuku explain all of this, Uraraka couldn't help but to let out a laugh. Uraraka, haha, you don't know yet, do you? Izuku. Know what? Uraraka. Well, you're famous now. From Uraraka saying that, she then handed him a folded newspaper, which was the thing she dropped onto the table earlier. As Izuku took the newspaper and opened it up, he saw that he was on the front cover, where it showed him hitting Tenya with the punch that knocked him down. Seeing this picture of him, Izuku was completely dumbfounded. Izuku, I can't believe it, I'm on the front cover again. Uraraka, yeah, you sure are, and it's all thanks to me. I took that picture of you, and I also wrote that article under it. With Uraraka mentioning an article, Izuku under the photo of him and begin reading the article. Article: Izuku Midoriya, an up-and-coming boxer who is thriving to become the champion of Japan, and has declared that he is here. Mighty words for a true underdog. From reading all of this, Izuku was completely impressed as even looked over at Uraraka. Izuku, wow, you really wrote all of this about me. Uraraka, I sure did, and now that your name is out there, uncertain, yeah, one step closer to becoming the champion. Hearing Uraraka say that to him, Izuku couldn't help but to smile on her. Izuku, you really think so? Uraraka, yeah, I do. Izuku was moved by Uraraka saying this. Izuku, thank you for believing in me. Uraraka, you're welcome. Well, I guess I should be going now. As Uraraka got up from her chair, Izuku looked a bit disappointed knowing that she is leaving. Izuku, wait, you're leaving? Uraraka, yeah, I just came here to show you the article one wrote about you, and plus I got to get back to work. Izuku, oh okay, thank you for showing me this, and I hope we can meet up again some other time. Uraraka, yeah, me too. Well, see ya, Izuku, bye. With them saying their byes, Uraraka then left Izuku on his own again, where he looks back at the newspaper with a smile on his face. Gym. Inside of a gym, a tall slender man was reading the Izuku's article on the newspaper. While reading it, he begins crushing it up on the sides as he held it. Eventually he crushes the newspaper and throws it to the ground. As he did this, a young blonde boxer approached him. Question mark, question mark, question mark. You okay, sir? Question mark, question mark, question mark. No, but I think it's time to pay my old coach a visit. After Izuku finished his classes for today, he began heading to the gym, but on the way there he stopped by the convenience store where he worked to get himself a bottle of water. After getting his water, he went up to the counter where his boss is there. Izuku, hello boss. Boss, hello Izuku, I heard that you're doing boxing. Izuku, yes I am. Izuku says this with a smile on his face, with now knowing that people are noticing his talent of boxing. Boss, then I'm sorry to tell you that I'm going to have to let you go. Hearing that, Izuku's smile faded away as he was not expecting to hear those words. Izuku, what? But why, boss? Well, because a soon-to-become champion shouldn't be working at some convenience store. Izuku, so that's the reason why you're letting me go? Boss, well yeah, don't get me wrong, you're a great worker. It's just that you can do so much more with your boxing career than working at this convenience store. So I'm letting you go so you can focus on your goal of becoming champion. With hearing his boss's explanation, Izuku's smile returned, knowing that someone else believes in him. Izuku, I see now. Well, thank you for everything, it was a pleasure working here. Boss, the pleasure is all mine. Now go out there and become something great. Izuku, I will. From that being said, Izuku takes his water and runs out of the convenience store, where he then hops on his bike and proceeds to make his way over to the gym. Meanwhile, in Mighty Pizza, Toshinori was in his office doing some paperwork for deliveries. As he was signing the paperwork, he was rushing himself a bit to get it done so he can head to the gym and help Izuku with his training. Toshinori, I have to hurry this up before the kid arrives at the gym. Suddenly, he then heard a knock at his door as it was then opened, which made him look over to see Denki. Denki, hey boss, sorry to disturb you while you're working. Toshinori, what is it? I'm very busy here. Denki, yeah I know, it's just that some guy is here to meet you. Toshinori, Who is it? Before Denki could answer Toshinori, a tall slender man walks into the office which from laying eyes upon him, made Toshinori drop his pen. Has even said the name but he hasn't said in quite a long time. Toshinori. Mirai. Hello there Toshinori. It's been quite some time. Toshinori. Yes it has. Saying this he then looks over at Denki who did not know what was going on between the two. Toshinori. Kaminari. Get back to work. Denki. Yes sir. As Denki shut the door to head back to work, Toshinori and Mirai were now left alone in the office. Toshinori. How about you take a seat? Mirai. Gladly. So as Mirai took a seat, on one of the chairs he looked over at Toshinori. Mirai. It is really nice to see you again, coach. Toshinori. I'm not your coach anymore, and I know you didn't come here to catch up on old times. Mirai. Well, straight to the point I see. I take it that you have seen my messages. Toshinori. Yes, and my answer still remains the same. Mirai. I figured as much, but that is not the only reason why I'm here. I want to know about this. Saying that, Mirai reaches into his jacket and pulls out something which he then places onto Toshinori's desk, which event slides over to him. After Mirai did this, Toshinori looked down and saw that it was the front cover of the newspaper that Izuku was. Mirai. In the bottom left corner you can see a man standing outside the ring next to Izuku Midoriya's corner. Batman is you. Hearing this, Toshinori did glance down at the bottom corner where he did see himself, which he did not notice the first time he read the newspaper. After seeing himself in the newspaper he then looked back over at Mirai who he noticed had a very serious look in his eyes. Mirai, you have refused to train my protege countless times, so tell me why you decided to train this boy instead. As Toshinori looked at Mirai, even slid the newspaper back over to him and went ahead and answered his question. Toshinori, I've been getting asked that question for quite a while now, and my answer to you is that he has the heart to become a true champion. Hell, even better than me. Hearing his answer, made Mirai very angry as he stood up from his chair and looked it down at Toshinori. Mirai, how could you say that? No one is as great as you and no one will ever be as great as you were. 1. Toshinori. Sigh. After these years you still don't get it. I'm no longer the person I was before, I'm past my prime, meaning I am no longer champion. But that's a good thing because once a champion falls another one rises. And I know that Izuku Midoriya is that champion. Mirai get further upset with hearing Toshinori say all this, but he calms himself as he then sits back on the chair and looks over at him. Toshinori. Well, if you think he's going to be champion then I have some bad news for you. My protege will become the next champion of Japan. Outside Torino's gym, as Izuku came to a stop on his bike as he was outside the gym, he noticed someone trying to look through the window. Seeing that, Izuku got off his bike and approached him. Izuku. Excuse me, can I help you? From Izuku saying that, the person who was trying to look through the window, turned his head and looked over at Izuku who then smiled as he stepped away from the window to turn to face Izuku who was now right in front of him. Question mark. Ah, you're him. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Yes I am, and who might you be? Mirio. Oh me, I'm Mirio Tagata. While outside the gym, Izuku was speaking to Mirio, who he has just met. Izuku. So Mirio Tagata. Mirio. Just call me Mirio. Izuku. Oh alright, well Mirio, what brings you here? Mirio. Well, I heard that you trained here, and I wanted to check it out. Izuku. I see. As Izuku looked at Mirio, he assumed that he was a fan who heard about his match with Tenya Iida. Izuku. Well then, if you come this far to see the gym, would you like to come in and see the inside? Mirio. Oh, would I? With Mirio saying this, his eyes lit up and twinkled as he also smiled widely. Seeing his reaction, Izuku couldn't help but to smile at it to see how excited he looked. Izuku. All right then, let's head on inside. Mirio. Yeah. So without wasting a single second, Izuku and Mirio walked through the doors of the gym and entered inside. Once inside the gym, Mirio looked around and was fascinated by everything he laid his eyes upon, as he then looked at the many different parts of the gym. With Izuku still standing by the doorway, he looked at Mirio and smiled at him from seeing how excited he looked from being inside the gym. Yet while looking at Mirio, Izuku noticed a yellow sticky note on the right corner of the ring, so he made his way over to the ring where he then grabbed holding the sticky note, pulled it off as he then looked down at it and noticed that it was a note from Torino, which Izuku went ahead and began reading. Torino's note: went to the store to get some taiyaki. Will be back in a couple of minutes. After reading that little note from Torino, Izuku lowered it. Izuku: well, I guess there's no one else in the gym besides us. Saying that, Izuku turns his head over to his left where he then looks back over at Mirio, who places his right hand on a punching bag. Mirio: this gym is quite old-fashioned, huh? Izuku: yeah, I guess you can say that. Mirio: but I like that, it makes you think of how long boxing has been around and how far it's come. Izuku: I know what you mean. Boxing is true an amazing sport. Mirio: it sure is. As Mirio said this, he slid his hand off of the punching bag, has even looked over at Izuku. Mirio: you know, I'm a boxer myself too. Izuku: really? Mirio: yeah, I sure am. With Mirio saying that, he turned and began walking over to Izuku, where the two then stood in front of each other. Mirio: and I have to say, one boxer to another, you're really amazing. Hearing Mirio say this, made Izuku quite happy, as he then smiled at him. Izuku: thank you. Mirio: no, the thanks is all mine, meeting you is quite a treat. Izuku: why is that? Mirio: well, after seeing footage of your matches with Fumikage Tokiyami and Tenya Iida, I needed to meet you. And now that I have, may I ask something from you? Izuku: what is it? Mirio: well, I was wondering if you and I can spar together. Izuku was quite surprised to hear this from Mirio, as he has just met him and found out that he was a boxer as well. Izuku: you want to spar? Mirio: yeah, I do. So would you do me the honor and spar with me? Seeing the eagerness in Mirio's eyes and the smile on his face, Izuku couldn't bring himself to say no. Izuku: all right then, let's spar. Hearing these very words, Mirio was filled with joy as he smiled even wider. Mirio: yeah, let's spar. Minutes later, after agreeing to spar, Izuku and Mirio were in the ring together wearing the clothes they had on along with some boxing gloves and headgear. While standing in their own corners, Izuku and Mirio begin speaking to one another. Mirio: so you agree on our sparring match lasting up to 5 minutes? Izuku: yeah, I agree. Mirio: great, then let's do this. Izuku: right. With that being said, both Izuku and Mirio raised up their gloves and began moving up towards each other. Eventually the two met in the center of the ring, where Izuku went ahead and threw the first hit, with it being a right jab. But with throwing that jab, Mirio was quick to block as he raised his arms up to cover his face. While Mirio was blocking, Izuku kept throwing jabs left and right. But as Mirio was blocking, he began speaking to Izuku. Mirio: you have some good technique. Izuku: Izuku: thanks. Mirio: but you're holding back and your technique needs more work. Izuku: what? Hearing Mirio say that, all of a sudden, Izuku stopped throwing jabs, giving Mirio his chance as he moves in and throws a right jab at Izuku, who immediately saw it coming as he raised up his arms to block it, but as his arm were raised to block, Mirio hits them with full force, which pushes Izuku back. But after blocking that hit, Izuku felt his arms completely shaking as he then looked at them. Izuku's mind: that hit was so strong. My arms won't stop shaking. As Izuku looked back ahead, he then saw Mirio moving in quite quickly. Seeing this, Izuku needed to get some distance away from him so he could recover from that hit he received. But as soon as Izuku took a step back, he then felt his back press against the rope of the ring. Feeling the rope his back, Izuku realized that Mirio's punch was a lot stronger than he thought it was. With Izuku's back against the rope and Mirio closing in, he had nowhere to go, instead raised up his gloves to block again. Once Mirio finally closed the distance, he immediately began sending a barrage of jabs at Izuku, who kept being pushed against the ropes. As Izuku kept it blocking, he picked his right eye through his blocked arms and waited for an opening. So as Mirio kept throwing jabs, he eventually stopped as he pulled back his right arm to throw a right hook. Seeing that, Izuku found his opening as even pushed himself forward and threw a right jab towards Mirio's face. With the jab inching closer to Mirio's face, Izuku with confidence it will hit him head on. But suddenly Izuku's jab phases right through Mirio's face, which was a complete and utter shock to him. But as he blinked he noticed that Mirio was no longer in front of him anymore, as if he vanished. Yet soon enough, Izuku glanced down and saw Mirio, who was ducked down and looking up with a smile while crunching his right glove as he then launches it towards Izuku's for an uppercut. As Mirio's uppercut was being launched towards Izuku's chin, the two then heard a loud voice yell at them. "Mirai, stop!" From that being yelled out, Mirio stopped his uppercut only inches away from Izuku's chin. After stopping, Mirio and Izuku turned their heads over and saw Toshinori and Mirai standing in the doorway of the gym. With Mirio looking over at them, he quickly backed away from Izuku as he then began to make his way out of the ring with a smile on his face. "Mirio, sir, you're here." As Mirio made his way over to Mirai, Toshinori made his way over to the ring to help Izuku out. While Toshinori went to go do that, Mirio and Mirai begin to speak to one another. "Mirio, I'm glad that you made it here, sir." While Mirio looked at Mirai with a happy expression, Mirai's expression was far different as he looked seriously at Mirio. "Mirai, what did I say when I had you come here?" "Miria, not to spar with Izuku Midoriya." "Mirai, and what did you do?" "Mirio, sparred with Izuku Midoriya." "Mirai, that is correct, so tell me why you disobeyed that order I gave you." "Mirio, well, I couldn't help it, sir. I just needed one sparring match with him, that's all. And with that short amount of time in our sparring match, I've learned quite a lot of things." "Mirai, well, perhaps you were meant to have that sparring match with him after all. So good work." "Mirio, thank you, sir." After hearing Mirio say that, Mirai then looked over at the ring and saw Toshinori helping Izuku out of the ring. "Toshinori, come on kid, just get past that rope." "Izuku, alright." As Izuku finally got out of the ring, Toshinori placed both hands on his shoulders to see if he was okay. But from having his hands on him, Toshinori noticed that Izuku's body was completely shaking. But from taking notice of this he then heard Mirai speak over to him. "Miari, you notice it, don't you?" From hearing Miari say this, Toshinori took his hands off of Izuku's shoulders as he'd been moved him behind his back. After doing this, Mirai with now up close to Toshinori, whether to then looked intensely at each other. Mirio, is far superior than he is, and deserves your attention. So what do you say, Toshinori? My offer still stands. Toshinori, and my answer still remains the same. As Miari heard those words he grew angry as he then clenched his fists, but soon calmed himself. Mirai, stubborn as always, but very well I understand. Yet it is a shame that you cannot prepare Mirio for the championships. Toshinori, the championships. Mirai, that's right, the championships is just a few months away, and I have already listed Mirio to be a part of it. After all, he'll be the one wearing the champion's belt in the end. Toshinori, you're quite confident in that. Mirai, oh, very much. After all, you're the one who taught me to be confident. Toshinori, and if that is the case, I'll be enlisting Izuku into the championships as well. With Toshinori saying this, shocked both Izuku and Mirai at the same time. Izuku, what? You're going to enlist me? As Izuku said that, Toshinori looked over his right shoulder where he made eye contact with Izuku. Toshinori, that's right kid, after all, you didn't say you wanted to be champion of Japan. Hearing these very words, Izuku grew completely confident. Izuku, yeah, I do want to become champion of Japan. Toshinori, then that's settled. With Toshinori looking back over at Miari, whose shocked expression changed into anger. Toshinori, Izuku is going to the championships. Miari, very well, enlist him. But I doubt he'll get through his first match. Toshinori, we'll see about that. From that being said, Miari turned his back to Toshinori as he proceeded to walk back over to the door in Mirio. Mirio, we're leaving. Mirio, yes sir. So as Mirai walked out of the door of the gym, Mirio quickly took off his gloves and placed them on a hook next to the door. But as soon as he was about to walk out of the door, he looked back over at Izuku and smiled at him. Mirio, hey Izuku. With hearing his name being called out, Izuku looks over at Mirio. Mirio, I'll see you in the ring again. With saying what he wanted to say, Mirio looks away from Izuku as even walks out of the gym. After Izuku's sparring match with Mirio, he was still shaken up about it, so much in fact that he couldn't focus on today's training. So Toshinori decided to take Izuku home. While on the way there, Izuku was completely quiet as he looked out the window. With Toshinori noticing this, he knew he needed to tell him something. So as he was about to say something, Izuku suddenly spoke first. "Izuku, I can't beat him, can I?" Hearing Izuku say this, Toshinori glanced over at him. "Toshinori, I wasn't able to see your whole sparring match, but the way he left you all shaken up, I'm afraid that you can't." Izuku, sigh, "Then I guess it's best that you don't enlist me." As Toshinori heard these words come out of Izuku's mouth, he suddenly slammed his foot onto the brakes, where he then stops his truck in the middle of the road. From this suddenly happening, Izuku slightly jolted forward from his seat. Before you could say anything for what just happened, Toshinori then yelled at him, which made him turn his head and look at him, to see a very serious look in his eyes. "Toshinori, you listen, and you listen good, kid. You have every right to be enlisted in the championship. You have worked so hard and showed the people of Japan that you are here. And now that you've had that sparring match, you want to throw all that training and your dreams away. Well, not on my watch, kid. I'm your coach, and I'm here not only to train you but to guide you on the right path. You may not be able to beat Mirio as you are now, but I know you'll be able to, because you're stronger than you think. I believe in you, Izuku. Now the question is, do you believe in yourself?" From hearing all of this being said, Izuku looked down at the palm of his right hand that is resting on his lap. Looking at it, Izuku takes notice of how rough it has become from all of this training. "Izuku, when I was little, I always dreamed of being strong like All Might was. But I was reminded every day that I was weak when I was bullied. But now..." As Izuku closed the palm of his hand and made a fist, he then looked over at Toshinori, with a serious expression. "Izuku, I'm much stronger than I was before, but not as strong as All Might, not yet anyways. Toshinori, then answer me this. If you are able to get more stronger, do you think you can beat Mirio in the ring?" "Izuku, with your help, I know I can." With that being said, Toshinori smiled at Izuku, who too smiled back at him as well. Toshinori, well then, starting tomorrow your training to become champion starts. Izuku, understood, coach. Toshinori, now that's what I like to hear. Let's get you home. Izuku, right. Once all of that was said, Toshinori began driving once again. A few minutes later, Toshinori stopped his truck in front of the front entrance of Izuku's apartment complex. So Izuku opened the door and hopped out of the truckway, then closed the door and went over to the back, where you then lifted his bike out of the back of the truck and placed it on the ground. After doing this, Izuku looked through the window of the truck and smiled at Toshinori, who too smiled back at him as well. Izuku, thank you for everything, Toshinori. Toshinori, you're welcome, Izuku. I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku, yeah, you too. From this being said, Izuku took a step back from the truck as Toshinori went ahead and drove off. After seeing Toshinori go, Izuku then entered his apartment complex, where he locked his bike on the bike rack. With that done, Izuku went ahead and began making his way to the floor where his apartment is. Soon enough he arrived in front of his door. We didn't reach into his pockets pull out his key, but as he did so he realized his keys were in his pocket. From this realization, Izuku then noticed that he did not have his backpack either, which he now remembers that the keys to his apartment was in his backpack, which he has left inside of Toshinori's truck. Shocked from this realization, Izuku pulled out his phone from his back pocket to call Toshinori to tell him that he left his backpack in his truck. But before Izuku could even unlock his phone, the door to his apartment from the opens, which made him look over to see his mom, who by looking at her does not look happy at all as she stared at him with a very menacing but serious glare. It's left him intimidated. Izuku, hi mom. When did you get home? Inko. Izuku, why yes mom. Inko, would you care to explain to me what this is? Inko suddenly pulled out a newspaper from behind her back and held it in front of Izuku, who looked at it in shock, as it was the same newspaper that showed his winning match against Tenya Iida. From the shocked expression on Izuku's face, Inko lowers the newspaper and stares at him very angrily. Inko. Get in the house now, Izuku. Izuku. Mom, if you let me. Inko. I said now. Hearing his mother raise her voice, which she rarely does, made Izuku obey her immediately as he shamefully lowered his head. Izuku. Okay. Without saying another word, Izuku enters inside of the house, where Inko then closed the door shut. Meanwhile, as Toshinori stopped at a red light, Event glanced over to where Izuku was sitting and notices something yellow on the floor. So Toshinori reaches over and grabs hold of something, which he then pulls out from the floor and realizes that it is Izuku's backpack. Toshinori. The kid left his bag, most likely by accident. I better get it back to it. With that being said, the red light turned green, which made Toshinori to do a U-turn head back to Izuku's apartment complex. Once Toshinori arrived back at Izuku's apartment complex, he grabbed the backpack and got off the truck, where he then began to walk over to the front entrance of the apartment complex. After discovering which apartment Izuku lived in, Toshinori went ahead and began making his way up to the flight of stairs until finally arriving at the floor where Izuku's apartment is. Soon enough, Toshinori was now standing right in front of the front door of the Midoriya household. So Toshinori raised his right hand and knocked onto the door, where he then awaited for Izuku to open the door. But as soon as the door opened, Izuku did not see Izuku, instead it was his mother, which Toshinori was quite surprised to see, as he been noticed a serious look on her face as she stared at him, which felt like daggers piercing right through him, but as he looked at her he went ahead and spoke. Toshinori. Hello there mama, I've come to return bag. Hearing Toshinori say this, Inko takes her sight off of him as she then lowered her eyes to see Izuku's backpack, which from the sight of it made her eyes widened as she then snatched the backpack out of his hands, which Toshinori was not expecting at all to happen. After snatching the backpack, Inko looked back up at Toshinori, who she then pointed her right finger very sternly in front of his face, which caused him to lean his body back as he stared at the tip of her finger. Inko. It's you, isn't it? Toshinori. What? Inko. Don't you dare what me. Inko says this as she tips further out of the apartment with her fingers still pointing at Toshinori, who had to step back and she got close. Inko. You're the one that's filling my son's head with those thoughts of fighting. Toshinori. Mama, if you let me explain. Inko. No, because of you, my son it's getting hurt and I refuse to have that happen to him. So don't you come near my son ever again, or else I'll press charges. Looking at Inko's enraged face, Toshinori did not know what to do or say to calm the situation. But suddenly, as Inko began to lower her finger, Izuku came out of the apartment and grabbed hold of his mom's arm, which made her turn her head and look at to see him looking quite distraught. Izuku. Mom, stop. Mr. Yagi isn't the one to blame. Inko. How is he not the one to blame? He clearly is. As Inko was still raising her voice, Toshinori noticed some of the neighbors' doors opening, where they picked out and looked at them. From seeing this, Toshinori knew he needed calm the situation down before it could further escalate even higher. So with a deep breath, Toshinori then slightly raised his voice to grab Inko and Izuku's attention. Toshinori. Excuse me. With the sound of Toshinori's slightly raised voice, both Inko and Izuku looked over at him. Toshinori. I think it's best that the three of us further discuss this matter inside than out here, where we will be making a scene. Hearing Toshinori say all this, Izuku and Inko then noticed some of their neighbors' doors cracked open and seeing them peeking over at them. So with noticing this, Inko looked back at Toshinori, now with anger but with reasoning. Inko. All right then, come inside. Toshinori. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. So with this settled, Inko and Izuku walked back inside the apartment, with Toshinori entering as well. With now being inside, the three decided to discuss this matter in the dining room. So Izuku and Inko sat beside each other while Toshinori on a chair across from them. Toshinori. So, Mrs. Midoriya, I take it that you have found out about Izuku's boxing, am I correct? Inko. Yes you are, and I am angry at my son from hiding this from me. Toshinori. Well, he did have a reason to do so. He told me about the heart attack you had for worrying about him. So hiding it was to prevent that from happening again. Inko. Even so, I am his mother and I deserve to know what my son is up to. Toshinori. That's understandable, Inko. Then you must understand that boxing is a dangerous sport, and I do not want my son to be a part of any of it. Toshinori, I'm sorry to tell you, but that's not your decision to make, neither is it mine. The decision is up to Izuku. From Toshinori mentioning Izuku's name, the two look over at him as he raised his head from hearing his name being said. Doing this, he looked back at Inko and Toshinori. Izuku, my decision. Toshinori, that's right, so tell us what your decision is. As Izuku did not know what to say, he began looking back and forth at Toshinori and his mom. But soon enough he knew what his decision was as he done looked at his mom. Izuku, Mom, do you remember when late at night when you found me in front of the computer watching that All Might fight? Hearing Izuku bring this up, Inko immediately remembered this. Inko, yes I do, you were 4 at that time. Izuku, and on that day I told you I wanted to become a boxer like All Might. I bet when you heard me say this, you probably thought that was just a childish dream, but it wasn't. So I'm going to keep on boxing. As Izuku said this, Inko washed over with worry as she looked at her son with wide open eyes. Inko, but you'll get hurt. Izuku, I know, but I'm willing to get hurt so I can reach my dream, to become the champion of Japan. Inko, so that is your dream? To become champion? Izuku, yes it is, and I won't stop until I reach that dream. As Inko looked at Izuku, she thought back of the baby boy she raised and vowed to protect him from harm. But as she looked at him now, she realized her baby boy has grown up and can now protect himself. So with this realization, Inko extended up her left hand and cupped his right cheek where she suddenly began to get emotional as tears built up in her eyes. Inko, if that is your dream then I can't stop you from reaching it. But as your mother I only ask one thing from you. Izuku, what is it? Inko, be safe. As Izuku heard these 2 words be said by his mom, he smiled at her. Izuku, I will mom, I promise. Inko, good. With Inko saying that, she could no longer hold back her tears as she then leaned in and hugged Izuku. While hugging his mom, Izuku then saw Toshinori get up from his seat as you then smiled at Izuku, as he then walk out and leave. A few days later Izuku and Toshinori were on their way to sign up for the championships. Yet on the way there, Izuku felt quite nervous knowing that he'll see many people who too are signing up to become champion as well. Toshinori notices that Izuku is nervous, which he then reassures him. Toshinori, I know how that feels kid. Izuku, what? Izuku says this as he turns his head and looks over Toshinori. Toshinori, that nervousness, I know how that feels. Izuku, why you do? Toshinori, of course, but to be honest it's nothing to be nervous about really. Izuku, why do you say that? Toshinori, well because you're just there to sign up after all. Izuku, yeah I guess you're right. Toshinori, of course I am, and besides the only time you should be nervous is when you find out who you'll be facing in the first match. Izuku, yeah you're right again, I have nothing to be nervous about at all. Toshinori, great because we're here. Izuku, what? Right after saying that, Izuku looked away from Toshinori and out the window where he saw a massive building with a dome right on top of it. As they got closer to the building they saw banners of many different boxes that Izuku looked at in awe. Eventually Toshinori stopped his truck in front of the entrance of the building, which Izuku then looked over at Toshinori. Toshinori, you head on inside kid. I'm going to go find a parking spot. Izuku, oh okay, I'll see you in there then. From that being said, Izuku opened the door and got off the truck. After getting off Toshinori drove off to find a parking spot leaving Izuku in front of the entrance where he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. But if he took any deep breath he then began to make his way straight towards the entrance. Soon enough as Izuku reached the glass door he pushed it open and made his way inside where his eyes suddenly widened as I saw even more banners of amazing boxers. But what was the more captivating thing that caught his eye was a large gold statue of All Might himself in all his glory as he has his left glove raised up in the air. Looking up at the statue, Izuku couldn't help but to smile now in the place where All Might became champion of Japan. Yet while looking at it he realized he was not the only one as he suddenly caught someone standing beside him from the corner of his right eye which startled him as he quickly turned his head and looked over at him. Izuku, hi. With saying that, the person standing next to him suddenly glanced over at him with his somewhat looking tired eyes. As he continued looking Izuku, he did not utter a single word, which sort of made Izuku a bit uncomfortable with the silence. Izuku, are you a fan of All Might too? After asking this question, there was a whole minute of silence until suddenly he answered. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Not really. Finally hearing him talk, Izuku did not feel uncomfortable at all anymore. So was hearing his question, Izuku went ahead and asked him another question. Izuku, may I ask why? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Well, he's too flashy. Izuku, huh? As the guy with the tired eyes glanced back at the statue, he began to further explain his answer. Question mark, question mark, question mark. You see, everyone always dreams to become a great boxer like All Might was. But to become him they have to be just as flashy as him, and those who aren't as flashy get beaten in the ring by then. I have nothing against All Might, he was a great boxer and deserved the title of champion. But all the flashy people who thrive to become him make me sick. Izuku, I see. Izuku had no idea what to further say to him. So instead, Izuku decided to stay silent. But Izuku wouldn't stay silent for long, as he suddenly asked him a question of his own as he glanced back over at him. Question mark, question mark, question mark. What about you? Are you one of those flashy people too? Izuku, While Izuku was struggling to answer his question, a man suddenly called out a name towards their direction. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Shino. Immediately after hearing this name being called out, Izuku saw that the person he was talking to suddenly turned his head and looked over at the man who called out his name. Shinso. Yes, Mr. Aizawa, the sign-up's over here, come on. Shinso. Yes, sir. From that being said, Shinso turned his back to Izuku, as he took a few steps forward until starting, as he then looked back over at him, once more. Shinso. See you around, Izuku Midoriya. After Shinso said his name, he looked away and proceeded to walk away, leaving Izuku quite shocked from his interaction with Shinso just now. Yet while watching Shinso walk away, Izuku suddenly began to hear camera flashes going off, which grabs his full attention as he turned towards the direction of the doors and saw a crowd of paparazzi gathered around someone who has just entered the building. Looking over at the paparazzi, they begin to spread out, where Izuku then saw Enji Todoroki, the previous boxer who held the champion title. With Izuku looking at him from afar, couldn't help but to be fascinated from the sight of him. But while looking over at him, Izuku then saw someone standing next to Enji. Looking at the person standing next to Enji, he noticed a few things about you, which were his different color hair and the serious expression on his face, but what was most noticeable was the scar over his left eye. Enji, people, back away, let me and my son through this instant. As Enji was trying to get through these crowd of paparazzi, he suddenly felt someone brush against his right arm. Looking over to his left, he sees Toshinori as he continues walking. Toshinori, sorry about that. After Toshinori said this, he made his way over to Izuku, who he saw right away. But while Toshinori was making his way over to Izuku, Enji couldn't help but to stare at him and have a feeling as if they've met before. Yet while looking at him, Enji suddenly felt a tap on his left arm, which made him look over to his left, where he sees his son. Shoto, father, we need to be gone. Enji, yes, I understand. So with this being said, Enji continued making a way through the crowd of paparazzi, but while he did that, Shoto looked over towards Izuku's direction and laid eyes upon him for a minute until eventually walking away with his father. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.